Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload of a part of a series that I do on my Twitch channel called the Sly Army Tierlists, where we pretty much rank a bunch of just random topics that I'm personally interested in. And so, because of that, these opinions are not set in stone for how I feel about in the current day. And so if you guys want a more updated version of that, feel free to either check out the DeviantArt link down below or tune in on my Twitch that will also be in the description, or check out my Discord where I occasionally post some more updated versions of how I feel about certain topics. And so do keep that in mind. And also make sure to check out the description of the video itself for the timestamps for the particular topic that is presented here. But in any event, I hope you guys do at least enjoy. I recommend you guys listen to this as either like a podcast form or as just something to play in the background. But in any event, hope you guys at least enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in SlytheWarrior history, in the Sly Army tier list history, we are in fact doing a remake stream. So, I am here with Psy13.
Yeah, baby! Am I talking?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, sweet.
Izzy!
Woo!
And...
Shino will be joining.
And Shino from the last tier list that we did, because they wanted to join in on this one. They weren't in the previous take, but yeah.
She said she should have gone in about 15 minutes because she was grabbing dinner. But
okay, that's
fine.
So
she'll definitely join in whenever we start talking. But yeah, no, how have you guys been? Because it's been quite some time since the last tier list. Well, the one that me and Izzy did, and with Austin, of course, it's been a long time. So
yeah, it's been forever since I've been on one of these. Honestly, when was the last one I was on? I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was the original version of this tier list.
Oh gosh, it's been forever. Hi, Dave's chat. Hello. Y'all haven't seen me since. Y'all have seen me in Uno, maybe.
Yeah, Uno, because Uno was. Yes. I beat your ass on that one. So
yeah.
Let me present the topic for you guys. So you guys probably have heard throughout the different tier lists that we've done before that there is a genre of music that we have talked about that is called nu metal. Now you're probably thinking to yourselves, what is nu metal? Like, I've never heard of the genre before, you know? Like I've heard of it before, but I don't know what it is. Or I've just heard everyone talk shit about this genre, you know? So let me basically just explain this to you guys in just basic terms. Let me pull up the document. Yeah.
But yes, what is nu metal?
Yeah, here we go. So, nu metal. Nu metal, also known as mallcore, aggro metal, or for some reason in some Spotify playlists, emo metal. I don't really know how. Look it up. It's weird. It is basically a fusion genre. It's a metal subgenre that basically combines elements of thrash, punk, and rap mixed with like grooves or like some sort of down tune effect with the guitars. And it's a pretty multifaceted genre because it can really just have any sort of combination of those like 3 separate sounds or whatever. Or it can even have things like electronic sounds, metalcore style vocals, or even like some more prog-like elements. It really just sort of depends on how you kind of see it. But in general, it is basically like I said, it is basically just a metal genre that is kind of a fusion genre of a bunch of other things. And as a result, it has, again, it's a pretty multifaceted genre. You can either focus heavily on the thrash side, or the rap side, or the punk side. And hell, maybe even throw in some industrial sounding music. That being said, that sort of combination and different ideas of different like music styles tend to breed a lot of, just to be quite frank, dog shit. Because this is a genre that has garnered quite a bit of hate over the past, I'd say, 15 years at this point, maybe even 20 years. And it is a pretty controversial genre in and of itself. Now, that being said, I will have to admit there are some bands that I actually do like in the genre. Let's just don't get me wrong. There are some good bands in the genre. Even these 3 can agree with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But there is quite a bit that is bad, and I do have to admit there is there's more bad than people tend to like realize, especially since you know these tier lists by now. This is a giant deep dive of just what type of like music that we have to go through, and it's going to be annoying. Now, that being said, I actually do want to address some rules just in general. I'll let Shino know these rules as well. And before we get into those rules, again, this is actually the first remake stream that we've done before. It's just because the original version of the stream got compromised because of a weird audio glitch that happened that basically made my mic muted. As a result of Izzy having to leave for whatever reason. Again, I'm not blaming you. I'm sorry. I was just...
No, you're good.
It's just what happened.
I think it's really funny how...
fuck you, Izzy. No.
Like, as soon as I left, that's when the audio problem started.
I think it was because I might have had this connected to Discord for whatever reason. So, yeah. I made sure this time that it was connected to my actual OBS. So we should be good on that. And as a result... I might end up repeating some of the things that I said because I just want to get my points across when it comes to just the bands that we are going to be talking about. So if it does seem like I did repeat a bunch of stuff and you have seen the previous stream, again, I do apologize for repetition. It's just I want to exemplify just the points that I want to talk about. So that being said, I have some ground rules that I definitely want to go into. And it's actually there's really not a lot of rules. It's the typical rules that I do have on these type of tier lists, since this is the first real music tier list that we've done in over a year. I'm just going to count our previous take of this, but that's besides the point. But anyways, just a refresher for the rules. Generally speaking, I decided that in order for us to limit exactly what counts, I've decided that a band has to have either at least 3 albums count as a part of a genre, or half of their discography if they have 5 albums or less. Meaning, like, as in, if a band, for example, let's just say Incubus. I love Incubus. I think they're great. But they only really had 2 new metal albums, Science and Fungus Among Us. And since they have 8 albums in total, that kind of cancels them out being a part of this like list. So, and that does bring up to my next point. In terms of just different bands that do count, that does really cross down a lot of bands on this list. So, and I actually do want to list all of the groups that people might be confused on exactly why they are not on the list, because I know they're going to be brought up in like some sort of a comment section or whatever. I'm just going to go through a list, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
In terms of just bands that I omitted from the list, these include 36 Crazy Fists, Edema, Blindside, Chimera, Crazy Town, surprisingly enough for some people, Drowning Pool, Dry Kill Logic, Earshot, Fear Factory, Finger 11, Five Finger Death Punch, thank you, Flyleaf, From Ashes to New, Guano Apes, Hollywood Undead, thank you, Incubus, Carnival, Kitty, My Ruin, Poppy surprisingly got cut from the list now. She was on the list originally, but since she released more albums now that are not new metal, she doesn't count anymore.
There goes one of my S tiers.
Yeah. The band Raw, Rev Theory, Sick Puppies, Soil, Sugar Ray, and Zebra Head. So, and Kid Rock, because fuck him. And also other bands that wouldn't count anyways. Those are okay, well, Kid Rock doesn't count anyways, but I was just, that full list was basically bands that you could question that has new metal material, but just never really
Not enough to make the list.
Yeah. And then as for bands that just flat out don't count, Alien Ant Farm, Cold, Crossfade, Finch, Hoopastank, Kid Rock, that's what I meant to fucking say, Methods of Mayhem, Norma Jean, surprisingly enough, A Perfect Circle, well, surprising that people even counted them, Pillar, Puddle of Mud, Karashi, Shine Down, Stabbing Westward, Tantric, 3 Days Grace, Trapped, and Trust Company. Yes, Trapped doesn't count. They are so bad of a band that they don't even count as new metal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, even if they did fit the criteria, honestly, who wants to talk about Trapped?
So, again, it's mostly just because, like, those, like, that last list I made those are not new metal bands. Those are at best post grunge, because that's just sort of the thing about new metal that people get confused, is they confuse new metal with post grunge and butt rock and all that sort of stuff. But it has a specific sound. If it doesn't have the groove sound, as in like the down-tuned guitars, it doesn't count. So, because that's what makes new metal at the end of the day. So
yeah, it's very new, if you would say.
Yeah, I would go on a full tangent on how that even, you made a good point, but we already delayed the stream enough, so I kind of want to see if we can get through this at least a little bit. But you get my point. So
that's good, because that was a joke for me anyway. So,
but yeah, no. And also, if you guys remember, the final rule that I want to do is I want to see if you guys are able to identify the sub variant of this particular genre. You guys remember?
Crap! I should have wrote that down.
Yeah,
I wrote down my tiers. I wrote down notes for them. I didn't write down the subgenres.
Yeah, so in the emo tier list that we did before with Austin, I talked about how there were different subtypes of emo: gothic, emo pop, screamo, and Midwest. With new metal, yeah, there's quite a bit, because you've got the electronic style, which would basically, if they have a lot of electronic sounds, so like Static X, Spine Shank, Code Orange, those type of groups. Then there's the metalcore style, which basically, is nothing but screaming, so like Bring Me the Horizon, Blood Simple, and
Suicide Silence.
Don't mention that first thing.
Okay, S Silence.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah.
Okay,
and Cane Hill. And then you've got your prog sort of bands, which include bands like Evanescence, System of a Down, and Hacktivist, so those types of groups. Then you've got your punk style, which is basically just, kind of, flirt with that sort of grunge and punk style, so like Breaking Benjamin, Disturbed, and Psychostick, and Glassjaw. Then you've got your vanilla new metal bands, as in like, the rap style, so that would include Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, and Ted P.E. And then there's your thrash style, which would include bands like Korn and OTEP and Nemec. And then finally, you've got what I like to call your WWE wrestler types. I don't think that needs to be explained. So that one's pretty obvious. So
I used to watch playing pro wrestling, so I know exactly what you mean.
yeah. And as you can see, just like with the emo tier list, I'm dressed. I don't know why you guys didn't get dressed this time. That's
Because
rude.
it's not my style,
So, and would you look at this as well?
Don't really have
I got
any
the
clothes.
chain wallets
That's
too.
different style.
So I'm even more.
Yeah?
I'm even more prepared than I was last time.
I got a nice outfit and I got sweats on.
So
I'm comfortable.
I've got a BoJack Horseman T-shirt and a pair of blue jeans.
Hey,
so
that's all. Hey, it's what's in your heart that counts.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually,
Yeah.
I do want to mention one more particular thing that I just completely forgot while I was talking when I was mentioning the bands or whatever.
Yeah.
I know there is quite a bit of, let's just say, controversy about what counts and what doesn't. The reason why I mention those particular bands as not counting is because to me they don't really exemplify the sound. Some people count them, and that's completely fine. I just want to at least showcase exactly my perspective, knowing that I, known about the genre for a while. Like, I actually remember it barely whenever I was a toddler, whenever it was at its height. Because you got to remember, nu metal lasted, and this is actually something that's pretty interesting. Nu metal lasted from 1997 to 2005 in popularity, so it lasted a good while. So
Yeah.
obviously that includes a huge range of different bands and whatnot. And at the end of the day, if you don't necessarily agree with us, that's fine. At the end of the day, it's just some people's random opinions on the internet, because no one, especially with how vague and just how genres can be interpreted, there's a million different interpretations of what a genre is.
Yeah.
So
Grandpa,
One thing go ahead, Izzy.
I was just wait. Dave, can I say the word that starts with R and rhymes with spectrum?
I mean, you mentioned the ASD.
Oh no, not that word. I was gonna say rectum.
Oh, that's fine.
And I don't think it's
Grandpa always used to say that opinions are like rectums. Everyone's got one and they all stink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And I was just gonna say, if everyone's opinions were the same, life would be way too boring, I feel.
yeah. That being yeah, and again, just tying into that, I know there are some bands that don't really want to be associated with that. Again, it's not disrespect. It's not me in spite of them. It's as a matter of fact, there's so many bands that I like that don't want to be labeled whatever genre. I'm just doing this in the sense that just to sort of help categorize things so that it's easier for people to know exactly what that sound is, and also to help people introduce them to newer bands that sound like them. Because at the end of the day, if you like this band, you might like this other band, but we'll just have our own input. So
Yeah.
and that's basically just the whole point of what these streams are anyways. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of morons on the internet talking about their opinions on music.
so
Exactly. Yeah.
well, I mean, except my opinion,
Proud
but that's only
moron.
because of the show, and my opinion overrides your guys's. So yeah, I'm right. Yours is wrong.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind the next time you're on my channel here. I'll keep that in mind.
So, again, your opinions matter, because at the end of the it's just a joke.
We got a Shino here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, you just missed the entire intro sequence.
Oh, that's fine.
So
As long as they know I was gonna be here, I'm good.
okay.
Yeah.
On to Arby's.
Yeah, I basically just laid down the ground rules. Basically just, half a discography or 3 albums count. I mentioned a full list of bands that I personally don't count, and I mentioned the whole idea of basically talking about the sub-genres of nu metal. So,
Okay. Important question though: did you go to Arby's willingly, or was it your cousin's choice? Because that's important.
Coupons.
That's
We
fair.
got coupons.
That's fair.
I'm doing the bacon, beef, and cheddar. Not bad.
Oh man.
Obviously, it's like a low-tier restaurant, but for something from Arby's, it's not terrible.
that's nice. Oh yeah, by the way, make sure to check out Shino and Austin's channels. They are on the side right there. And if you guys want to make your own tier list, this will be posted after we are done. So you guys, like the link to this particular tier list will be posted into my Discord. If you guys are wanting to check that out, that'd be pretty cool.
There you go,
But,
Shino.
yeah.
I followed.
But yeah, no. I think that
Thanks, man.
I think I've said all I needed to say. So, do you guys have anything else you want to specify before we get into this list?
If Limp Bizkit is anywhere above F, I'm leaving.
I would hope you don't have to worry about that. I would hope.
All right. So,
Would you be mad if I told you I put them in D?
Yeah.
don't spoil the list. We'll get to them later.
I can't wait to get to them.
We'll get to them in the future. Just don't spoil it yet. You're cutting ahead. Anyways, so yeah, okay. So just as a reminder for everyone, the way that we do these tier lists, since this is the first tier list that we're doing 4 people in, we're gonna be going counterclockwise in terms of just how I set up the cameras. And so that means I'll be going first, but because it's 4 people, I'll only be choosing 2 bands, and then Austin will choose 2 bands to talk about, and then Sheena will choose 2 bands, and then Izzy, and then
Yeah.
So,
and then, by the way, Sheena, I posted something in the chat here. I don't know if you were like in the private chat. I don't know if you were here when they mentioned this. So just a heads up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
and just to let you guys know, Shino might not be here the entire time, so we might have to revert back to our 3 typical. So, so
We'll see what happens.
Anyways, so that's all I need to say. Do y'all need to say anything else?
No, I'm good.
Here's something. Where did you put the link to the tier list? I can't find it.
It's in the
wait, I found it.
it should be in the private chat.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't scroll up far enough.
Okay.
Here you
I scrolled too far, rather.
All right. So, I'm going to go first, and I'm actually going to choose one of my personal favorite bands already. And this one is already going to be a band that is kind of controversial on the list because so many people don't count them a part of the genre. But to me, it is a little bit weird, and it kind of bothers me that people don't really count them on the list because they basically exemplify what the genre would eventually become. So I'm not going to go on the full rant that I did in the previous take because that took like 10 minutes apparently. So I'm just going to make a condensed version of this. I am kind of shocked that people genuinely don't think that Rage Against the Machine counts as a part of the genre. Because it's like they have the thrash element, they have the rap element, and they have the hardcore punk drumming with the groove and down-tuned guitars. Like, they exemplify... Like, where were you guys when you heard Bulls on Parade the first time?
Playing Guitar Hero 3.
Exactly. Like, people listen to that song and they're like, oh, no, that right there, that's not nu metal. But
I was somewhere... I actually know exactly where I was the first time I heard it. I was raging against some kind of technological masterpiece.
Oh my god. Anyways, so you guys probably know at this point, like I've already talked about them in our very first tier list. They're of course going to be an S tier. They are one of my favorite bands of all time. The self-titled is just a masterpiece in my opinion. Evil Empire is also really solid. Battle for Los Angeles, and I honestly just don't really think there's a single bad song in my opinion. I'd say the one thing that they did step down a little bit was their covers album, but even then, it was still solid enough at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And they're definitely one of those bands where, honestly, like, even if you don't count them as a part of the genre, you have to at least still respect them for at least being a giant influence, because without Rage Against the Machine, nu metal probably wouldn't even exist.
Probably.
And that's the other thing. Half of these bands are basically just Rage Against the Machine clones. Like, they're either Rage Against the Machine clones or Korn clones. Like, that's basically what it boils down to. And honestly, again, it's just bizarre that people just don't count them because I don't know. I guess this is just how the world works. So
yeah.
I can't even fucking find them on the list. I'm like going blind.
just try to zoom in, and then they should be the guys like Zach De La Rocha should be the guy in the red next to a blue, like a guy wearing blue.
Yep.
So
I think the bands were organized.
They'll be to the left of Rammstein. They'll be left to Rammstein.
Okay, found them. Thank you.
You're
all
welcome.
right, who wants to talk about them?
I'm putting them in C tier.
What?
Really?
Yeah. I don't like Rage Against the Machine. I've told Izzy this several times. I'm not a Rage fan. I respect them. I do. I have an unyielding amount of respect for Zach De La Rocha. I like his voice. I like his style. I like almost everything that he's featured on, but I don't like Rage Against the Machine's solo work. As a band.
Okay.
What do you mean solo work?
As Rage Against the Machine. I like Zach De La Rocha and other people's stuff.
You just disrespected me. The disrespect that you and Izzy give me. God.
What can I say? Like, I once again, they're C tier. It's not like
But
it's not
that's
like
still
I'm
lower-
gonna put
that's
them
still
any
like
lower.
That's still like halfway down.
Yeah, but C is like perfectly middle, and I will say they're the top of C tier for me. So it's not like they're bad or anything.
That's a little bit respectable, but it should be at least a B.
The reason they're just under B is because, like, once again, if I'm gonna sit down and listen to a new metal band, it's probably not gonna be Rage Against the Machine.
No, they're the one. I argue with that because they're the one band I would listen to.
They're the only band Dave listens to.
They're not the only. Where were
Yeah,
you
they're
when I
funny,
talked
right?
about Fall Out Boy?
Oh God, probably. I don't know, falling out of something.
All right. Anyways, now since Shino ruined my heart, Austin, how do you feel about these guys?
Well, for one, this is an interesting start to the stream. I love it already. But I put them in S personally for me. Because, I mean, yeah, I like Zach Rocha. LaRocha's, that's how you say his last name, right?
Yeah,
La Rocha.
Zach De La Rocha.
De La Rocha. Rocha. But Zach, the man, there.
Big
I like his rap style. I like, I love their stuff. Of course, Bulls on Parade was one of the first things I heard. And my favorite guitarist, guitarist I've heard, is Tom Morello. I absolutely love Tom Morello's guitar style. So that's one of the things that got me hooked on playing guitar. And of course, another fond memory, or another song I think fondly on is Guerrilla Radio. Because as a playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, and as growing up, skateboarding, that was my jam to skateboard too. So S tier for me easily. Again, just great vocals, great instrumentals. Hell yeah, Tom Morello.
All right, Izzy.
I am also going to put them in S tier. No, yeah, like you guys pretty much took the words right out of my mouth. I think Zach De La Rocha is a phenomenal vocalist, one of my favorite vocalists, not just in metal, but just ever. Tom Morello, he's not my favorite guitarist, but he is a very talented axeman, and I greatly admire his style of playing. And honestly, like Rage, they're one of the few bands that I personally can say have never put out a bad album. Like even their covers album was amazing, and obviously they're self-titled and Evil Empire, Battle of Los Angeles, all phenomenal albums in their own way. And yeah, I have a great deal of respect for not just Zach De La Rocha, but the band in general for like the activism that they've done throughout the years and the messages that they've been conveying through their music. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
How do you feel about me opening your eyes about the fact that you used to say that they weren't a part of the genre? Because you used to think they weren't for whatever reason.
No, like I didn't say they. I said they weren't new metal. I used to consider them to be like more rap rock. But no, yeah. After Dave showed me the way, they're definitely.
Again, listen to their deep cuts. Fistful of Steel and Settle for Nothing. That sounds straight up like what Korn would do, like 2 years later after that album came out.
Yeah.
Like, it just kind of bothers me that people don't count them because it's weird. But
Might I add one more thing real quick because I forgot to mention this. The rap style is very unique. That's all I wanted to add. We'll get more onto that uniqueness later with some other rap rock, like rapping sort of new metal stuff. But that's all I want to add.
Yeah. Sorry, Shino. 3-1. We win.
It's fine.
I respect Shino's opinion.
That being said, though, this is the best of the best that will ever be. So if we're already at the best, then it goes down for hill from here.
That's true.
So, all right. So, and just to kind of continue that sort of theme, I kind of wanted to talk about a lesser known band, but very similar. 1 Minute Silence. So these guys come from the UK and from Ireland or whatever. And they're basically just, and this goes on to continue my point about, oh, this is just another Rage Against the Machine clone. These guys are basically just British/Irish Rage Against the Machine. Like, available in all colors, which is their debut. It literally just sounds like, the guitar work literally just sounds like Tom Morello's. Like, and granted, you know, I will admit this, they're not the best band in the world, but I can at least respect them for being at least a little bit different in the sense that, like, they really exemplified the groove sounds a little bit more, and I think the rap vocals actually fucking slap on this one, surprisingly enough. So, like, you would think that, like, a lesser known band would be like, oh, they're, like, really bad, but no, whoever, I forget his name, but he has a pretty good, surprisingly decent rap style for a new metal band. Again, we'll get into some bad ones later, but honestly, I would put them in like a low A. I don't think I would say that like they're the amazing, that's why they're at the bottom of A, but I would say that they're definitely way better than they have any right to be, especially Available in All Colors, which is the album that they were really known for in the late 90s. Mm-hmm. Like, especially with the songs that came out of the Twisted Metal 4 soundtrack, because that's where they got big from. So
yeah,
and I don't know, they just kind of, again, it just goes with that whole idea of, like, you know, they're good, not amazing, but for new metal they are way better than they have any right to be. And you're being a bad influence right now.
I know.
I'm gonna agree with you, Dave, on this one, actually. Oh. Yeah. I've only heard Available in All Colors because I'm not a huge new metal person. Mm-hmm. I've listened to a lot of it, but I don't ever deep dive a lot of these bands. But I really liked that record. I think I got to go back and think about where I placed it, because I had I rank almost every album I listen to, and I think I give it a 7 out of 10, which is, you know,
that's pretty good.
Pretty good. My biggest complaint is the fact that they have a song called Nor Fucking Malady, and that is really fucking lame.
Oh,
that's
not the lamest name on this fucking list. I can give you 10 worse names on this list.
Yeah, but that's so goofy. But I think they had one song in there. It's like the third or fourth track, Stuck Between a Rock and a White Face. The beginning of that song with that fucking almost banjo sounding ass guitar is really sick. I just like that. I like that record a lot. Mm-hmm. And judging just on that record alone, I'm gonna put them in A tier. Mm-hmm. Maybe low A, maybe B if I find another band that kicks them down a peg. But
yeah,
I like them though.
Who wants to talk about them next?
Next. So I put them in C, but it's a very, very high C, like just under B. The only reason I put them in C is I do like some of their music, but for me, I felt like they were just a little bit too similar to Rage Against the Machine in some ways, and like at that point, I'd much rather just be listening to Rage. You know? That's fair. But that being said, Available in All Colors, I do think was a solid album, and they do have some solid bangers. They're not like an identical Rage Against the Machine clone, like Dave said. They do kind of do their own thing, and I respect them for that, which is why I put them in like a really high C as opposed to like lower down. Mm-hmm. So they're alright. I'd probably give them like a strong 6, maybe a light 7 in terms of like an actual ranking. But yeah, it's really not for me.
For me, I'd put them in B, and the reason I did, because for those of you who don't know, usually when we're doing research for this, they'll get some samples of like songs.
I make
it.
like a full playlist
then
on Spotify for like private reasons, and we basically just look at the bands from there. So
yeah, and so the song I was "Remain Calm," because I put them because I could definitely The reason I put it is like I can, because there's some it's pretty screamy in that song. Sure, but I can understand most of it. But what's with what the person was saying, which with how fast the song was fucking going on the lyrics, it's very impressive. So I was like, okay, hell yeah, I can definitely give these guys a B. But so like, because that's the one thing I rank about a bunch of these, especially if they're doing screamy stuff, is the articulation and clarity of the words. So I definitely have to give them the B, give them the props. And really, there's nothing else for me to add on that one.
Which, speaking of you, Austin, you get to choose the next two bands.
Well, heck yeah. So I'm gonna get someone that I had believe I had put them on S tier before, which was Spoken.
Oh no!
Now, what I put them on this time, let me find them. There we go. Was I did put them in a very low B high C sort of range, and now I'm going to explain my reasoning, of course. So I had put them on an S before last time.
A huge mistake.
But, yeah,
a huge mistake.
Like, I don't mind the vocals as much still, but what I put in notes is that there are parts of the mix that don't hit right. Like, there's a lyric, and I will break these chains that bind my spirit. It sounded awkward towards the end of the line. Like, it sounded very awkward with the mix.
Yeah, it's so bad.
The instruments and mix had... like, the song definitely... I feel like the song had potential to be absolutely badass sounding, but there's just parts that I think it had potential. But I think if the vocals were, tiny bit better, and then the mixing was just a lot better, it'd be a really damn good song. But I don't know, it just was awkward to... Just... their music's just very awkward to me in mixing, so I had to give them a low B.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna put them in F. So
that's fair.
And here's the thing. So this is one oh shoot. Oh, okay, you already messed up things, Izzy. This is why I told you to keep the camera on, because it's like you already screwed up the camera placements.
Yeah, my camera I don't know why, but for some reason my camera just likes to turn itself off sometimes. That's another reason why I just
okay. Anyways, so I actually want to make this caveat. I've made this caveat before, including the previous tier list that we made. If you're someone who's religious or is Christian or whatever, that is fine. I am not knocking you on that. That being said, I just get really annoyed when it comes to Christian bands, because this is one of the Christian bands on this list, and I just really, really don't like that sort of like messaging, especially since some of the songs that they've made kind of lean heavily to more of an evangelical sort of stuff, which pisses me off personally. But also, this he doesn't know how to sing for shit for this band, because he's like, and I kid you not, he's like this, break these chains upon me, take this away to me. Like, that's literally what he sounds like in like many of the songs that he's on, and it makes me cringe inside. Like, I hate it so much. Like, it's just bad vocalship, and that really ruins this band. Like, even besides the Christian stuff, even that, they're still bad because of that. So that's all I got to say about them.
In D, I put them in low D. I don't care about the messaging. I think there are plenty of Christian bands that, despite being Christian bands, do totally fine. Like, there's this band called what are they? Red. Red is pretty fire.
Yeah.
And like, every now and again they throw a couple messages in there, but like, step back. Like, if I played some of their music for you and didn't tell you they were a Christian band, you probably wouldn't know. I like Christian bands who do shit like that. You can't really tell, but if you talk to them and said, "Hey, tell me about God," they could sit down and do that for you.
Yeah, like that's the thing a lot of people don't get. That there is a big difference between a Christian band or Christians that are in a band.
Yeah, I get that. It's just, for me, whenever that crosses over, it just really just makes me...
Yeah.
So.
Welcome to the Christian dubstep stream. But yeah, I put them in D, and I'm gonna let you know right now, it's exclusively because of their fucking ass production quality and his terrible voice. Their production sounds awful. I have made guitar music recently. I started fiddling with guitars and shit, and mine sounds better than theirs. Mine does. I don't even know how to play guitar, and it sounds better than that. I don't have a great voice. I'm like a 4 out of 10 vocalist. This guy's like a 2 out of 10. And he has like training to some degree. It's bad. That's really bad. No excuse. But I can't put them in F. I'm reserving F for just a couple of bands, and I won't spoil them.
Well, you already spoiled one of them, but that's fine. Izzy,
well,
how do you feel about
Spoken? One of them. It has to be there.
So,
Izzy.
I was getting a drink. I was getting a drink when Austin picked the band. So which band are we talking about?
Spoken.
We're talking about Spoken.
Spoken, yeah. Okay, let me double check my tier list to see where I put them.
You put them in F last time. I don't know if that's changed.
I put them, I put them in like a really, really low C. Like, I put them in like the reason I have them in C is because like they have their fair share of songs that I can kind of vibe with. Like a really small handful of songs that are like. If you agree that the vocalist sounds like ass and their production quality isn't bad and the vocalist sounds like ass, but I mean, I listen to black metal, so that kind of stuff doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, okay, you know what? As someone who also listens to black metal, it all sounds like it got recorded on a fucking cassette tape and then played back through a cell phone speaker into a fucking, like, Xbox 360 microphone, so I kind of have no room to talk about poor production quality. But it feels like these people want to sound good, and they just don't.
Yeah, that's fair. Whereas with black metal, the purpose of it is to sound bad, at least in the early days.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, the production quality didn't really bother me so much, and like the vocalist is terrible, but I can look past a mediocre vocal performance if the instrumental and lyrical content is good enough. Like with King Diamond, for example. I don't even really think that King Diamond is that good of a vocalist. His voice annoys the fuck out of me. But I still like it because I think he's a remarkable storyteller, and their music still sounds pleasant to me to listen to. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say.
All right. You can choose the next band, but I do want to say I do want to make sure that we get through this a little bit faster. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can I shred you-know-who, please? Can I do it? You
save them for a little bit later. I want to get some lesser known bands down first. So
I will. So I'm just gonna Russian roulette this. All right. So the band I'm gonna choose is Manga.
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and choose Manga. So Manga, I ended up. Let me see if I can find them on here. Yep, there they are. I ended up putting them in C because my reasoning, of course. So. I love the instruments. Like, from the song that was in the list, I absolutely loved the instruments. I thought they were impressive. For me, I thought the vocals didn't fit in and were just very out of place when I listened to them. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I just feel like the vocals didn't match the tone and, like, the instrumentals. I don't know.
I mean,
there's just something that was very off about it that I just did not like at all. Like, I actually really did not like it at all. So that's why I had to put them in C. If it weren't for the instruments and me liking them, I would have put them in D. But I just love...
That's a bit low.
Yeah. But the instruments were enough to impress me, put them in C. But I do not care for the vocalists in Manga.
Yeah.
One bit.
I'll just say this. These guys are basically just Turkish Linkin Park. So, like...
That's my biggest reason why I put them so high.
Yeah, I was about to say I put them in A. So.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I knew they were Turkish, but I don't know. There's just something about I really don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, no, they're basically Turkish Linkin Park, but they do it well enough to where it's like, yeah, they get a pass. Like, I mean, especially like their first two albums, they're pretty good for the most part. Like, especially, I keep forgetting the name of the fifth song off their second album. That song fucking slaps. And also their most well-known song. Sorry, I don't speak Turkish, so I can't really remember the name of the songs personally, but like, it's such a good like sort of like fusion of like a lot of those electronic style of like sounds. Which, by the way, we forgot to do this. Rage Against the Machine rap rock, 1 Minute Silence rap rock, spoken, punk, manga, kind of electronic and prog at the same time. And I think they do a good enough fusion. They're not the most amazing in the world, but they do their craft well enough. So
yeah, I put them in low B because like Austin said, I love the instrumentation. I love that kind of proggy style that they go with, just because I love prog music just in general. I can agree that the vocals are kind of wacky sometimes, but I actually think that works to their benefit, because I don't know. I like vocalists who have an unorthodox style of singing, or like an experimental type of singing. It's always intriguing to me. And just again, I'm a huge Linkin Park fan. So like, I know I was kind of giving crap to that other band earlier for sounding too much like Rage Against the Machine, so this might come off as a little hypocritical.
Hypocrite.
It wasn't really the fact that they're basically just Turkish Linkin Park wasn't really a turn off for me.
Here's my take on this band. I'm gonna say that part of the reason why the vocals sound funny is because they're fucking Turkish. So I can't really personally hold that against them.
Yeah,
I like their instrumentation a lot. I like the vocal styling, even though I can't understand 90% of it. But it still sounds good. You don't need to understand music to like it.
Oh yeah,
yeah. People like Rammstein, and they
hip-hop.
get like fucking millions of listeners on Spotify. So
like I personally, I know you don't listen to a lot of hip hop, Dave. I don't know about you.
I do.
I listen to a ton of hip hop. I listen to I think more music than the three of you combined, maybe. Just because I'll listen to anything.
Yeah.
One of my favorite musicians, two actually, my favorite hip hop musicians are French, and I can't understand a damn word they're saying ever, because they're French. I love it. I love them so much, and it's all carried by their flow and their instrumentation and the emotion you hear in their voice.
Yep. It's the same for me. One of my favorites is a Japanese rapper artist. And I did take in again manga, because I had mentioned this to people like Deftones and Spoken. It could be a thing where I had to listen to more of their music and I can get behind it, because I'm definitely not going to rule them out. But I did take into consideration the different language stuff, and even then, there's just something. Yeah, I'll have to listen to more eventually.
all right,
Remind me after the stream, and I'll send you my Japanese hip hop playlist.
all right.
Okay.
As I think the stream knows, I am Japanese, so
Yeah.
it's very fire.
All right. You get to choose 2 bands now.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Okay. I'm going to choose a weird one, and then I'm going to choose one that we all like that I placed a little weird.
Okay.
First, I'm going to pick Hacktivist.
Okay.
I put them in B. And the reason they're not higher is because I like their vocals and I like their instrumentation. But if you go listen to them, just like one after another, a lot of their songs sound the exact same. And that gets a little annoying. But I think for a solid one-off, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
If I'm just going to throw them into a playlist, they're pretty up there.
Austin, you want to? Oh, Izzy.
Yep. Oh, yep.
Izzy can go first.
All right. I also put them in B for actually pretty much the same reason. Actually, like the instrumentation was one of the biggest things that drew me into them. Kind of that more really low, down-tuned, distorted, almost kind of genty sounding guitars. I love that kind of stuff. And like the fact that all of their songs sound the same, like it's the same thing with one of the other bands that I put on this list that I know Dave is going to give me crap for.
Oh no.
They are kind of a one-trick pony, but like that
The trick is a good trick.
They're good at performing
That's
that
fair.
trick, so I don't care. Yeah.
Another thing I like about their instrumentation is that they use a lot of electronic sounds, and they make it a lot more like... It sounds a lot more like experimental hip-hop than it does nu metal or just straight rap, and I like that a lot. I like any band that can blend something like that or push a musical boundary, a genre boundary. I really dig it.
Yeah, I just personally added it to the list because their first album and parts of their second album, which released obviously after the fact that we did our previous take, has a lot of those like grooves, and since they're like rap anyways, and they have a lot of those genty style of sounds, they qualify. That being said, in terms of my placement, I remember I put them in S tier. I think in retrospect, I would probably put them in a B, especially since they put out some more material, and it does pretty much sound kind of samey. Though, to be fair, in terms of one-trick pony bands, there's worse out there. So,
Yeah.
9-0
for me. I put them in A personally, just because, of course, False Idols is the only song I've heard. That's the song that's on the list. But as someone who's listened to a lot more rap and hip hop recently, because admittedly I wanted to try and step into like the regular and nerdcore style of rap, so I like to judge flow, and I thought the flow of the song was absolutely insane. It was a very insane flow. The vocals were top notch, and the instruments go way fucking hard, and I absolutely loved it. So that was an easy A tier for me on that one.
Sweet. And my second band is Korn.
Oh, we're already going to them. Okay.
Obviously, because I love Korn. But I put them in A. They don't get an S from me. And they would have gotten an S in 2014. After that, I can't bring myself to do it. All their new material sucks.
Yeah, okay. I actually do want to get a little bit more in depth with the Korn, because I'm literally wearing a Korn shirt, so it seems like I have to defend them a little bit. I will just say, what?
Old Korn is awesome.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, self-titled, Life is Peachy, Follow the Leader, and Issues. Those are like pretty solid albums. I mean, it's literally the shirt I'm wearing. However, I will just kind of say this: even some of the songs that they've made back in the 90s haven't aged the best, like All in the Family. And the song that literally is the FA word that I don't want to say for obvious reasons, and Adidas, like they have like kind of aged, like some of those songs have pretty much aged poorly. And also, I'm not the biggest fan of Path of Totality. I think that album is just not very good. That being said, I don't mind their new material. I actually really liked the Nothing personally. And I know some people would probably say, oh, they're like a C tier band, but in terms of being one of the earliest bands, in my opinion, they're not the first, but they're amongst one of the first. That's why Rage Against the Machine's on the list. They at least, they at least deserve. They've done more good than bad, so I agree. I am gonna put them in an A tier. They're not the best. Let's just be real here, because they have made their cringe. But at the end of the day, they have done more good than bad, and I do see why some people would consider them to be a part of like one of the big four, even though I personally say there's a big six. Actually, well, big five. Yeah, big six, but whatever. So,
I also ended up putting them in A for pretty much the same reason. I think their older material is definitely much stronger than the newer material. Path of Totality. There are two songs on Path of Totality that I really, really like, and that's Narcissistic Cannibal and Get Up. Those two songs are fire. All the other songs are, like, kind of mid at best.
Ooh.
And, like, I thought the Nothing was alright. Their Untitled album, I think, is personally their worst. And their newest album, I thought was kind of a flop as well. Like, it's like a third of a good album, if that makes sense.
No, I get you.
But yeah, I also put them in a mid A.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this.
Sorry,
last month, me and Izzy actually went to see Korn live, and I will say this: they did their damn best when it comes to being able to like perform. It just sucks that the crowd didn't do a single damn thing.
Yeah, the crowd didn't really interact very much, but they do have a phenomenal stage presence.
Yeah, they actually do. They actually had pretty good. Like, I heard they had good live shows, and I can confirm that they actually have a pretty decent live show. So
yeah,
especially since that was the first concert, like second concert I've ever been to. First one being Fall Out Boy, but that's a discussion for later. So
yeah,
this was the first concert that I had been to since the pandemic.
So
Nice.
I wanna pull back as well. Sorry to interrupt you. I know we got to get to you, but
You're good.
I actually really liked Path of Totality. It isn't a great rock record, and it's also not a great EDM record. But I like it for that reason. Dubstep is EDM. That's just a broad term for any electronic genre.
Yeah.
But, it's not a phenomenal EDM record, not a great rock record, not a great Korn record, but it is so fucking fun. Like, if you sit that on it while you're playing, like, I don't know, play Halo or something, that's a really fun soundtrack to listen to.
I will just say this about that: the song "Get Up," I ironically enjoy.
I think Get Up is fire. I think the whole everything is fun. But I'm gonna say that I think "See You on the Other Side" might be my favorite Korn record.
Austin.
Yeah, I mean, you all pretty much said everything. I mean, I put them in A. Y'all pretty much said everything. Like, I don't listen to them a whole lot myself at all. I really don't listen to them at all. But I can understand why people who listen to them like them, because I think they're good for their genre. I definitely think so. I mean, their vocals, top tier, what you want from a good band. The instruments really good. Their instruments are really good. Yes, I see the Korn shirt and the chain wallet.
I was about to say they may not have been the first nu metal band, but they were the first band that kind of introduced the horror / goth look to the genre.
Yeah,
so I loved Davis's vocal style. I love that kind of nervous energy that he has with his vocals. It's just it's so good sounding to me.
He always sounds like he's on the verge of a panic attack, and I really dig it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on drugs for a long time, so...
Yeah, and that's awesome. Yeah. More drugs.
Well, they're not the only band on here we have to talk about when it comes to drugs, so... All right. Izzy, your picks.
Oh, it's my turn. All right. So I'm going to come out strong. I know Dave and I are definitely going to have words about this one.
Oh, no.
But for my first band, I'm going to go with Breaking Benjamin.
Oh, no.
So, Breaking Benjamin, they're another one of those bands, kind of like Hacktivist, where they definitely are a one-trick pony. Like, if you go and listen to basically, and like, their albums, like their newer albums from like Dark Before Dawn onwards are kind of different stylistically from their other ones, but they're still like basically the same. But like, again, the trick that they pull is good enough to me, at least, that I don't really mind. And Benjamin Burnley, I really like his voice. I think he has a very powerful... His voice is very good. I think it suits the type of music that they make very well. And also, I love the way it sounds. I think he genuinely has like one of the most beautiful sounding voices I've ever heard. And I ended up putting them in low A.
I gotta protest that bullshit that you just said. No. I don't accept that at all.
Well, before you start, Izzy, I also put them in A. So,
Jesus.
Haha, you thought it was going to be a 3-on-1. Joke's on you. It was a...
You want to get timed out?
You probably do it anyway for some reason. But, no. So I personally do like Breaking Benjamin style. I think the vocals are very nice. Yeah, they are definitely a one-trick pony, which is why I'm not like, oh, high A or mid A, because they're a low A, at the worst, a mid B. Because yeah, they're a one-trick pony.
Yeah,
I personally like their sound.
They're probably like a mid to low B.
Yeah, and I've never really had any issue with listening to Breaking Benjamin. I have no problem with listening to them. But now that the two A's have gone out of the way, let's listen to the two low grades.
I will say, to backtrack just a little bit, I apologize, but
you're good.
I will say their newest album, Ember, kind of like as a whole album, it's bad, but like some of the singles on it, I think are amazing. Like Red Cold River, Feed the Wolf, those are like two of my favorite songs by them actually. But like overall, like as an album, not great. Honestly, I'd probably go as far as to call it their worst.
Shino, you want to go first? Because I got a full.
I got Breaking Benjamin in middle B tier.
Oh
yeah, I don't like Breaking Benjamin personally, not a fan. But I saw them live and they had really great energy, and like their live performance was a lot better than the stuff I heard recorded. and I liked it. I had fun, even though I actually, Izzy, I don't know if you recall, but I was reading a book during their show.
Remember. Yes, this was at a concert that the two of us were at a couple years ago. It was them, Bullet for My Valentine, and A7X.
Yeah, I was reading a book.
I also want to say hi to Virgo in chat. Hello.
Yeah, welcome to the chat.
Virgo, that's my one of my girlfriends.
Oh, nice. Hello.
Welcome. Hi, babe. But I liked their I liked their live show. I have never been able to sit through an entire Breaking Benjamin record. If Izzy and I were driving around before I moved down here, he was like, "Can I listen to this Breaking Benjamin song?" I'm like, "You know the rule. You only get one Breaking Benjamin song per car ride." Because I don't like them very much, but I don't think they're deserving of anything really lower than a B, maybe a high C. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to move them to high C because I don't like them that much.
Okay.
Having a good live performance doesn't make up for not being a great band overall to me.
Yeah.
And again, it's that one-trick pony thing where they've got one trick and it's not terrible, but I'd also rather listen to any other band.
Yeah, can I
go. Let Dave rip the Band-Aid off. Let him go. Let him do it.
Yeah.
You can see the tears welling in his eyes.
Before you start, Dave, it won't take long.
Okay. So honestly, sorry. I thought. Okay, sorry. What'd you say?
No. I was just gonna say. I really like Benjamin Burnley, the vocalist, just as a person. I think he's probably he's one of the nicest dudes that I've seen, especially in some of this genre. And there's one specific story from them that I really like. Where back when the first Battlefront remake came out, EA tried to pay him to make a positive review of the game, and he publicly came out and called them out and was like, "No, fuck you, fuck your game. I'm not doing this."
Okay, I will at least respect him for that because that game was pretty bad.
Anyways, go ahead, Dave.
But that being said, I'm sorry, but you guys are being way too nice to this band. Because here's the thing. Yes, obviously we've talked about, they're just a one-trick pony, but I think you guys are underestimating that these guys are in fact a one-trick pony, and that one trick is beaten like a dead horse. It is so just so
is the rest of nu metal.
No, but here's the thing. All the songs sound the exact same. It doesn't matter if it's Saturate or Phobia or even Ember. A lot of it just sounds the exact same. And I'm sorry, but Benjamin Burling having a good voice. Have you heard their first two albums where he's like, it's so bad.
Trivium? Matt Heafy from Trivium, he used to sound like garbage. But as the years went on and he was kind of able to hone his vocal skills a little bit more, he got better.
No, he didn't! Diary of Jane, where he's like, something getting away. Something.
He did not sound like that.
He does sound like that, motherfucker.
Kind of does.
He didn't get better. And honestly,
he got a little better, but not much better.
But and also I think this just sort of I have to really mention this because I think I was honestly, and this is going to be, I know this is a hot take for all three of y'all, but honestly, I'm starting to feel like I was kind of too nice to these guys because I put them in a C, in the previous tier lists that we've done with them. But honestly, their music has kind of a lot of it, especially when you read these lyrics, because I'm sorry, Izzy, I have to rip the Band-Aid off one of your favorite songs, Unknown Fucking Soldier. I'm reading this line by line. Borderline, dead inside, I don't mind, falling to pieces, count me in, violent, let's begin, feeding the sickness? What the fuck does that even mean? You quoted this as being one of your favorite songs. I call bullshit in terms of lyrical quality. Because yes,
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't remember saying that because my favorite Breaking Benjamin
specifically
song
the first fucking tier list, you list Unknown Soldier as one of their great fucking songs, and I instantly knew that was bullshit. So, but my point is that honestly, their and here's the thing. Even if Benjamin Burley might seem like he's a good guy, that doesn't make the music itself good. And honestly, in terms of their music, I'm sorry, I was way too nice to them. I'm gonna put them in a fucking D. Like,
I'm amazed you had them in C tier. I thought for sure you were throwing them right in F.
Mhm.
Okay, here's the thing.
Look at you and
I
know
will
you
say
take
this: So Cold is okay, and they have a few other songs that are okay. And in terms of One Trick Ponies, they're not the worst. But man, I can't be forgiving with those like lyrics. Those are dog shit lyrics.
How do you feel about Blow Me Away?
It's not good.
Wow. Okay.
Again, I use my overwrite card, therefore they are a D.
I'm gonna put in my big boy vote.
Anyways,
Alright,
what's your next band?
Next band. All right. I kind of already teased this before at the beginning of the stream, so we should probably talk about it now. Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, they're not good.
Yeah, they're not good. The only reason why I put them in D instead of F, I will say it's a very low D, like just above F.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Bottom of D?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're at like the bottom of D. And the only reason they're there is because they do
Thank you, Virgo,
have
for following me.
some songs that I actually really like Break Stuff. I don't care what you say, Dave. Break Stuff is a fucking banger. I love that song. And like,
that's really sad.
I think Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water is a decent new metal album.
No,
like
it's
amazing.
not. You're lying.
Are you serious?
You are on crack.
You're a liar. You're lying to yourself.
There's that 3v1.
There's no way that you think
you guys can rip into me now.
you're not allowed to think that's good. You're muted. Get out.
Yeah, I'm muting him. I muted him.
Come back.
What a fucking awful record. What a terrible band. Terrible people. God, the only people who like Limp Bizkit are fucking garbage.
Okay, can I at least say one thing? This is the only good thing that came out of Limp Bizkit.
All the terrible wrestling games.
Wes Borland.
Uh-huh.
His solo stuff is actually kind of okay, but he's in the wrong band because Fred Durst is one of the worst vocalists of all time, and the fact that he still has Defenders is actually kind of sad. Because I saw a bunch of people praise their most recent album that came out last year, like a couple months ago. It's still like at best a 4 out of 10. Like, it's bad. Like, don't listen to it. And even if some people think that their first album is the best, again, it's still only an average album because Significant Other has aged like sour milk. Chocolate Starfish is just objectively bad, and results may vary. That's not music. That's not music at all. So and again, I think I was too kind to them last time because I did put them in a D specifically because of Wes Borland, but objectively speaking, they are pretty bad. They're going in F. They're going in F.
I actually, so you know what? Actually, I'll go last on this one.
Okay. So, I mean, is there really anything I could add to that? Is there really anything? Wes Oberlin is pretty dang good. I do think he's pretty cool, good. But Wes Borland, again, he's in the wrong band, like you said, because he don't deserve to be an F tier band. Anyway, go on, Shino.
Agree with the guitarist pick. I made a new tier in my list underneath F called Limp Bizkit, and I put them in it because they are that bad. I don't think I think the F tier bands on this list deserve to be recognized as not being as bad as Limp Bizkit.
Oh, there's some bands I think are worse than Limp Bizkit. Surprisingly,
Yeah, there's one in particular I hate more than Limp Bizkit, and I can't wait to tear into them eventually.
I don't know, man. Just go back and really think about the fact that Limp Bizkit exists, and I think you'll change your mind after you think about it for too long.
I did think about it, and
Just
there's bands
imagine
that are
Fred
basically
Durst's big,
just Limp
stupid
Bizkit.
face.
What?
Just imagine his stupid fucking face looking at you, going, "Oh God, I'm gonna puke thinking about Fred Durst."
Yeah, Fred Durst is a kind of a douchebag.
What an awful person! What a terrible name! What an awful band! Everything about them makes me sad.
Also, Limp Bizkit. That's just a dumb name.
It's a disgusting name. Do you know what it is?
It stands for weak cookie, and that is basically, yeah.
No.
Well, I know the exact meaning, but I don't want to be Monka TOS.
Okay, yeah, that I guess that is a TOS thing. Oh God, dude, fuck, that's so.
And
gross.
also, can we at least thank Tom Morello for at least saying that he apologized that he created Limp Bizkit.
Yes.
So, because they're just. I hate to compare them to Rage Against the Machine, but they're basically if Rage Against the Machine basically had no redeeming values at all. That's basically what they are, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Austin.
I'm just
I don't think you put
depressed
a
now.
ranking.
What?
I don't think you put a ranking.
F, obviously.
Okay, good. Don't be like Izzy. Don't defend break stuff.
Yeah. If
And don't defend rolling. I feel like you're gonna say that.
I'm not gonna defend rolling.
Okay.
I'm not. That's it. If it were just based on Wes Borland, I'd put them in D. But Fred Durst is no.
The other members aren't even that good either. I'm sorry, they're just not.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
care about the other members at
Sucks.
all. You got the good member, you got the bad member, you got the who cares.
All right, I think it's my turn. So,
It's sad. Fuck.
all right.
Breaking Benjamin and Limp Bizkit just made me sad.
Why'd you put them in C then?
Well, it's not. It's talking about them that makes me sad,
Yeah,
and mostly it's Limp Bizkit.
yeah. Wouldn't it be Shino's second pick? Because I thought Shino's first pick was Limp, and then
No. I did Korn and Hacktivist.
okay.
Yeah, it's my turn next. So, all
Okay.
right. Actually, okay. Should I talk about another good or bad band?
Wait, we gotta unmute Izzy.
Yeah, we're gonna unmute. I'm gonna unmute him. All right.
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up.
You just posted cringe.
You just earned yourself a ban, mister.
Anyways,
Izzy, you've won my heart.
should I go for another good band, med band, or bad band?
Let's do a good and a bad.
Okay. How
Good
do we
first,
feel
then
about Glassjaw?
Glassjaw?
I like Glassjaw.
Let me see what I put in my notes.
So, they're okay. People might be kind of like questioning right now because they might not initially think that they count. But if you really go back into their debut and even a lot of the deep cuts on their second album, they have a lot of those like exemplified grooves with that punk style, and they actually do count. It is weird that some people count them as an emo band as well, but I digress. But honestly, I would put them in like at least an A for sure, maybe even S, because I actually really, really liked their debut. And Cosmopolitan Blood Loss, I think that song's amazing. Moo Empire as well. Just that whole second album, Worship and Tribute, is just a phenomenal record. And I just generally think that in terms of being a post-hardcore nu metal band, they actually have some pretty sick instrumentals and pretty good riffs, as well as some good vocal and lyrical delivery. And I think that overall, they're pretty. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna put them in S. So it is what it is. Before you guys say anything, I have noticed that there are a few comments. Hey, Lunaria, welcome back to the stream.
Hey, babe.
Yeah. Hello.
It's my other girlfriend.
All right, who wants to talk about Glassjaw?
Me. I like Glassjaw a lot. I put them in S.
Mm-hmm.
I think Fuck, what was it? Material Control. I think that's a fire record. I like it a lot. I like the album cover. That's what drew me to it. And like, obviously, it's not a great record, but if I just sat down and wanted to listen to a record in this genre, I think I would probably throw on Material Control, just because I think it's fire.
Mm-hmm.
I like Glassjaw a lot. I like their artistry, and I like their aesthetic direction that they take with a lot of their stuff. Because aestheticism plays a lot into a band and their music for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I looking at the art for their music makes me like it more. I like them a lot. They're actually like number 2 in my S tier right now.
Actually, same. So,
Izzy, do you want to go first?
Yeah,
oh
I'll go.
no, I already know Austin's position.
Yeah, I'll go first. I put them in A. The only reason I put them in A is because, like, I think that some of their more new metal material I think is kind of inferior to some of their more post-hardcore stuff, but I will admit,
Well, it kind of
I'm
blends.
a little bit biased towards that other genre. So it is mostly just personal taste that's factoring into that. But yes, they are still a phenomenal band. I love the artistry and the aestheticism of their music, like Shino was saying. Their vocalist is incredible. He's not one of my favorites personally, but no, yeah, I still have a great deal of respect for him as a vocalist.
Mm-hmm.
And no, yeah, like all of their songs that I've heard, at least, I'm not familiar with their entire discography, but yeah, all the songs that I've heard, they all fucking slap. Like I have yet to hear a truly terrible song from them. So yeah, definitely high A.
All right,
Okay.
Austin,
Yeah.
is this a C tier
Hold
for
on.
you?
I have to interrupt. Sorry, something completely unrelated to this tier list. You might have to ban my girlfriends from chat.
Yeah,
Read what they just fucking said.
yeah, I see.
So I know Ayla's joking. Val, I swear to God, if you actually like Attila, we're breaking up.
My
Oh,
God.
no.
I'm breaking up with you on stream over Attila.
Oh.
I'll leave you right now, dead ass.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Glassjaw. See, Rocketeer. That's tame compared to my notes here. Let me just. I'm so. For those of you who might, most of you probably guessed, I have notes I'm reading off. Yeah, I put when I listen to songs. Glassjaw C tier, exact word for word what I put. No consistency at all, and motherfucker sounds like the Tasmanian devil at times, sounds whiny at other times, a little bit of good vocals at times, but not enough for me to rank them higher. Cosmopolitan Blood Loss is a good song, though. I did, because, Dave, I know you recommended me that after, I think I talked to you about
that song
a
so
bit.
much.
It is actually a good song. I do like it.
But why'd you put them in C, though? Tasmanian devil? Bullshit.
Yeah, guys, at times the song on the list sounds like or whatever the fuck the Tasmanian devil
And
sounds
yet
like.
Breaking Benjamin doesn't sound like he's gargling up his own fucking mouth.
No! He didn't!
Yes, he did.
Did
Whatever I fucking heard didn't.
You're sure we've been listening to the same band?
I don't know anymore. I feel like I'm sucked in some alternate reality.
All right.
this
Well,
point.
since the band in question since someone mentioned it in chat, I'm gonna ruin their life right now. Attila is F tier.
Attila is fucking ass. Negative F tier. I actually might put Attila in Limp Bizkit tier. Actually, no, I am putting Attila in Limp Bizkit tier. Fuck this band. They suck. I hate them.
They're bad. I'm actually kind of sad that I had to count them because their most recent album, it counts. And apparently they made at least 3 other albums that count, and it makes me sad that I had to add them because they're bad. They're really bad. Vocals are a piece of shit. Vocals are just bad. Instrumentals
People
are just
who like them are
generic
awful.
ever. Like, it's bad. Go watch our metalcore/post-hardcore tier list for if you want to know more about my opinion, because my opinion hasn't changed since. They're bad.
I don't even need to say anything about my opinion. I just threatened to break up with my girlfriend about them. That's how you know they're bad. Obviously, I wouldn't, babe. I love you, but still, if you like Attila, I'm gonna have some words to say to you.
You're gonna have a long conversation for at least 15 hours to explain why you don't like Attila to your friend.
Yes.
Izzy, do you want to go before me again?
No, go for it, Austin.
Okay. You see, there's this letter that
Are you asking for a timeout?
rhymes with K.
You're going on timeout.
Whoa. Hold on. Are you serious? Wait.
I put him on
no.
timeout. He's not allowed to express his opinion.
I can hear you.
I can't hear him because I muted him.
Okay.
Izzy, you go.
Yeah, like Attila, not even a question. F tier. Like I don't even think I should really have to explain myself here. If anybody here who has at least one functioning brain cell should know why they're a shitty band.
They're bad. Don't listen to them.
No offense, Austin.
They're awful.
All right, Austin, I'm gonna unmute you and
Let my opinion be heard. You
no,
charlatan.
no. It's my stream. I'm the
Unique
overlord.
vocals. Thank God. I fuck with the vocals and the instruments. Thank you, Attila, for making me not bored.
And I muted you again. Are you gonna choose your next bands?
Me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I was still muted on your end. All right. Wheel of Fortune. Let's go. Okay. What I will do is Maximum the Hormone. I don't know why I had a little bit of when I said hormone, but the hormone. But where I put them is I did end up putting them in A. Now, the song that's in there, of course, is What's Up, People. I thought it was a batshit crazy song, and I was here for it. I was absolutely here for it. Vocals and instruments really wanted to make you, but what made me jump out of my seat and fucking jam like a bad man. I will agree. Like, I was kind of jamming pretty hard when I...
Wait, which band is this? I'm sorry.
Maximum the Hormone. It's the guys who did the season 2 Death Note intro.
Mm-hmm.
Son of a bitch, where are they?
And yeah, I just
There they are,
I put them in A tier, so...
Sorry, I don't like to say anything before I put their block on the thing.
Yeah, some of these, it took me forever to make these like thumbnails. So if they have like a really bad like logo, I do apologize.
No, it's fine. I just
it's
hard for me to find them because they're very small and I don't have glasses.
You can just zoom in through like the picture and you should be able to find them easily. So
yeah.
But anyways, I mean, they're kind of on the more metalcore side of things as well. And while I definitely I actually do like that song, What's Up, People, I will admit that's kind of like the only thing that I kind of go back to because some of the other stuff I just personally didn't care for. That being said, they were just kind of a whatever band for me. So I'm going to put them in a C. So, because...
Yeah,
yeah.
I like the Death Note opening that they made. I think that song kind of slaps. But yeah, overall, I think like they're not terrible. Like they're certainly not the worst band on this list. But yeah, same with me. I just thought they were kind of mid overall. I also put them in C.
Mm-hmm.
I have them in A tier. I just like them. I have nothing else to say. I just like how they sound. That's about it.
Okay.
Although I've always been partial to other Asian bands, though. So
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's I'm trying to remember the freaking name of them. Dave, you don't know what I'm talking about. My car is a piece of shit.
Oh, Psycho Stick.
Psycho Stick. So where the hell did I? Oh, yep, A tier. A tier for Psycho Stick. Of course, they have fun with their music. Like you can definitely tell that they have fun with their music, which I fucking love, 100%. I mean, they're a funny group. Like it's a funny song, but they sound super fucking good though when doing it too. Mm-hmm. It's just like that perfect, just that beautiful chef's kiss, the humor on top of the good music. So easy A tier for me on Psycho Stick.
All right, who wants to talk about them next?
I've got Psycho Stick in B tier. I like the way they sound. I love their energy. I just like a lot of what they do, but the comedy does kill it a little bit for me, which is weird, right? Because I like a lot of funny stuff, But you
I
know,
can
it
understand,
like
actually.
I don't generally go to most music looking for funny music
Mm-hmm.
unless I want to be laughing, and I don't generally think, you know, oh, I'm going to listen to some Psycho Stick. That'll be a good funny experience for me to have with my buddies.
That's fair.
It's but you know, solid B. I wouldn't put them any lower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will admit they are a bit more of an acquired taste, just generally speaking.
The gimmick is what kind of kills them for me, but I like them.
I will say this in terms of like nerdcore or comedy rock style of like, you know, bands. I actually think I prefer them over some of the other ones that we talked about. Like, I would rather listen to Psycho Stick over Bowling for Soup, for example, in terms of like the comedy.
Really?
And honestly, I think I would put them in like I would put them in an A tier. I can at least respect them. They're not like anything I would go back and listen to like, you know, all the time because you have to be in a specific mood for them. But they're respectable enough. And their parody cover of a certain band that we're gonna have to talk about later, ironically, is way better than the original song. And it's way better than it has any right to be. So because of that alone, I respect them. Also, yeah, their first album's really is great. So, my car is a piece of shit. So that song's great.
I put them in high C, just because I respect the artists and like what they're doing. They definitely look like they're having a lot of fun making this type of music, and they do definitely have a passion for their craft, and I can respect that. You know, that's I would say that's an important part of any band, is that you have to be able to kind of have fun with the type of music that you're making. You know, and yeah, like the instrumentations instrumentally, I think they're a solid band. I'm just the specific brand of comedy that they use in a lot of their songs, it's just like not really for me. I don't really find it to be particularly funny. Although that being said, that one song where I think it's just called Sandwich. That song is hilarious to me, and I don't know why. But yeah, just overall, I never really vibed with their particular brand of comedy. But like I said, instrumentally, I think they're solid, and I respect them as artists. So high C.
All right, Shino, you get to choose 2 bands.
I get to choose 2 whole bands?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. All right, I'll pick 2 that'll piss you off.
Oh no. Prepare to get muted just in case.
All right, I'm prepared to get muted. Number 1, Marilyn Manson.
All right.
D tier.
Really?
Actually,
I don't like Marilyn Manson very much.
Actually, Izzy, you're gonna hate me as well, but I think I kind of agree.
The aestheticism is there. The idea of Marilyn Manson is there. The execution of Marilyn Manson is not there. Just, oh God, I would rather listen to almost anything else. Like, anything above Marilyn Manson on this list, I would rather listen to. And that does include Breaking Benjamin. Like, come on now.
I will just say this, because of what happened with the allegations and stuff, that did kind of like hurt the like just sort of the music for me. I know some people like go separate the art from the artist, but like whenever there's like a ton of bullshit, like that's just kind of hard for me personally. But even then, Izzy, you're gonna hate me for this, but like honestly, I kind of had to force myself to like Marilyn Manson, if I'm gonna be honest. Because
That's fair.
don't get me wrong, I think Antichrist Superstar and their first album, the family one, those were
Fortune of an Immigrant Family.
those were fine. And I actually did like Golden Age of Grotesque, but outside of those albums, I just didn't care. Not even the Dope Show or Hollywood. I just didn't care personally. So and I just felt like I just feel like I would be lying if I said that, oh, this Marilyn Manson was a B tier, but in actuality he's more like a C for me. So, and that's where I would put him, is like a mid to low C, just in retrospect.
I can respect that. Excuse me again.
Yeah.
Sorry. God, I am so sorry. I'm drinking a Mountain Dew in the background, so that's why I keep burping so much.
You're,
So
you're
again,
undoing
sorry.
the do.
Where's
Undo
your
the
camera,
do.
by the way, Izzy? Fool.
What's up?
Where's your camera?
I left it off because I didn't want to have to keep fighting with it.
We'll turn
No.
it back on.
Yeah, fool.
But I ended up putting him in S just because, like, yeah, he might be kind of a slime ball IRL, but like that doesn't. In most cases, the artist being a piece of shit doesn't really ruin the music for me. Just because I believe in separating the art from the artist, I do believe that there's a line. Like with J.K. Rowling, for example, fuck her, fuck Harry Potter. I don't give a shit about any of those things. But no, yeah, Portrait of an American Family is one of my personal favorite albums of all time, and I love the Antichrist Superstar trilogy with Antichrist Superstar, Mechanical Animals, and Hollywood. I'm a huge sucker for concept albums just in general. I love albums that tell stories. It's one of the reasons why I love King Diamond so much. And like I wasn't a huge fan of the Dope
Thank
Show.
you, Too Low, for following.
I like This Is the New Shit. I think that song is kind of slaps. But yeah, overall that album was kind of meh. But I love him. I have a huge amount of respect for him as an artist, just as a provocateur. I really love the messages that he portrays in a lot of his music and with his craft. So just for me personally, he'd be an S for those reasons.
Yeah, before Austin says anything, thank you, Rex2Love, for following me. Welcome to Sly Army. Sorry.
Hey, that's my third girlfriend.
How many girlfriends do you have?
3.
12.
I have 3. Hey, baby.
Hello.
Anyways, Austin.
Wait,
Yeah.
I also want to interrupt. Sorry, Austin.
You're good.
I also separate art from artists very, very much. I listen to plenty of artists who are fucking garbage people, but if music sounds good to me, it sounds good, and I'm still going to listen to it, even if I don't support that artist monetarily. In fact, I don't condone doing this because it's not really cool to do, unless artists are terrible. I have gone out of my way to purchase records and then upload them to distribution sites where people can get them for free so that other people don't have to support that artist.
Uh-oh, Napster's on your ass.
Napster better be on my ass, but I have done that for, I think, like, I think a couple thousand records at this point, just because I don't like seeing terrible people get paid to be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
But if the music's good, and I can totally defend wanting to listen to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's my stance. Go ahead, Austin.
You're good. I personally put them I would have put them in S or A for the music because I actually do like Marilyn Manson's music. I really do like it, and usually I do try to separate artists from the art. Marilyn Manson, like I put him in a B, but he would be S or A if he wasn't a dick, in my opinion, and all the stuff that he has done.
Lots of drugs, too. Lots of drugs.
Yeah, I am definitely a believer in separating art from artist, but there's a line that if it's crossed, then it's definitely an issue. Which that's why I give him lower than what I originally would. But
Oh yeah.
I think if the artist is using the revenue that's generated from their art to actively push or spread a hateful message, again, like with J.K. Rowling, for example, then I believe that the art from artist separating that doesn't really apply in situations like that because they are using the support of their fans to actively cause harm to the world, and that's not okay.
Or if they live certain messages in their music. Like, here is a really good example that it's hard to talk about.
Just to let you know, I'll let you. I will let you talk, but I do kind of want to move on. So
Yeah, sorry. After this is my second band here.
Okay.
Which is going to make all of you mad, I think. I hope.
Okay.
It's a very controversial opinion. But something about separating art from artists. Terrible people can make music that sounds good and also pushes a terrible message. And I think the best possible example of music that sounds awesome and pushes a horrible message that you cannot agree with is National Socialist black metal.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of that music sounds awesome. It is super gritty and raw and, like, really chugs heavy. But Jesus Christ, listen to what they're saying, and
Yeah,
you'll want to rip your own
It's in
ears
the
out.
name too.
Yeah,
so.
they're terrible people. But the
like-
music
like
is
to
pretty
play
cool.
Yahtzee. They like to play Yahtzee.
Yeah, they like to play
Yeah.
Yahtzee, and that's pretty rough. But anyway, moving on. The other band I picked is Slipknot,
Huh?
and
Oh,
they are
I
in
already know your
D tier.
position.
Oh,
Which
I
I
already know what
actually,
you're
I
doing.
will say this, I understand. So.
Thank you. Slipknot is in D tier for me, and I would put them lower, but I actually like Iowa, and I like the idea of Slipknot. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But listening to their music just makes me want to not listen to their music. I don't like Slipknot's music overall. I think they're very overplayed. I think the vocals don't sound phenomenal to me. I don't like a lot of the instrumentation. I would rather listen to other shit.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's all I got to say about Slipknot. Not a huge fan.
I actually want to let Austin talk next because I know he has similar views.
Okay. Actually, Slipknot, I put in a low B. My reason for putting them in is, they're not my cup of tea per se, but I can understand people who like them. Like, I definitely feel like for their genre, I feel that they actually do pretty good for their genre. Again, like, I understand why people like them. It's just not my personal thing, but thinking about that, I do give them the B tier on that one. Low B, but still B.
Yeah, I will just say this, like, coming from someone who is a Slipknot fan, admittedly, I understand why they're not, like, a bunch of people's cup of tea, because, like, their presence can be a huge turnoff, because they're one of those bands I mentioned earlier being, like, one of the WWE wrestler style of bands, and because, like, they just have the masks and stuff, and while I will say, I actually will agree with you on the sense that I actually don't really care for the chapter albums. Volume 3 and the Gray chapter, I just personally don't really go back and listen to. That being said, Iowa fucking slaps. And I actually really like their self-titled. Their self-titled is one of my personal favorite albums of all time. Like those two albums alone just make me at least put them in A tier, because those two albums just the raw energy from those are just way better. Granted, I actually would rank them higher than Korn personally, because I think they have made overall more music that I care for more than Korn does. And even like their most recent output, like the album that came out in 2019, I actually personally thought that album was pretty good. Excuse you. And I don't know. I just have a good time listening to Slipknot whenever I do.
Sorry, y'all.
So,
Good.
Izzy.
I put them in S because personally they're one of my favorite bands of all time, and they're another one of those bands where personally I don't think they've put out a truly terrible album. Like even All Hope Is Gone, which personally I think is their worst album, it's still serviceable as a Slipknot album. And there are enough good songs on that album for me to not consider it really like truly bad. And a lot of people kind of have an issue with Corey Taylor specifically just as a person, because he's kind of a loudmouth old fogey. But like, my thing is, he knows that he's a loudmouth old fogey. And he's able to kind of point the finger back at himself sometimes and like kind of take digs at himself, because like he doesn't take himself too seriously, and I respect it.
I will also just say this: I don't actually fully blame Corey Taylor for being, hated in the metal scene. It's because a lot of like news journalists go to him specifically when it comes to like talking about like heavy metal news, even if it has nothing.
Yeah,
to
like
do
there's
with him.
a reason why there's a whole meme where it's like, oh, I wonder what Corey Taylor thinks about this.
So,
Yeah, I personally just don't like how they sound, but I get it, And like, I've never been off-put by the band. I think that they've got a really unique style, and I got drawn in by their style, actually. I really, really wanted to like Slipknot. I tried so hard. Izzy can confirm it. I listened to all of their records in, I think, 2 days. All that were out.
well, I'm
And the
just
only thing
surprised
that
you don't
really
like their.
stuck with me was Iowa, and the rest I just didn't care for.
Well, I'm just surprised you don't like their self-titled then, because it's very similar to Iowa. Like,
I only liked Iowa because of the story that went behind making it.
Out of curiosity, did you ever listen to "We Are Not Your Kind"?
You made me listen to it at one point when we were at your dad's, and I didn't like it very much.
Understandable.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, they're not for everyone. So, Izzy.
Oh, it's my turn again. Oh boy.
Your turn.
There are
All
two
right.
bands on here that I can't wait till we get to.
Let's talk about Burn the Priest next. So whenever we first recorded this tier list, I was initially kind of harsh on Burn the Priest. Like originally I had them in D, like a high D. But honestly, after going back and like re-listening to that album and their covers album that they put out a couple years ago, whenever Lamb of God was on hiatus, they're not as bad as I originally said they were. I can definitely see the appeal. Personally, though, their music still really isn't for me. Like, I definitely prefer their later works as Lamb of God. But that being said, I would still put them in like a mid C.
And yeah, Izzy kind of spoiled it. This was Lamb of God before Lamb of God. They had an album back in 1999 that basically tried to be
It was more like a
Cornish, kind of like a
It was
Machine Head style of new metal.
and
So
they ended up changing their name to Lamb of God because they didn't want to be confused as being an anti-Christian band because of having the name Burn the Priest.
that being okay, I will put these guys at like a B because I do recognize that, like, you know, that album is not necessarily the best album, but I actually think, generally speaking, I actually like it way more than most of Lamb of God's other discography. So
Yeah.
and I don't know, I just resonate a lot with, like, you know, a lot of the more groovy, thrashy style of sound that they had on that album, because they kind of went full on more on the metalcore side of, like, obviously for, like, you know, their works as Lamb of God. And while that's not necessarily bad, again, I just like that groove element, that groove sort of staccato. I don't want to call it rap, but just kind of quasi rap that they kind of had in their first, like, this album, their self-titled Burn the Priest. And
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not the most amazing record, but it's whatever.
I have them in B tier exclusively because Lamb of God. They're just beneath Hacktivist and above a band we haven't
We're not
talked
counting
about
Lamb
yet.
of God. We're counting, like, specifically this album because we're ranking them
Oh,
off of
just this album? All right, I'm going to move them down. Sorry.
Yeah,
Going
because
into
the
D
whole point
tier.
of the tier lists is, like, for specific genres, is if we're ranking the bands during that genre, like if they like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. D tier for me then. Not a huge fan of the record,
Damn.
but you know, I like what they became, so they're not F.
Okay.
I recognize the potential.
Yeah.
And like they're not like low D or anything, but they're the top of D, just about C.
But yeah, no, just for future reference, that's kind of what we're going off
Yeah.
of. So if there's a band that's like, oh, they're not new metal anymore,
Mhm.
we're ranking them off of their new metal days or albums.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't, for me personally, I did put Burn the Priest in C, and what I said in my notes was, where are they? So what I jotted down was, cool, you can stream. Don't understand what the fuck you're saying, though. Because I don't think I could understand what the fuck was being said with the screams.
It's a lot
Like,
of
they had some-
criticism against the church.
Like, they had some good screams, I'm not going to lie. But I just felt, for me personally,
That's really
that...
not Randy Blythe's finest vocal.
Yeah, like, clearly for me could have been a lot better, that listening experience. But I didn't think they were bad, so that's why I put them in C. But I wasn't genuinely impressed by them.
Izzy, you have one more band?
One more band, yes. Let's see here. I'm taking a look at my list. You know what? This is I want to get this band out of the way. Let's talk about Skillet next.
Fuck.
Okay.
F.
So,
Low D.
overall, I don't like Skillet. I also put them in very low D, just because, again, like with Limp Bizkit, there are like maybe 2 or 3 songs from them that I actually kind of like. But overall, yeah, they're a shit band. I hate I hate the vocalist. Like, just not necessarily as a person. I just don't like his vocal style. Just something about it
I
just
hate him
grates
as a
on
person.
my ears. It's just so annoying to try and listen to. Like, ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah, the only reason they're not F is because, like I said, they do have some songs that I like.
honestly,
Let's do a little.
Oh.
Sorry, I want to do a little thought experiment here. Will you three close your eyes for me?
Oh no.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just close your eyes for me, the three of you.
Why?
Just trust me.
I don't trust you.
The other two are doing it. Just do it.
As long as it's
It's
not
my stream.
music.
I could do whatever.
It's
I
not.
want.
It's not going to be weird. Okay, close your eyes. I'll close them with you, Dave.
As long as they're not
I
playing
don't
music,
trust you. You don't
because
even have your camera.
Just trust me. Anyway, you've got your eyes closed. Imagine someone walks up to you and they say, and you start talking to them, right? And they say, "Do you listen to Skillet?" Now, I'm going to tell you exactly who you imagined. About 5'6", a blonde hair, raggedy shirt, Christian parents, probably live in a trailer, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope.
No? Did you imagine yourself? Because that's also sad.
Nope.
Okay. Who'd you imagine? Is this a person you know?
I know a person that's like that.
I personally, I just imagine. I don't know if I just imagine a specific person or just different people come up to me asking, "Hey, do you want Skillet?" But
It's always someone with like a flat bill on and they've got blonde, raggedy hair and look like they're going to smell bad.
Hmm.
And they're like, do
They
you
look
like Skillet?
they look like the Kyle stereotype.
Yeah. They look like
Yeah.
they're going to grow up to wear tap-out shirts and cargo shorts and yell at their wife in public.
yeah.
So I'm assuming
It's
you're
like-
putting them in F.
I have them in the lowest D.
Oh
I only have one band in F right now, and I don't want to spoil it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to put them in F. If you want to know more specifics, go watch our original modern bands tier list. But honestly, though, their early stuff is just absolutely dog shit when it comes to production. Like, the guy's vocal style, I really just don't like at all. Again, they're another Christian band, so I do have an inherent bias. And that evangelical fucking bullshit in those lyrics piss me off. And also, the lead singer needs to shut the fuck up on Twitter, because he's kind of a
Right?
douchebag.
Like, oh my god. He is such a douchebag. Ugh.
I know for me, what I put them in was D. Now, I want to make this clear.
You used to put them in S tier, now you put them in D.
I do. Well, here's the thing.
That's for
Their
Skillet,
hard
right?
rock stuff, anything Comatose and After, I do genuinely like. I do genuinely like anything Comatose and After. But the
That's
earlier stuff
cringe.
where they try to do new... There's the earlier stuff where they try to do new metal.
Electronic new
'Cause
metal, by the way.
You've tried. If here's emphasis on the tried. No, just no. They shouldn't. No, they don't need to do new metal. Fuck their new metal stuff. It's garbage. I like.
The whole band is bad.
Yeah. No, what fucking album? Hang on, let me find the album here that I actually like. It's the one that had "Not Gonna Die." Awake, I didn't mind either, but
Waking Alive.
those two albums I actually did like. But not for the new metal side. I don't think of them as a new metal band, and when I do, I just think of garbage new metal music. So D for me on that
They're
one.
really bad.
Like if it was a hard rock or alt rock band, like whatever genre you want to call that, at Comatose and After, I'd put them
Hard
maybe
cringe
higher.
is what I call that. Cringe
But-
rock. There you go.
Anything before Comatose, I don't like. I don't care for at all. So that's my opinions on that.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, it's your turn.
And you know what? We're going to talk about another bad group.
Oh, please let it be the one I'm thinking of.
Please, please, please.
Did you guys know
Dude.
that Vanilla Ice had a new metal career?
Yes! That was the one I was thinking of, but we'll go with it.
This was the one I was hoping for.
Yes,
F.
he had a new metal career.
It's the only one in F right now.
Yes, he's F. He's
F.
bad.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, pick the number one picture that makes him look the douchiest. It makes me really happy.
wait, I have a question for you specifically though. Who's
Uh-huh.
more douchier, Vanilla Ice or Fred Durst?
Oh, Fred Durst, absolutely. I would at least say hello to Vanilla Ice and be like, haha, Ice Ice baby, that's funny, haha, that's good stuff, man. If I saw Fred Durst on the street, I'd probably like puke and shit myself as a defense mechanism just to get away from him.
Yeah.
I need to show
I'd
you
point
his
at him.
new metal version of Ice Ice Baby now.
Dude, I would point at him and screech like a gibbon and like puke.
I think I have to show you his song called Too Cold now. Because it will make you want to do the same thing to Vanilla Ice. Because I don't think I showed it to
God.
I'm not swinging, aren't you?
you. Alright, who else wants to talk about Vanilla Ice?
F, he's garbage. That's all from me.
Vanilla Ice
Yeah.
sucks.
Same to
Fuck Vanilla Ice.
I don't mind. Like he could stick to the corny rap. That's what I'll say. He can stick
Yeah,
to
like,
the corny rap. Don't try new metal. For the love of
I
God.
hope we all get cease and desist letters from Vanilla Ice.
Hey, listen, Go Ninja Go from the Ninja Turtles movie, second movie. I fuck with still.
Go Ninja, go!
Go, Ninja, go, Ninja.
But is the Too Cooled? No, Dave saw my face when my first time listening
It was
to
a
that.
perfect face.
I went through a journey.
It's like going through the 5 stages of grief.
Or all the circles of hell. But
Did you say your
Both at
opinion,
once.
Izzy?
What's that?
Did you say your
He
opinion?
said F tier.
Okay.
Oh, no, yeah, it's F. Like, I pretty much agree with Austin. They're in the easy F tier. Not really much else to say. Yeah, fuck Ice.
Yeah, okay, in all seriousness, he is F tier. Like, honestly, yes, Vanilla Ice, for those who didn't know, he had a new metal career for his 3rd, 4th, and 5th album. So 3 albums, they count. Listen to these names. Hard to Swallow was his 1998 record. Bipolar was his 2001 record. And then get this. Platinum Underground in 2005. What the fuck was he doing back in the late 90s to the mid 2000s?
Black Underground?
Drugs.
That's at least a decent sounding name for a new metal
Yeah.
album.
I won't lie, it'd be a badass name for a stand, but this ain't a JoJo tier list. It's a new metal tier list.
There's already a Vanilla Ice stand just called Vanilla Ice.
I'm talking about platinum record, but
Oh.
But don't listen to Vanilla Ice's new metal stuff. Honestly, I'm gonna even say a step further, and say that honestly, I don't like Vanilla Ice's stuff at all. Like he's too, like, I think he's
Same.
annoying. Like his
Too
rap
corny.
style, even back in the early to mid '90s, was bad. It's like, and it's just, it has aged like sour milk. So don't listen to him. I'm sorry, just don't. If you want to remember something from the '90s, don't make it Vanilla Ice. Ice,
You wanna
What's the next
ice,
band?
If you want
baby.
to hip hop from the 90s, just listen to A Tribe Called Quest or Wu-Tang.
Or anything fucking else.
Yeah. Moving on. Let's do like an okay band. Machine Head.
Fuck! Damn it! I want to.
I'm sorry.
My head is starting to hurt. So there are a couple bands I want to bring up. So all right. Which one was this? Machine Head, you said?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're okay. I mean, so I'll let you go first. You
Yeah,
pick this
I
one.
would put them in B tier. This is another band we talked about before. And I'd say their new metal stuff being their first 4 albums plus their most recent album, not their mid-career stuff because that's more thrash. They did fine for what they were trying to do. Like, in terms of being one of the more thrashy style of bands for the new metal genre, there could be much worse. And
They're perfectly average.
yeah, and that's why I put them at B, because actually, like, B and C are like the average tiers, but they are more like, you know, B is what I prefer over C, and I actually do prefer them over like some of the bands I have on C right now. So
Yeah.
they are what they are.
Mm-hmm. I also put them in B. I I definitely prefer their more thrashier stuff from later in their career. Although, again, that does come down to more just personal taste and like more personal biases. Because I fucking love thrash metal. That's my favorite subgenre of metal. But yeah, their new metal stuff, pretty solid. Yeah, not really much else to say.
Yeah, like I put them in B personally because I thought their sound went pretty hard. I actually fucked with the sound, but I didn't. Other than that, I wasn't like, holy crap, this band's amazing. But I thought they were pretty. I thought they had a good sound, so good enough for me to put in B.
I like
That's
to
really
compare
all
them to
there
like the Helmet, you know, that one early '90s like hardcore punk band. They're kind of like the Helmet of new metal, where it's like they're serviceable.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Shino,
What's up?
how do you feel about Machine Head?
It's your turn.
They're completely average to me. I feel nothing about them one way or another. And that sucks. That honestly makes me want to rank them lower than C. Because when a band makes me feel nothing, that's almost worse than making me feel like hatred.
I'm actually kind of the reverse. I'd rather have a band make me feel nothing than a band that pisses me off. So.
Like, for me, there's nothing worse than being fucking boring. Like, you're called Machine Head. Get an idea going. Get something out there.
Blood, Sweat, and
Like-
Tears was something.
Eh,
Also, Burn My Eyes.
eh. Like, again, they made me feel nothing, and that's almost worse than making me mad.
Damn.
Or even worse than disappointing me. Like, ugh. At least like, ugh, God, you know, like at least Attila has an idea, and they do something, and they have a presence. It's not a presence I like, but at least they have one. I can't say the same about Machine Head. That upsets me. That makes me sad. Especially because I know they have potential.
Or had, but whatever.
Had.
Yeah.
Because they're like a 30-year-old band now.
Yeah.
All right, Austin. Although I will just say this
All right.
before you go on. At least they have some decent grooves. I'll give them that. So, anyways, you can go, Austin.
See how I'm treated, chat? My goodness. No, just kidding.
I'm sorry we keep interrupting.
Well, I'm going to talk. Now, I want to talk about El Nino. Now, first, let me see where the heck I put them on this list. Because I should have listed this alphabetically. I know it's a higher up one. Because when I was listening to El Nino for the first time, because I want to find the song. Yep, there we go. I Am Loco was the song that was it. So, I put them in S tier. And I want to read word for word, what I put, in the notes. And if I do this, that means I have explanation, like all caps. So, El Nino, S tier. Intro to I Am was neat as hell. Song sounds really good. I definitely fuck with that guitar. Holy shit, that chorus vocals. I can understand the growls and how deep they are. That's important. I've heard bands do low growls like that, and I end up having no clue what the fuck they said. I will say, I wish I could have recorded my reaction to hearing I Am Loco and why I put them in S tier, because I went through a fucking journey listening to El Nino. So easy S tier for me on that one. And my second S tier for the night. Let me see where I put them from. So
They're right next to
They're gonna
Issues and Head PE.
yeah, right between Head PE and Issues.
Okay.
But no, I pretty much said all I've got to say on them.
All right.
On that one.
Izzy, you talk.
I also put them in S tier. I was not familiar with Il Nino until Dave ended up turning me on to them whenever we were trying to record the first podcast. And I'm honestly really glad he did, because Austin pretty much hit the nail on the head with what he was saying. So I don't really have much to elaborate on, but just they're a really good band, and I'm definitely glad that Dave ended up introducing me to them. Also S tier.
I mean, you're welcome for showing you guys them, but honestly, I would probably put them in like a low B. So
Fair, that's fair.
because they're kind of similar to Machine Head in the sense that like they're more about the grooves. But they have, I will give them this, at least in terms of like their sound, they are a little bit different compared to most other bands because they try for a more Latin American influenced band like sound, especially since you know, like some of the members are from like Peru and Brazil. But that being said, I do think that Revolution is a good album. Some of their other stuff is hit or miss, but I do like their sound a bit more than most other bands on this list. It just sucks that there was a feud between band members and resulted in 2 El Niños, similar to like what happened with the Temptations back in the 70s where they were split. So, but that being said, other than that, very similar opinion as to Machine Head. I'm not going to repeat them as well since we talked about them countless times before because they somehow cross genres. So, but yeah, they are what they are.
I'm low B, just above Psycho Stick. I like the idea. They just sound kind of generic to me. You know?
Yeah, that's probably my big problem with them is that their new metal, like when they go into the new metal stuff, that's when they're kind of So
yeah, but I mean, that's fair. Still, B is better than fucking C is better than D is better than F. So
yeah, better than Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, anything is better than Limp Bizkit. There are 3 bands in my Limp Bizkit tier, by the way. 3 of them that are so bad they don't even get F.
All right.
Austin, my second band, I want to talk about Element 80. Element 80.
80. Yeah.
I ended up putting them in B tier. Now, what I had put was vocalist definitely had some technique, and the way they flipped from singing to screaming definitely did impress me. Because when they flip from like regular vocal singing to their screams, I didn't know that the transition seemed smooth to me whenever they did, which is always impressive when you can do that, especially with going from regular singing to screaming. And then obviously the old vocals aren't overbearing, and they added to the song, which was Gun Truck. Like they meshed really well with the instrumentals, in my opinion. Because there's some bands, when they do that kind of thing. Like, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, where the vocals are just so overbearing that you don't really tell much about the instrumental, which can happen vice versa, too. Instrumental can be overbearing and all that. But I thought this was mixed well. Genuinely impressed, but loved the technique. So, B tier for me. I rest my case.
I would put them in C tier because I do like Gun Truck. I think that song is easily their best. But like outside of that, honestly, similar to how Shino feels about Machine Head, they don't really do much for me outside of that. Like, they're not the worst band in the world. They're not like Limp Bizkit or a certain Christianized Limp Bizkit, as we'll talk about later. But like, they don't really do too much for me. Honestly, they just kind of exist outside of Gun Truck. At least that's for me. And I don't know. I don't know. They just don't do anything for me. So outside,
I feel the exact same way, and as evidence of that, they are right beside Machine Head and Breaking Benjamin on my list. Like, they're above Breaking Benjamin, of course, but just below Machine Head. But I couldn't really pick which one to put above or below the other, so just consider them on the same level, Machine Head and Element 80. They're like, if they're on, I'm not going to change the station or whatever. I'm not going to like skip the song or anything, but just like, I'm not going to pick it either.
Shit.
Like, if I hit shuffle and they come on, sure, why not? But like, I'm not going to go out of my way to find it.
Yeah, there's just better like grungy punk style of music.
Yeah,
like they're not like Glassjaw. Like, they're not on that level.
A lot of the bands on this list are like, and this sucks because there are quite a few bands on this list that I would love to enjoy, but a lot of them are like, and I think this is a problem with the genre as a whole. You can kind of just pick one and then be like, Korn did it better, or like Rage Against the Machine did it better, Glassjaw does it better, System does it better, Rob Zombie does it better. Linkin Park does it better. There's like, God, it's so hard to find good new metal that isn't just the ones that are good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why the ones that got big got big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what, to be fair though, that's pretty much with every single genre, because me and Austin did an emo tier list last year, and it was pretty much the same exact way. Where
Yeah.
it's just like we only like the ones that we liked were the ones that were pretty much the big boys, and it's yeah. And then Izzy and I did a metalcore tier list, and a lot of them just kind of sounded the same. So, and it just really just showcases that there's a lot more bands that people realize, but it's just this overflow of like modern rock, you know? Because that's...
And it's so unfortunate, you know? I would love to hear more music that's good. But it sucks whenever there is a band that, like... And this doesn't happen for every band. But let's bring back, again, specifically Element 80. I would rather listen to anything else in the same genre. Because they don't really do anything for me, and I would rather listen to a band that does something for me. You know? And, you know, I'll listen to a band like Hacktivist or Manga or whatever and be like, you know what, this is fine, because they sound unique, they're doing their own thing, even if they don't sound the greatest, you know, because we already have a list of our greats, but, like, at least they're different. There's nothing worse musically to me than being fucking boring. That's about it. Being boring or being shitty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Izzy, I don't think we mentioned you.
We did. So I'm going to keep it completely one scundo with you guys. I completely spaced out when we were talking about what band you were bringing
Element
up. So
80.
which band?
Element 80.
Okay, yeah.
That's proof of what we just talked about, though. They're just kind of there.
Yeah, they're complete nothing.
No, yeah, like I ended up putting them in C basically for that reason. Yeah, like they're serviceable, but they didn't really do much for me.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put them in D now. Now I think about it, because like I feel like if they're just so forgettable about that, they kind of deserve to be lower. You know?
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna put them underspoken.
So, yeah, no, like this is, yeah, no, they're D.
That's unfortunate. I wish I didn't have to do that.
Yeah, because I actually liked their big song. It's just the rest of their stuff is just forgettable.
Oh, it's like that fucking band, what is it? Half Alive. They have this one song called Still Feel. Really fire track. Super good stuff. Really fun video. Go listen to any of their other music. It is just fucking abysmal. Like, not even that. It's like, same thing with Element 80. It's boring, and it doesn't sound very good.
All right.
I wish it didn't.
Sorry, it's just, who's on the turn? Because we talked about Element 80.
Yeah, it's Shino's.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to break the rules here a little bit and kind of do a lightning round, because there are a lot of bands that I wanted to talk about, but my head hurts really bad.
Yeah, I was about to mention that too.
Real quick before you guys start talking, I just wanted to say while Shino's talking, I'm going to step away to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay. Mute yourself and bring it with you. Because I want you to hear what I have to say. I'm going to do like a really fast like lightning round of rankings, and then after that, I'm going to dip, and I'll come back to the stream and listen to your thoughts on these bands when I'm able.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Dylan did the same thing, so...
I was about to mention that too, since your head was hurting. Probably best to do a lightning round here.
Well, you don't even have to do a lightning round. You can just go back in and then just showcase the tier list, because that's what our friend Dylan does whenever he has to dip. So.
Well, I do. There are some specific ones I want to talk about though, and I'll just do it really quick.
Okay.
I'll give you my S's, and then I'll give you a couple bands that I did not like at all.
Okay.
S's. System of a Down, 100%. That's an S tier band. There's no question about it. Glassjaw, second S. Linkin Park, Rob Zombie, Evanescence. I think Evanescence is awesome. They're so fun. They're so fun. I think Evanescence is fun as hell. A weird A tier pick. I have Disturbed in A tier. They're a one trick pony, but at least their trick is a fun one to watch. Bring Me the Horizon, also A tier. Very silly. Mudvayne, A tier. And then Papa Roach, C tier. I don't like Papa Roach. Cane Hill, B tier. I like Cane Hill quite a bit. I thought they were fun. Not, obviously not the greatest or whatever, but if you listen to them, you'll like them usually. Suicide Silence, 1,000 Foot Crutch are both in D tier, and in Limp Bizkit tier, Above Attila Habamir. Okay. And that is my lightning round.
That's probably somehow a lot more of what I agreed with than I thought we would.
Yeah, we feel pretty similar about a lot of things, and we never expect it because we like a lot of different stuff. But when it comes down to it, specifically for new metal and metal as a whole, we kind of click.
Though to be fair, I feel like 1,000 Foot Crutch should have been in the Limp Bizkit tier.
Okay, well, I don't think 1,000 Foot Crutch is that bad. But if I were gonna move them lower, I'd put them just above Skillet and under Element 80. Maybe because I don't think they deserve to be next to Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice is his own breed.
Okay, whatever. We'll talk about that with the trio, like me, Austin, and
yeah.
So we'll cross that road. I will do. So,
see you all later. Signing off. My head hurts.
All right,
later, everybody.
Okay. Later. Thanks for joining us.
See you later, Shino.
Yeah, thanks for having me, gamers. Bye-bye.
All right, so in terms of just that sort of list, I think we'll do System of a Down and Evanescence in terms of their ranking. So
yeah,
System of a Down,
obviously
S-tier, easy, because I literally have a poster of System of a Down in the background. That should tell you everything. So, and they're one of my personal favorite bands of all time. So, just to be quite frank. So,
same.
I don't even need. Do we really need to say anything about System of a Down?
Yeah, we all know they're damn good at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
If you had access to the radio or to the internet in the early 2000s, chances are you know System of a Down.
Wait, what'd you say? Your audio.
I said if you had access to the radio or to YouTube in the early 2000s, chances are you probably know who System of a Down are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also put them in S tier. Yeah, not only they're one of my favorite bands of all time as well. Personally, Toxicity. I think that album is a masterpiece. It's not my favorite album of all time, but definitely top 3 for sure.
Yeah.
And I love. Wow, I've already forgotten his name. Serge Tankian, that's his name.
Yeah,
God,
Serge
I can't believe I forgot that. Not only I love a lot of the music that he's made outside of System as well.
Mm-hmm.
But specifically with System, I love just as a person. I love him, just the messages in his music, the activism that him and the band have done, especially a couple years ago, the songs that they put out. I don't remember exactly what crisis it was that they were trying to raise awareness for, but it was powerful stuff. Mm-hmm. Easy S tier.
Yeah, and again, easy S tier, and you guys pretty much said everything. I will say, Toxicity, which I think a general consensus is that's one of the greatest albums of all time in general. Because Toxicity is a really damn good album. So easy S tier, obviously, of course.
It's amazing to me though, how many people listened to that album, and so many of the messages just apparently just flew right over their heads.
Well, not only that, but also just even still how relevant a lot of that music is 20 years ago.
Yeah,
that's insane. So, I don't know. It's definitely a testament to the music and to Serge Tankian and Damon Malankian's craft. So, all right. That being said, we'll choose the other band two more bands that Shino said because she went through quite a bit, and I think after this we'll choose 3 like we do normally. So
yeah, because didn't you also say Evanescence as well?
Yes, Evanescence, and then we'll do Bring Me the Horizon. So
yeah,
Evanescence, A tier for me. Fallen is a phenomenal record. Also, The Open Door. Those 2 albums alone make it worth listening to. Self-Titled is okay, but generally speaking, they have done more good than bad. Amy Lee has a good voice, and even though Bring Me to Life is memed, it's still a good song. So,
yeah.
and a good fusion of like progressive and emo. Some people hate that they're called emo, but I don't fucking care. Fuck you. And yeah, just they just do good in terms of that.
Yeah. Yeah, like for me, S tier because great music, great instrumentalist. Amy Lee's vocals are good, insanely good. She has just this hauntingly beautiful voice that meshes so well with the genre. Like no matter what the song might sound like, it's like my favorite Evanescence song that I really think showcases her voice for sure, or is My Immortal. Just shows how hauntingly beautiful her voice is. And
I mean, that doesn't count for the list, but I know.
I know, but I'm just talking about like her vocals in general. Like, again, because if it were any other genre, I still put them in S tier as well. Because again, Amy Lee's voice lends itself to the song, the music they make. So, yeah, definitely an S tier on top of that if you can do multi-genre like that.
All right, Izzy.
I also put them in S tier. I don't really have much to elaborate on because I think Austin did a pretty summing up all the reasons why I enjoy them personally. I just back to what Shino said. Yeah, the music is just it's really fun. It's fun to listen to, which is like really all that a band needs to accomplish for me to like them.
All right, and then the last band out of that list that I'll do in place for Shino, Bring Me Horizon. We've talked about them plenty of times before. I don't think we really need to say too much about them. I'm going to put them in B. In terms of what we're ranking, it's fine. I'll just say it now. Suicide Season, There's a Hell, Believe Me, I See It, That's Spirit, and Amo, and that EP that they did with like Post-Human Tragedy, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't care.
Post-Human Survival Horror.
Yeah, that one. I personally like Suicide Season. That one I'd say is my favorite record. It's basically just Iowa it's their version of Iowa by Slipknot. Like it's literally just British Iowa by Slipknot. And I have grown on There's a Hell, Believe It, I See It, and That's the Spirit. I just don't care for Amo, and I really don't like Post-Human, whatever the fuck. I don't care. I don't really like that album or EP or whatever the fuck it is. It's bad. So whatever.
Yeah. I put them in A tier. I really Suicide Season. I'd probably say that's my favorite album of theirs as well. I didn't really care for That's the Spirit very much. I like Happy Song. I like Throne. Actually, Throne I'd say is probably my favorite song from them. But I love Oliver Sykes. I think he has a really really nice sounding voice. He's a very good vocalist.
It's not the greatest person ever. All right, how do you feel about them, Austin?
Me, I want to give them a high C. It could even bleed into a low B. My reason for that is because I know Bring Me the Horizon has good music. I've heard them do good music, but there are plenty of songs from them that I've heard that I just thought, what the fuck? Like, there's a couple songs. Like, for me, the song that you put in the list, I felt like the vocals and the instrumentals melded in a way that just wasn't. I see it with
though. It's from Suicide Season, though. It's their best album.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I know they have good music because I've heard Bring Me the Horizon make.
Because you don't like Slipknot. Is that why you don't like that song?
I actually like Bring Me. I don't know, but
I have a feeling that might be it.
There's just parts I didn't like. Like Slipknot, I do like. Like it's not. I say it's my cup of tea. I didn't say I was like, oh, I don't like them at all. Like there's some like if someone's listening to Slipknot, I'm definitely gonna listen along. Or like if I'm feeling like listening to Slipknot, who knows? Like if I'm going to like work out, then yeah, I'll probably put on some Slipknot, get myself pumped. And Bring Me the Horizon again. They have really good music. My older sister named her oldest son after Oliver Sykes.
Oh damn! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fun fact. But yeah, B tier for me, high B.
Dang.
Oh wait, no, not high. You know what? Mid B. I'll give them the mid B.
Okay.
I'll place them above the Element 80.
All right, Izzy, you get to choose 3 bands now.
Woohoo!
Make sure it's like some good ones.
All right, so I do want to get one of my lower bands out of the way again, and that is Papa Roach. I put them in D. Just 'cause,
Same.
yeah, I by and large I don't really like their music at all. I think Infest was a decent album, and I like Last Resort. I think that song is cool, but yeah, just overall, they're just incredibly mediocre.
Yeah, like honestly, a lot of their stuff is aged kind of poorly. Like, don't and now, Jacoby Shaddix, he seems like he's a good guy, but like that doesn't really help the fact that the music is just kind of bland. It's like Element 80, where it just kind of ends up being pretty forgettable outside of the memeable songs. And even
I'm not
then,
the biggest fan of Jacoby Shaddix's vocals, honestly. Like, I don't know, man. It's just the whininess of his voice really just kind of annoys me.
yeah, and even at their best with Infest, it's still just average, if I'm gonna be honest. Like especially in retrospect. So not the worst thing in the world, but man, I don't go out of my way to listen to Papa Roach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, I put them in an A tier for me because I do like Papa Roach's music.
God, it's the
And
S tier.
I didn't say S tier. I said
You
A.
put them S tier last time, and it made me cringe.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. Now listen, because I know there's some songs that are definitely a miss. I will admit to that. But there are songs that for the most part, I do generally enjoy. Their music.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of course, the big one everyone knows is Last Resort. But my fun fact, my first introduction to Papa Roach was Blood Brothers, thanks to Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
That song.
Yeah, I
That
actually
song
like Blood
tried
Brothers.
so hard to sound like something straight out of freaking Rocket Power.
That's why it's in a skateboarding game. But
Wait, what is he?
but
I said my first Papa Roach song was "To Be Loved," and I actually like that song quite a bit.
okay, heck yeah.
I
But
don't
no,
know.
I like if you don't like Papa Roach, I understand. I'm just gonna say that right now. I do understand people don't like Papa Roach. I can understand why. I personally like him. Like I listen to them unironically, but again, I can understand why people don't like him though.
All right, Izzy, who's up next?
All right, let's talk about Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just looking at that.
Oh, are you just going through
Rob
the bands
Zombie.
that Shino talked about, or
No, I just really wanted to talk about Rob Zombie.
okay?
Rob Zombie, he's another one of my personal favorite artists. I love him just as a musician, as an artist, as a storyteller. I think Hellbilly Deluxe is another one of my personal favorite albums. It's such a banger. Like you got Living Dead Girl, you got Dragula, you got Pussy Liquor. It's so good. But it's in.
Whoa.
I like even outside of the music, I like a lot of Rob Zombie's movies as well. Like I can defend the first Halloween movie that he made. I think it's all right, but obviously we're talking about the music. So music wise, yeah, it's amazing stuff. S tier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would put his stuff at a B. I've definitely grown more on Rob Zombie stuff over the year and a half since we first talked about his stuff on the original tier list. And
Yeah.
I will say his stuff has definitely grown on me. Not someone I would listen to all the time, but definitely more interesting, especially when it comes to his more electronic sort of take on the genre. And that's something I can appreciate. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
I don't want to repeat what we said before.
Yeah. So Rob Zombie for me, I personally put him in A tier because I actually do like Rob Zombie. Like,
Oh, now you do?
did I not before?
Yeah, you put them in like a C or something before.
I don't know. I must have been cranky that day. But no, I think Rob Zombie is definitely. I'd even go far to say he's definitely a foundation for the kind of music he does.
Mhm.
Like I think he does it really damn well. And of course, we're not talking about the movies, although I do like the movies. We're talking about his music. I definitely feel like he's one of those that paved the way for some artists. Whether it be in the new metal genre or maybe some other rock type of music, maybe who
Electro
knows?
rock.
Electro rock and all that. Yeah. So A tier for me on Rob Zombie.
All right, who's up last?
All right. last but not least, Mitch Lucker's band. Can I say their full name?
We've said that. We already said it at this point. I don't even care. Suicide
Okay,
Silence.
Suicide Silence.
Oh, the other one I was just looking at.
I put them in. I can't remember if I put them in A or S. Let me double check.
You're good.
While you check that,
I did put. Oh, sorry.
I guess I'll put them at a B. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of deathcore. This one might confuse people at first because it's like, oh, how are they new metal? They're deathcore. Listen to their second album, their third, like listen to their mid-career stuff.
This is
Cause
the Black Crown. Like they literally got Jonathan Davis on one of the songs on the Black Crown.
well, not only that, but also like compared to most other deathcore bands, they exemplify grooves and even low key. This might piss off some people. Kind of rap vocals when you really think about it.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So it's noticeable in their sound. They're clearly inspired by Slipknot and Deftones. So that being said, I don't know. I would put them in a. I don't know. I'm not gonna really go too far in this. Long story short, I think they do okay, but they're not a band I would listen to. Therefore, they're at B.
Okay.
I put them in A because overall I like their music. I like Eddie Hermida as a vocalist. I like All Shall Perish. But I think You Can't Stop Me, and especially their self-titled, were both garbage. Okay, well, You Can't Stop Me was okay, but yeah, their self-titled was kind of bad. I didn't listen to their most recent album yet, so I can't really speak for that. But in terms of their more new metal-y stuff, like The Black Crown, I still think The Black Crown is their best album. I love that album so much. And it's, with the second album as well,
No time to bleed.
No Time to Bleed, yes. It's also a phenomenal album. And Mitch Lucker, I really like his particular style of screaming. I think it's really, really raw and like angry sounding, and I love that.
Rest in peace.
Good band.
Yeah, I also put them in A tier.
Surprising.
Yeah, well, the screaming is definitely insane, and I could understand everything that was being said. Because, with the level of screaming that they do, I've heard so many bands that try to go for that level. And again, it's the case that I probably talked about, I think I talked about before earlier. You can't understand what they're saying. But to be able to scream that like that and still be 100% articulate and understandable definitely deserves some credit. And personally, I would even go as far as to say that these guys are kings of deathcore. Like, not the kings probably, but I definitely say they're definitely up there. So easy A tier for me on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And
all right.
now,
Is it my turn?
I know you talked about. Let's see.
Well,
Is it your turn?
What?
Yeah, I think it's your turn because Izzy just went. So.
Ooh, it's my turn.
Yeah.
So should we get a few just bad bands out of the way?
Go ahead.
All right. Let me think. Oh yeah. Freaking. Okay, sorry. I need to compose myself. You know what? Okay, you know what? Screw it. 5.0. F. Freaking. Sorry, I'm trying to think. Love and Death. F. And 1,000 Foot Crutch. F.
Well, geez, you lightning around the hell out of that.
Okay, well, let's just discuss this bit. Okay, 5.0 literally does nothing for me. They're literally just kind of a band that exists, but like makes some really bad music. They're kind of punky, and they're basically a band like Flaw, which we'll talk about later, but like honestly 10 times worse, and they just do nothing for me. Love and Death, they're based like, oh yeah, I'll just go through these, like, and then Love and Death, it's the guy from Korn, Field. He thought it was a good idea to make a Christian band. It's bad. Don't listen to them. They're pointless. Just go listen to Korn. And then Actually, you guys talk about 5.0 in Love and Death, because I'm going to say 1,000-Foot Crutch.
Okay.
I would put 5.0 in C just because they're pretty much the same thing that Dave said. I don't think their music was particularly bad, but it didn't really do anything for me. It's just incredibly mediocre. It didn't really make me feel anything. I have no strong feelings about them one way or the other, so I put them in C.
Yeah, I also put them in C because like the song that's in the sample list, like I thought it was all over the place for the most part. I mean, I didn't mind the chorus as much. The verses felt very awkward to me though, like very very awkward. But the second verse I thought was at least a little bit better paced. But again, it's just like cool, I guess. I mean, I'm not crazy about them. And that's really all I gotta say on 5.0. I mean, what else is there to say besides they exist?
They exist. They're a band that exists.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
What about Love and Death?
Honestly, same TBH. Like, there are a lot of bands on this list where, like, for me, they're just bands that exist. Don't really do very much for me. No strong feelings one way or the other.
Yeah, and I mean, I just listened to Love and Death right before the stream started because I didn't realize they were added to the list. I put them in D. I don't care about them one bit. I thought, like, I don't think they're the worst thing in the world, but I definitely don't think they're good. Maybe below okay for me, but like not like yeah they exist, but they're not good enough for me to give C. So just D on this one.
And then 1,000-Foot Crutch. Oh God.
F.
Where did I put them?
Yeah, yeah. You want to go first because I think I'm gonna.
I can go. I can go. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, like pretty much just take Limp Bizkit and make them Christian and like somehow like 3 times worse, and you have 1,000-Foot Crutch. Which yeah, just easy F tier. Fucking hate that band.
You're not gonna say anything else.
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Austin.
Me? I mean, I put them in C. There's a reason I put them in C. So, I mean,
You're coming closer to the light, but not their light.
I don't mind their music that much. Like, I definitely think they could sound better. I personally think they could sound better. I like their new metal stuff a lot more than I like Skillets. I will say that. But I want to say one thing I want to throw out, which I think I talked to you about this the last time we talked, Dave. A very corny sounding lyric. Throw up your rock fist. And if Izzy hadn't,
dude, that's the cringiest song I ever heard in my life.
If you hadn't picked them, when I got to my turn, if you hadn't picked them by then, I was going to start this by saying, "Who wants to throw up their rock fist?" It's just such a corny line.
It's so bad.
Like, personally, for me, like, I don't mind 1,000-Foot Crutch, and I feel personally they have the potential to be a lot fucking better than they are.
Well,
it's just corny,
dude. Honestly,
it does nothing.
I think my rant about 1,000-Foot Crutch back like a year and a half ago really exemplifies what these guys are. Because again, like what Izzy said, they're basically just Christian Limp Bizkit, and that alone should already just tell you that. But not only that, but also just their vocalist he can't sing for shit. He just doesn't have like a vocal style. Or no, his vocal style is this. It's like move and tell me what you can do. It's like it's so bad. And like you guys saw the cover of their debut, right? Set it off. Like, okay, again, I'm just doing this just to showcase the audience this. Like, look at this cover art.
I'm about to look.
Like, look how bad this is, man. How can you defend this shit? Like, look at that, dude. They took freaking Cat Dog and turned him into a rapper. Like, it doesn't help that they have the fucking POD logo right there. That's cringe. So yeah, that cover art tells all that you need to know about this band. They're a dog shit band, and honestly, they have a really dumb name. Because it's 1,000-foot crutch. Like, it's only one crutch, too. Where's the other crutch? And it's 1,000 feet up in the air. It's a dumb name. So don't listen to them. They're terrible. What?
I said, yeah, like, aren't there normally 2 crutches?
Yeah, no, it's fucking stupid. Dumb name, dumb band, don't listen to them. And I don't care what Shino said, because they're not a D tier band, they're F. So, Austin,
Yeah.
do you want to talk about your bands?
Yes, I shall. So, I'm going to roll the Wheel of Fate once again. And the Wheel of Fate dictates that I will talk about a Damage Plan. So, Damage Plan, I personally put them in B when I listened to them. Now, what I had put in the notes was that I thought the instruments were typical nu metal, the nu metal generic.
Mm-hmm.
But I was interested in like the cadence and delivery of the vocals, personally. I felt like it's a lot, not as generic as the usual vocals to me personally. But I don't know, just because of the vocals, I put them in B. Otherwise, if the words in the cadence, the way that I heard, I would have put them in C because I'd be like, oh, another nu metal band.
Honestly, though, I kind of am closer to the fact that they are a more generic nu metal band. And honestly, it's kind of made worse by the fact that, this was a collaboration plan between several members of Pantera, which, rest in peace, the guitarist who died in the band, unfortunately. Yeah, him. But, even then, it just doesn't work. Just the instrumentals sound like every other, style of thrash band like Machine Head or Element 80 or anything like that. And what makes it even worse is that the vocal delivery just doesn't really hit it for me. And again, I have to put them in D tier because I just don't go back to them because they just don't really have anything going for them other than the fact that they got the guys from Pantera to help them. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I put them in B. I can agree that they are kind of a generic nu metal band for the most part. And the reason I put them in B is mostly just because of Dimebag Darrell and Vinnie Paul. Their musicianship definitely carried the band a lot, which some people might view that as a detriment. Personally, I don't. But if it weren't for Dimebag and Vinnie, I definitely would have put them much lower. But I just adore both of those musicians too much.
Yeah. Well, to go on what you said, just the instruments are just as important as the vocals. So. Oh, hello.
I can hear you.
What's up?
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't cut out there.
No, you're good.
But yeah, no. You are right about the craftsmanship. Personally, I like the vocals more than I like the instrumentals, but the instrumentals are just as important as vocals. I know there's people who are like, oh, it's all about the vocals. No. If you don't have the rest of the band, the rest of the instruments or the band, you don't have the band.
I was going to say, it's kind of hard to have a band without instruments unless you're an a cappella band.
Yeah.
Or karaoke.
True.
All right.
Now,
who's up next?
My next band is going to be Switched.
It's another D band. Ugh.
Right. You said D band? Well, right you are.
Yeah.
Switched is a D band. What I had put was pace. The problem I had, one problem I had was the pacing of the song that's in the thing. I thought it was very messy. It was a super messy pacing to me.
Mm-hmm.
I did not enjoy it. I didn't fuck with it at all. I mean, I will say if there are people that are, cool. I guess if you like them, you like them. But I just thought they were an absolutely messy band. So I did not care for them at all.
Yeah.
So D tier.
And to go on with that, honestly, their production, similar to Spoken, is really, really bad. Granted, I know they're a lesser known band, but at the same time, it's if you make 3 albums and they all sound really crappy, that's saying quite a bit about your progression at that point. So,
Mhm.
and it just doesn't work. And it doesn't help that all I literally need to just say is what I said about damage plan. So I'm not even going to waste my breath. Izzy, you go.
I put them in C, like, but it's a very low C. Just because, again, for me, they were another one of those bands where, like, I really could care less about their existence as a band. Like, if you like them, fine. Not really my cup of tea. Some of their songs were okay, but just, again, just largely indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then my last band is gonna be Exilia. I pronounced that right?
Yes.
Exilia. So what I did was I put them in A. Now
A?
I thought the vocals were like very smoky sounding. Like I thought I was like I actually fucked with it a bit.
Fuck with it.
Yeah, I say like it. I thought it was like different compared to the most vocal sounds, which I can appreciate because I say that because I actually do generally like the vocals in it. Now, I thought the instrumental went pretty hard, which of course, again, going back on what like I talked about, in response to Izzy's thing, the instruments, of course, being just as important as the vocals. So I was impressed with both. It was an easy A for me. Like, I will say, if people don't like them, I can understand why on that one. I feel the same way about them as I do with Papa Roach. If people don't like them, it's understandable, 100%. But I definitely do like them, so A tier. Now, if I can ever fucking find them on this thing.
I mean, with this group, they're okay. We haven't talked about Seven Dust yet, but they're basically just Seven Dust, but like a little bit worse. So,
Yeah.
and I think that the fact that like just their instrumentation, I just feel like is a bit weaker. Granted, they're not the worst thing in the world, so I'm gonna put them in a C. But it's like I don't care for the instrumentals, and also the vocals. Really, are they like all that great? Because she sounds like she sounds like like she's on meth. So.
I can give another quick listen and see if I change my mind.
Because she sounds like... or whatever the fuck. And it just doesn't sound good. So...
Yeah. I also put them in C, just because, well, kind of like what Dave was saying, just because to me they just sounded a little bit too similar to Seven Dust. And like I would much rather just listen to Seven Dust because I fucking love Seven Dust. I can agree with Austin in the sense that the vocals, yeah, I like the vocals. I like that kind of smoky, kind of like raspy sounding type of
She
vocal.
sounds like she's on meth, though.
Nah.
I don't know what people on meth sound like, so I can't really speak to that. But
Yeah, I do. But that's a traumatic story I won't tell on stream.
Wait, oh no, what did you type?
I didn't type anything.
What did you see?
It's just some personal experience for some people I've had the unfortunate displeasure of knowing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. Because, yeah, no, I listened back to that song again, too, and a little bit. And, yeah, I still stand with my A tier. I still stand with it.
Damn. Rude. Izzy, what's
all
up?
right, my turn. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just thinking about. Let's talk about Demon.
Who?
Demon Hunter
Oh,
is
F.
Demon Hunter. They're another Christian band. Me personally, I put them in D, just because I fuck with their music, especially some of the songs that they made for the Killing Floor 2 soundtrack, like Infected and Collapsing. Those two are both bangers. I Will Fail You. That was my first song of theirs. I love that song. It's such a banger. But yeah, I put them in B.
Okay.
D? I think I heard D.
No, I said B, as in Bentley.
Dentley?
My name's Bentley, Sly.
Don't you patronize me.
We had fun on these streams.
You talk.
Okay, so me personally, I put them in C, and I can tell
Thank
why
you.
when I put them in those. Like, I didn't think they were. I don't know if I don't think they sounded bad, but what I put in my notes was specifically, I quote, "Really getting tired of how a lot of these are sounding the same." Like, I felt for me personally, they were sounding like they were falling under the trap of that. Unfortunately, a lot of new metal bands fall under is sounding pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if people like them, cool. If people don't like them, cool. Like, they exist.
Izzy's gonna be really mad when I say this. You ready for this?
You put them in the Liz Biscuit tier.
Well, I put them in F tier, but you want to know why?
Because they're a Christian band and you don't like Christian bands?
Well, not just that. It's because they're basically just Christian Slipknot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Am I wrong?
No, not really.
That's all I need to say. I already ranted about them in our metalcore tier list, and I already ranted about them in Unrounder Bands tier list. I'm not going to say anything else other than the fact that I think the name is trying too hard to sound edgy. And
yeah, they definitely do sound a lot like.
Says the person that was asking, "Why aren't you dressing edgy for the occasion?"
Well, here's the difference. Demon Hunter just sounds kind of cringe. That's the edgy type of, like, that's the type of edgy I'm talking about, is the cringe type of edgy. And their music, again, I'll just listen to Slipknot. So, because I think Slipknot is a way better band. There's no point for me to listen to Christian Slipknot. So, sorry.
Excuse me.
Anyways, who's up next?
Actually, I have two more picks. So, let's talk about a band that I think we can all agree is terrible. Payable on Death, or POD.
F.
Yeah.
P-O-D. P-O-fucking-D. I've been waiting for this. I'll let you two talk. I want to go last on this one.
Well, I will just say this. I did a similar rant in our very first tier list near the end of it. I don't know if you guys remember, but all I'm just going to say is, like, before Austin rants about this, is POD, literally, it's just basically Christian Rage Against the Machine, and their lead singer is a piece of shit, literally making a song called, oh my god, I can't even think of it, literally made a song called Abortion is Murder. Yeah, that's the type of motherfuckers we're dealing with. And again, of course, politically we can talk about this shit, but, like, that shit is, like, fucking ignorant and just dumb as hell. And even in their, like, early days, you know that these guys were gonna turn into absolute just fucking assholes. And it doesn't help the fact that, like, their later stuff, even, like, I don't care what people fucking say about fucking Fundamental Elements of Southtown. That album is still dog shit. It still just pisses me off with, like, the lyrical content and how overproduced the album is. Because the mixing sounds dog shit on that album. Especially with, like, Satellite and all that shit. Like, they're just a bad band. So, that's all I gotta say. Fuck this band. It's a piece of shit band. Don't listen to them. And don't listen to Punk Rock NBA for saying that they're a good band. They're a dumb band, and don't listen to them.
Yeah, they're an F for me as well. Just because, they are basically just Christian Rage Against the Machine. All of the members, they're all, like, super problematic. And I think this is like kind of what I was talking about earlier with separating the art from the artist, where that line, where they are actively using the support and the revenue from their fan base to spread vile and hateful rhetoric.
And okay, I'm sorry. You know what makes it kind of fucking worse, though? Their music videos try to make it out like they're the coolest fucking people in the world. And that shit pisses me off.
They are so self-righteous, and they think that they're so much cooler than they actually are, and that is just such a turn-off for me.
So, and... Okay, well, you have anything else to say? Because I have one more thing to say, but I'll let Austin speak first.
Yeah, go for it, Austin.
No. I want you to say your one last thing.
No,
I
you go
want this-
first, because I
okay.
can wrap up the entire fucking thing.
Okay. The Sly the Warrior, the Watchers, gather round. We're gonna talk about a heap of burning fucking garbage. Okay, so POD, immediately from the bat when I heard their song, garbage. I mean, the build up on the song, I'm like, okay, this build up's actually kind of going somewhere. But as soon as I thought that, immediately spiraled down the fucking drain. Like, I as someone who's getting more into rap, I've wanted to judge the flow on the rap stars type of new metal. This flow is the flow in the song that I was listening to is so freaking inconsistent. Like, I might as well be fucking listening to mumble rap because that shit sounds better than this garbage. Let me see here. What else did I put? Oh yeah, the guy has a head cold. Yeah, that's a problem that some new metal rappers I think have. But this guy sounded like he had a had it pretty bad. The instruments all over the place. And to quote the last line I put in my notes, get this shit out of here. Thank you for letting me have my time, gentlemen. Dave, go ahead.
So I'll just say one more thing. So I don't usually I don't usually talk about my personal life all that much, mainly just because like I just don't like talking about my past and just where I'm from or whatever. So but I will say this. I was born in California, like Southern California, which is where a lot of these new metal bands came from. Which is probably why I have a little bit of a bias for the genre because, no matter how you slice and dice it, that's where the genre came from. It's from like LA area, right? POD is also from the LA area. Don't let bands like this basically make you decide what the sound like or what California is like. Because I've seen some motherfuckers say that like, oh, everyone in like fucking California is just like POD, or like, oh, every single like band is like, insert other shitty band from California. It's like, are you really just gonna blame everyone from California just because you like of a really really shitty band? Because I don't know, that shit just kind of pisses me off, and it's like, don't fucking let POD, represent everything that is wrong with new metal or like California or anything involving that sort of stuff. Because it's like, I've seen too much shit with people talking like using that as like ammunition. So I just wanted to fucking say that just as someone from California.
Yep.
Especially from the also from that Southern California side. So
yeah, I got one more thing to add now that you mentioned that.
What?
I don't understand how people think they sound like, that they represent California. When being from where I'm from, they sound like the typical small Midwestern small town like kid that fucking sounds tough as shit and thinks he's super cool, but is actually just a little bitch. That's what I think when I think POD. Now, do we have anything to discuss? Anything else about POD here? Or?
No, fuck them. They're a piece of shit band. In my opinion, they're worse than Limp Bizkit.
Thank God.
And that's saying a lot, by the way. When you really think about it, I know that's controversial, but like, at least Limp Bizkit has Wes Borland, and at least he's actually really good on his own. What does POD offer?
A headache and make me want to get a drink.
But do they even have like an instrumentalist or like someone like that who's good? No. And it just sucks that here's the thing as well. They're not even late to the party. They were one of the earliest new metal bands too. They predate Korn. They made music since 1994. So it's just kind of sad that they were as big as they were, and the fact that people defend them, like, I don't get it. Whatever.
POD makes me want to drink myself to sleep.
Yeah, no, let's move on, because fuck this band. Can we
Happy times, let's go. We don't have to talk about them ever again.
Hooray.
Well, except if a potential rap rock tier list comes up, but that's a story. For another day.
God damn it!
That's a story for another day. You got one more band, Dizzy.
Yeah, I got one more. All right, let's talk about a good band for once to kind of break up the monotony. Let's talk about Deftones.
Hey,
This is how you represent California, motherfuckers.
Easy S tier, phenomenal band.
Yes.
Again, another band where honestly, I don't really think they've put out a bad album. Some people didn't really like Gore. Honestly, I think that album slaps. Honestly, the main reason why I think people didn't like Gore is because it was such a kind of a stylistic change for them, and people never like it people don't like it when a band changes their style, and people don't like it when a band changes their style.
Okay, I will just say this: I personally didn't like Gore, not because it was a stylistic change, but I just felt like, honestly, it was actually kind of the reverse, where it just kind of felt too similar to other albums, but. Whatever. We're not ranking them off of that because we're ranking them off of White Pony, Adrenaline, Around the Fur, and Diamond Eyes. So
yes, Around the Fur. I think I would honestly call Around the Fur one of, if not the greatest new metal albums. It is a fantastic album, front to back, no skips. It's amazing. If you haven't checked it out, you definitely should because you are doing yourself a very big disservice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, easy.
yeah, no. Actually, Austin, you want to go? Because you put them in F tier. Have you changed your mind?
I changed my mind the last time. I put them in B.
Okay,
remember?
That's an acceptable position.
I put them in B this time. The high B, I should say. Very top of the B. Almost the low A. Like, after listening to the songs you told me to listen to, like the albums, I definitely do understand why people like Deftones. I actually liked that stuff. What I listened to before to put them in S tier, you said you understood why.
It was because you listened to Ohms, and Ohms was disappointing as well. So,
but no, I genuinely like what I heard with Deftones after that. So high B.
Have you? Thank you for at least opening your third eye just a little bit more. That I appreciate that because Deftones is an S tier band for me. I'm not gonna go more in depth than what Izzy did because again, their early stuff, especially like Adrenaline, Around the Fur, and of course everyone would say White Pony. They are amazing albums that you should listen to. I do like Around the Fur as my personal favorite album. I wouldn't say it's one of the best new metal albums of all time. Well, okay, I don't think it's the best, but it's definitely one of the best. Because, again, I'm someone who really loves Evil Empire by Rage Against the Machine, so maybe that counts. I don't know. Plus, we still got Linkin Park. But
that's true.
In terms of just their new metal side of things, they are easy S tier. It's not even a question. Like, White Pony and Around the Fur alone put them in S tier. So... And even Diamond Eyes, that album was pretty good. Some people don't like it, i.e. Anthony Fantano, because it went back to the new metal style, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, Anthony Fantano was a pretentious douchebag, so who cares?
His words, not mine. Anyways, I think it's my turn.
Yep.
You know what? Let's talk Linkin Park. Now that we name dropped them. So, of course, like, okay, in terms of the modern bands tier list, I did put them in a B tier, but that was me ranking the band overall, because I didn't particularly like a lot of their later stuff. But if we're talking specifically about their new metal stuff, i.e. Hybrid Theory, Meteora, and Hunting Party, they're another easy S tier band. It's not even a question. Like, Hybrid Theory is just... It is another one of the most amazing, not only new metal albums, but also just album in general. Like, yeah. It's one of the best 2000s records for damn sure. And there's a reason why it was, as big as it was back then. And Meteora also did so goddamn good. Some people love that one even more than Hybrid Theory. I'm not one of those people, but I still fucking respect that album because they kicked down the fucking door and proved that new metal was still at least relevant in the 21st century. So, you did a disgusting thing. Anyways, that being said, though, I will have to say this. Rest in peace, Chester Bennington. I know it's been 5 years, but you made some badass music over the years. So...
Yeah.
But
When you said disgusting thing, were you talking about my mic? Because I did.
I heard
cackling?
like a noise.
It's probably because I accidentally stepped on my wire here, so
Oh, okay.
probably what it was. Should be good.
All right.
No.
Does anyone need to say anything else?
No, I'm good. Wait,
No,
no, I haven't talked about that yet. Yeah, S tier. S tier. Amazing band. Hybrid Theory is definitely my favorite album from them. I would also rank it as one of the best new metal albums ever. Not a perfect album by any means. It does have a couple stinkers on it, but overall, solid. But yeah, good ass band. Chester Bennington, one of the best vocalists out there. He is, whether you love him or whether you hate him, he had a very unique vocal style that definitely drew a lot of people in.
And he
me
worked
included.
with Mike Shinoda. They had a good chemistry with delivery. Like don't forget about Mike
They
Shinoda.
did good chemistry together, especially with Mike Shinoda. He's a decent rapper, I think. Not like the best by any means, but for what he was doing, it was pretty good.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, like S tier, obviously the top of my S tier because Linkin Park is my favorite band. Hybrid Theory, I mean, of course, as we agree, as you guys said, definitely one of the best, one of if not the best new metal albums. And I feel about Hybrid Theory the same way I feel about System of a Down's Toxicity. Just one of the best albums in general. Like, it's so good. Meteora was definitely also really, really good. But again, rest in peace, Chester. But I also is Minutes to Midnight new metal.
Given Up is a new metal song, I'd say. But other than that,
Okay. Yeah, Given Up. I actually love.
What?
What?
I said, yeah, that Giving Up is definitely a new metal song, but the album as a whole, no, I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, but yeah, Mike Shinoda, Chester Bennington's combos, like Chester's vocals combined with Mike Shinoda's rapping, definitely a very nice chemistry to that. And of course, we all know the rest of the band does their absolute thing. They fucking shred it. They fucking kill it. And is there anything more to say, really?
Yeah, no, it's Linkin Park. What do you expect, idiot?
Yeah. Shut up.
All right.
My friends here already make fun of me for it. For the Mike now in the way.
All right. Who's up next? How about we get like a mid-tier band out of the way?
Okay.
So,
Alrighty.
Clawfinger. So, these guys are a Swedish band. They're one of the earliest bands, starting as early as 1993. I'm not really gonna say too much about them
Not
because.
to be confused with the death metal band. Same name.
Wait, what?
I said not to be confused with the death metal band of the same name.
Oh, I didn't know there was a death metal band named Clawfinger.
Yeah, they're kind of obscure, so I doubt any of your streamers would probably know them unless they're into like really obscure death
They're
metal.
not.
But
They're not. But I'm not going to really say too much that I haven't said before about these guys. I'm going to put them as C. They're basically just Swedish Rage Against the Machine. Like, that's all you really need. Like, but with more electronic sounds, which is interesting. Now, don't confuse them with like being like another like right-wing band like POD because I know there's the song that's literally the N-word that's actually criticizing people who use the N-word in the context of like so don't get them confused with that. That being said, in terms of being
a song called Rock and Roll N-word. So
what?
I said Marilyn Manson also has a song called Rock and Roll N-word. So
Yeah, but just in terms of these guys, like, I mean, they're just kind of whatever. Unlike 1 Minute Silence, that I personally thought did the Rage Against the Machine thing right, Clawfinger just kind of steps down a bit because I only liked Deaf, Dumb, and Blind and their 2003 record that had the song Recipe for Hate on it. So, whatever.
yeah, I also put them in C tier just because I think I'd say they're probably maybe slightly better than some of the other C bands I have, but again, I just couldn't get into them. Not really my cup of tea,
Yeah.
Austin?
I mean, I put them in D tier. Like, I do not care for them at all. Like, what I put were, like, the vocals were not impressive to me at all. And then in parentheses, what the fuck is this cheesy Vanilla Ice type shit? Like,
okay, they're more than just Vanilla Ice style.
I did not care for them personally.
Like,
Like, if I thought they were completely like Vanilla Ice, I would have put them in F tier. But no, I didn't think they were completely. But just parts of it reminded me too much of that song. We shall not name.
Yeah.
That we already named, but we shall not name it anymore. So D tier.
All right. Last band for me for now. What?
I was quoting that line from the end of the song that shall not be named. It's like, I rock the mic like a vandal, light up the stage and watch me jump like a candle.
Oh my god.
So
Anyways, let's move on. Final band for me for now, Stuck Mojo. Kind of the same feeling that I have about Clawfinger. They're just okay. Except they're more on like the right wing sort of thing, but like they're not like POD where they actively piss me off. They're just okay. You know.
Yeah.
They're just whatever. That's all I gotta say.
I also put them in C, kind of a mid band. They do get some points in my book just for being right wingers, but yeah, just okay.
Mm.
They're basically just if Rage Against the Machine had some like Biohazard DNA.
Mm.
Yeah, the Biohazard, like the thrash rap metal band that came out like a few years before.
Yeah,
like Rage. Yeah,
Yeah. Like this band, I personally put in like in a low B. Now, what I had put down, well, because was I thought the stylish was very, the flow was very stylish. There were some word plays there that I was like, oh shit, that's actually kind of neat. The instruments definitely added to the words hitting more. Like they just in a way that the melded with instruments were melded with the lyrics in a way that it made the song I feel hit a lot more. That one song that's in our thing. But I didn't place it higher than a low B, just because it just sounded like a typical new metal rap song to me still. But for the same reason, I placed another band that I will talk about here shortly. But
all right, well, do you want to talk about that? Because it's your turn.
Oh yeah, it is my turn. So the other band I had put in notes that I thought it suffered the same issue for me was Hamlet. So let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
FGH Hamlet. So, because again, I had put them in a low B. Now let me see. Yep. Like I could definitely see. It's a song I would definitely listen to. Like if I want something to headbang to, maybe too. Like I feel like they could do that for me. Like I thought they were good. Like, but nothing like insanely impressed me. Like it's another new metal song. It's a good one, but it's still just another good new metal song. Like nothing insanely over the top impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really criticize this band all that much either because they're another like band that came out in 1994. So it's like I don't want to be too harsh on them, although to be fair, they dealt with POD. But like with them, they're another like international band. They're from like I think Spain. So like I don't know. They just kind of do whatever, Like it just might not be for me personally. So
yeah, I put them in high C just because I like them significantly more than kind of like Clawfinger. I like them more than a lot of the other C bands I have, but like it still just wasn't really enough to get me really into them, just high C, kind of mid, just in general.
Now my next band I'm going to talk about Snot.
God, you keep choosing the C tier bands.
I know they are a C tier for me, but
yeah.
So with Snot, I mean, I'm just gonna read off the notes here. Like, I would place them higher if I could understand most of the song that was in the thing. Like, most of the vocals for me were very incoherent, and at some points very lackluster. Like this song that I was listening to was Snot, the self-titled song. but around the 2 minute and 20 second mark of it, the words for me ended up merging like a car crash. And in the side note,
you shouldn't have said that.
Why?
Because the lead singer passed away because of a car crash in 1998.
Oh no!
Oh, are you fucking?
I'm
kidding
not
me?
joking.
Oh no!
Oh,
You
no.
used horrible wording.
I did not know. Oh my god, I really did not know. Wait, no.
Mm.
Oh, rest in peace to lead singer. Stop. I really did not mean no disrespect there. Like the words melted together, like not good. Like
Mhm.
like a jumble pot of like terrible stew. There, that's
Wait.
that's what I'll go for.
Dave, do you
Like-
still have your soundboard?
I mean, I
Oh
literally.
no!
Oh, hold on.
Don't soundboard me. No way! I didn't know. Oh
Hold
god!
on. I gotta pull a meme. Oh shoot, the camera's.
Oh god! Oh god!
I can't access it. Okay, the video's gonna mess up a little bit.
That's fine. That's fine. Just hit me with it. Just hit me with the soundboard. End this. Oh god! Damn it!
Hold on, where is it?
Chat. I really did not know. I had no fucking idea. Okay.
Wait, why is the cameras not working? What the fuck?
Oh no. I still see it on mine. Oh wait.
Well,
no,
the cameras are like paused for whatever reason.
Yeah. Oh, there.
No, I'm trying to switch it around because it's being annoying.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
All right, there we are. Does anyone else want to talk about it now? I feel horrible.
There,
Cool.
you got the foghorn.
I'm good.
All right,
Oh, God.
leave the sound open board, Dave. Leave the soundboard open, Dave. 'Cause I want to talk next.
Oh no.
This new metal band, it's not good.
Oh, I don't have that soundboard.
Oh, F. But no, yeah, like not a great band. I put them in like low C. The only reason I put them just above D is because I like the vocals. The vocals are okay. Like, yeah, I can agree that they were kind of blended with the rest of the instrumentals kind of badly, but like, I don't know. There was a certain amount of charm there for me that kind of elevated them just above being put in D. But no, yeah, still definitely a not great band. So low, definitely very low C.
There, I put you're not good, just not the visual of it.
Fool.
But yeah, no, I do have to agree. Again, rest in peace, the lead singer, because that does kind of suck. That being said, the song, like even the dog on the cover died in that car crash. So,
Oh my god, are you serious?
Look up the fucking information. Like I wouldn't say this if I wasn't making like it. I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't make it up. So yeah, what happened was really fucking sad, and it just sucks that they weren't able to really continue on after their one album that they had, because even though this was like a rough like start, it seemed like they could have had potential, but because of that, they just didn't do anything else. So, and that sucks.
Yeah.
So. All right, Austin, are you?
Yeah. Let's move on from this. 7 Dust. I want to make myself feel better.
Yeah, Seven Dust is S tier.
S tier.
Like
And
they're an underrated band. I don't know why people don't talk about them, because they deserve to have more recognition than they do now, because self-titled, Home, Animosity, and Season, those are 4 amazing albums. Even Next, their album that came after Season, those 5 albums alone easily are some of the best like new metal that I heard about from the late 90s and early 2000s, and it's pretty great.
Yeah.
are you glad that I bullied you into listening to Seven Dust?
You didn't bully me into listening to Seven Dust. You just pulled up an article that just so happened to have Seven Dust's Animosity on it, and then I listened to it and I thought it was good.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't bully me. I willingly chose to listen to them. So, but yeah, no. How do you feel about them? Well, pretty obvious, I think.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, I also put them in S tier. They were, yeah, again, I hadn't heard of them either. I just completely discovered them by accident when I was just browsing the internet one day. And I saw a Wikipedia article on them, and I was like, oh, that's a cool sounding name. I like this type of music. I'll check them out.
Mm-hmm.
And no, yeah, they absolutely blew me away the first time I listened to them. The vocals are incredible. The instrumentation is just, it's chef's kiss. Just amazing band all around. S tier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And of course, we all know where this is going. S tier. You both pretty much summed it up. Now, if anyone wants to listen to a song to get started, "Live Again" is such a good fucking song.
Yes!
Like the harmonies in "Live Again" are so damn beautiful. Like angels singing in my ears. But
here's my hot take about Seven Dust. They do what Korn and Disturbed did, in my opinion, way better. Because they're basically proto Disturbed. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically proto Disturbed, but they're way better in so many ways. So
okay.
also, apparently since we're now Seven Dust fans, we're like Rush fans. We're never gonna leave them.
Yeah.
So
Bastards are stuck with us now. And the next one I want to talk about. I want to talk about another one I liked.
think you already did 3.
I talked about Snot. I talked about
Seven Dust. Did you choose Hamlet?
Oh yeah, I did choose Hamlet. Okay, yeah.
All right, Izzy.
Alrighty. So I am going to list my 3 bands and let you.
Wait, what?
I'm going to list off my 3 picks and let y'all talk about them first, and then I'll come and speak my opinions because I need to make a trip to the lumber mill.
Okay, that's fine.
The lumber mill.
Yeah, because cutting logs.
Have you become a lumberjack?
Maybe. Sorry, I'm trying to look at. So for my first pick will be Rammstein.
Yeah.
My second pick will be Mice and Men. And you know what? We need to get this band out of the way sooner. We need to get this band out of the way soon. So for my third pick, we'll talk about Emmure. So go to town. I'll be back.
All right. All right. So Rammstein. Yeah, they're S tier. I don't think I really need to say much else than I did, other than what I said in the tier list, like the original tier list. They are one of the best international bands like ever. Now, some people are gonna be like, "Aren't they like new to chart metal?" It's like, no, that's a bullshit genre. Stop making up bullshit. Because their early stuff, especially their debut, it goes to deep new metal. Especially their first 2 records, and Mutter, those are new metal albums. You can't tell me they're not. And honestly, they're pretty amazing songs and albums in their own right. Honestly, I would complain about some of their later work being meh, but we're not ranking them off of that sort of stuff. We're ranking them from Rise Back, and their stuff from that era is solid gold. So, yeah, no, they're pretty good, I'd say, for the most part.
Yeah. I know, for me, I put them in S tier as well. I'm just going to say this. Nothing, for me personally, sounds more badass than German nu metal.
There's a German nu metal band on here that sucks, so...
But Rammstein's just a badass band in general. Their sound, badass. The and the song I listened to again, just to refresh myself, just in case. I knew I was gonna put them in S tier, but because I had 2 coworkers that listened to Rammstein. But there's some trills that the vocalist does in the song. They're so damn good, and when you throw in little vocal techniques like that to add to the song, there is such a thing as overdoing it too, of course.
Yeah.
But when you do it just the right amount, oh man, it's so good. And that's what Rammstein does. So, S tier. What more do we need to say? Nothing. Badass band.
That's too Host, and that song's great.
Yes.
So I'm assuming
then-
Izzy's not here for now, so I guess
Yeah.
of Mice and Men.
Of Mice and Men.
I would put them in C tier. We've talked about them multiple times before. I don't really need to like say anything else. They're long story short for me, they're kind of similar to Breaking Benjamin in the sense where it's like they're kind of a one-trick pony, and I just don't really care for them. Granted, I actually would rather listen to Of Mice and Men than Breaking Benjamin personally, but in the sense of just their new metal stuff, which is like their mid-career I'd say most of their stuff is like new metal / metalcore at this point. And I don't know, they're just kind of pretty generic if I'm gonna be honest. Like they're not terrible, but like I just don't care. So though I will say Cold, that album I thought was actually fine.
I know for me, I put them in high B. Originally, it was going to be an A, but I'm like, I don't know if I'd put them in A. Like, I liked them. Like, I personally thought they were great. I thought, because, like, let me pull up the thing. Like, I definitely, it's definitely something, like, if it was on the radio or something, or it came up on my Spotify, I'd play it. I wouldn't skip it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought there are parts of the song that was in the Spotify list that kind of gave me Chester vibes a little bit.
Yeah,
but
they're very similar to
also,
Linkin Park in some aspects.
Yeah. But there was still enough originality to it, I felt, that I'm like, okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Because, I mean, I was going to say this. If you you could sound like another band, but you can still sound good. I've heard it before. Like, you're not probably going to be as good as I think as like an original band, like a band that has an original sound, but you can still sound good, even if you sound like something else. Unless you're trying to intentionally sound like that, then no, you're just a copycat. But
yeah.
But no, I thought If Ice and Men did a good enough job being uniquely original, and I definitely like them. So, A.
All right, and then the last band that Izzy mentioned, Immure. Do we need to say anything else that we haven't already said about Immure? Because we talked about them at least 4 times in these tier lists. They're not good. Granted, I think this is going to be a hot take. They're slightly better than Attila, if I'm going to be honest. Because at least they have decent riffs. But, man, they're just the same. They're just the same band. So,
yeah.
Because of that, I'm going to put them in F.
Yeah. I mean, we all know where I put Attila. I mean, I put Immure in B. Low B.
Why did you put them that high?
I was going to put them in C. Because I was going to
put them in C. They deserve B and C.
Now,
They're no better than
here's
C.
Here's the thing. It's what you mentioned with the vocals. Just the techniques, she uses in the song, or they use in the song. That's why I put them in B. Just those,
The vocals are dog shit, though.
I didn't think the vocals were that bad. Like, it's not a band I see myself listening to, like, constantly. Like, to me, I think they're not a bad band.
Oh, they are bad. They are bad. Don't lie to yourself like that.
But low B is the highest I will place them. I will say that. I won't place them any higher.
I gotta let Shino know this.
We already know where I put Attila in fucking A. This.
You're getting muted again. Anyways, so I think it's about time that I, do my thing again. So you're muted, by the way. We could see you, but you're muted. So I'm gonna block your camera too. All right, so I guess we're gonna make this similar to like a solo stream, which it's whatever. All right, so, God, these bands, we're running out of good bands. All right, you know what? Let's talk about. Actually,
I've returned.
I muted Austin because he posted cringe.
Oh no! What did he do?
He put Immure in B.
Austin.
I have him muted.
Oh my god, Austin, I know you can't respond to me right now, but just know that I'm very disappointed in you.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna unmute him so I can hear this.
Okay. You bastards! You cowardly bastards! I have opinions, you know.
Yeah,
even
but
if
there are
they're
some
wrong.
opinions that shall not be said.
Well,
Okay,
listen.
so
As long as
Brown,
What?
Stein, S tier. I love Sensuk, just my personal favorite album
Oh,
of theirs. A lot of people say that Du Hast is their greatest song. Personally, I disagree. I like Mind Time. That's what I personally consider to be their best. I love the story behind it. For those of you who don't know,
Cannibalism.
fun little factoid for you. It's about a very famous German cannibal. I can't remember his name, but he posted ads on a website for people to volunteer to by him after his death. And I think it was 3 people actually responded and accepted. So the song's about that. So, but yeah, great band, S tier. Of Mice and Men, same thing happened with them that ended up happening with Burn the Priest. Actually, initially I was much more harsh to them. I think I put them in C or D.
I put them in C.
But after going back and listening to some more of their music, I think I can comfortably put them in a low A. I think I originally didn't really give the vocalist enough credit. I think he's a decent vocalist overall, and a lot of their other music outside of what I had listened to before is actually pretty good. So yeah, solid A tier band. Immure, they're basically just Attila, but way worse. Also, the lead singer is a grapist, so...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Did I say B? I meant to say low D. No, maybe a F. Did I say... I don't know what the fuck you guys talking about, me putting them in B. I don't know what the fuck you were talking about.
I didn't know that he did a rhymes with grape.
Well, allegedly he did. I don't know if it was ever definitively proven, but yeah, multiple of his... I think it was 2 or 3 of his previous partners ended up coming forward and having words about that. So, I mean, again, separating art from artist, this isn't... it's not like he's using his music to glorify grape or anything like that. But, yeah, I don't know. Just I find it a bit harder to separate the art from the artist when the artist is a grapist. Just 'cause, I don't know. I feel gross.
Say rhymes with grape. It sounds like you're saying the actual word.
Oh, I feel, I don't know, listening to music from somebody who did that. I don't know. I feel gross listening to it. I feel like my soul needs a shower afterwards. You know?
Yeah, I didn't hear about that story, and
Yeah.
now I'm even comfortable, more so that I put them in F tier this time.
Yeah, same here. We always put them in F tier. Fuck people like that.
So, and you know what sucks though? We've bashed Attila and we've bashed Immure, but unfortunately, I've been personally made aware of a band that honestly I think is so bad that it even puts Attila to shame. Have you guys heard of King 810?
I have. So I listened to a little bit of their music just for their tier list, but previously, no, I haven't.
Same here.
These guys are even worse than both of them. They're F tier easily.
Yeah, I would agree, honestly.
What?
I said, yeah, I would agree, honestly.
The vocal delivery is so bad. The instrumentals sound even more so of a copy of a copy of a copy of Korn, which is just insulting. And they just have the same sort of douchebag, piece of shit attitude that Immure has times 5. And what makes it even worse is that the lead singer, who's the guy who's in the middle right picture,
Yeah.
he's one of the smuggiest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. He's kind of like the guys from POD in the sense that he thinks he's so much better than everyone else. He's one of those types of douchebags, and that shit pisses me off. So, fuck this band, man. Honestly. I'm saddened that I had to update the list to add this garbage-ass band. So
Yeah, honestly, I think Dave pretty much hit the nail on the head. I also put
Mhm.
them in if not much to elaborate on.
Yeah. Like, I put them in low D, but the reason I didn't put them in F was the instrumentals. That's it. I actually thought the
the
instrumentals were that.
instrumentals are dog shit, though. Like,
From what I heard, I actually kind of like them. But I do agree with you guys on the vocals though. The vocals,
it's smooth. It's like,
yeah.
Right? Like, oh my
like
God,
it's another case of
like
the
Eddie
new metal rap head cold, but worse.
yeah.
wait, what were you saying, Izzy?
I said, no, yeah, like hearing him sing, it's like listening to Eddie Vedder, but like 10 times worse.
Well, it's not even like Eddie Vedder. He sounds like he's trying to pull like a British accent or something, but failing miserably at it. Because these guys aren't British, so at least I'm pretty sure they're not. Like I'm 90% sure they're not.
We're about to find
Yeah,
out.
they're from fucking Michigan. So
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
Michigan, England. Don't you know?
England is my city.
oh shit, they're from Flint, Michigan. Oh god.
Oh boy.
Okay, yeah, that explains everything.
Yeah. So yeah, no, fuck this band. They're bad. You know who else is not necessarily as bad, but like just still kind of
Tell us.
Forlin.
Yeah.
They're the other German band I was talking about. So
Yeah.
Let's see where I put them. I don't even remember where the fuck I put Forlin.
yeah, they're another Rage Against the Machine style of band, and what makes it even worse is that like their vocalist, he's trying to like try really hard to sound like natural with his voice, but like in an English way, and it just doesn't really work all that well. And again, just that sort of like mix between Korn and Rage Against the Machine just doesn't work for them because they just sound like a hodgepodge of what happened, like in the 90s before they were around, because they came about in the early 2000s, so a little bit late to like the new metal train.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of
Mm.
I put them in C just because, like, I don't want to sound too repetitive here, but like the same reason why I ended up putting a lot of the other bands in C than I did, just because, just meh, mediocre, no strong feelings one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I put them in C as well, and what I had put in my notes was cool. Have heard this shit before. I mean, is there really with new metal? Is there anything else I can add to that? Even I mean, it's the same shit as a lot of the other stuff in the genre. Like I've heard it. You're not special. Moving on from my statement.
Well, let's move on to a band that I actually think is pretty decent. So, you guys remember us talking about Tala?
I think so, yeah.
So, they, they're a newer band. They just, broke to the scene just a couple years ago. They just released a new single like a month ago. And I put them in a B in the original take, but honestly, I actually like where they're going this time around, and I would put them in an A tier. Like, I actually like the instrumentation of their first album. They really exemplified, like, the creepy, like, horror, thrashy, new metal style, like, that's fucking shit. But they do it in their own way that it doesn't sound like they're just completely copying Korn, unlike Forlin. And so, in that sense, I can at least respect them, because it sounds like they sound like they're more inspired rather than copying, and that's something that I have to at least appreciate with this band. And again, just that sort of, that the most recent single I actually liked, so except for the deathcore growl, that was not very good. But other than that, I like the direction where they're going, and hopefully their new album will be pretty cool. So, I'd recommend.
Yeah.
I agree with Dave on this one. Solid A tier. I'm excited to see where the band ends up going. I actually wasn't aware that they had put out a new single. I'm definitely gonna have to go check that out after this is done. But no, really, really good thing. I definitely would recommend it as well. A
Mm.
tier.
Yeah, and hopefully I'm doing this right, but for everyone watching on the camera, A tier. So sorry, I thought,
Illuminati.
yeah, he's got the pyramids with the eye. Is it? Sorry, that's a different video. But anywho, Tala again, A tier. Like before I put it in those, holy shit, a new metal rapper who doesn't sound like he has a head cold when he raps. At least in the first half of the song, first verse. But still, I mean, even then,
I
he didn't
love the
sound.
instrumentals on the song that I put.
Yeah,
Like the
the
first like 30
instrumentals.
minutes.
The instrumentals were going fucking ballistic. I absolutely loved it. The vocals sounded really good too. And,
Also, good work with turntables for once.
yeah, but no, I can definitely appreciate like especially the new metal rap. If you because I get typically the sound is you sound like you have a head cold, which I can understand how it's a hard new metal rap like it's hard to be unique in. That's usually a sound everyone goes for, but the fact that Tala managed to make it sound unique from the song I heard, easy A tier right there.
Mhm.
And they sounded damn good too. So
Okay.
I'll need to listen to more of them.
Okay, hang on. Before I give my opinion, Dave, you said that like they're one of the few new metal bands to have good turntable work. What's your opinion on Sid Wilson?
Of who?
Sid Wilson,
I don't know who that is.
the turntablist for Slipknot.
Oh, he's good, I'd say. Why?
I was just curious.
Oh, yeah.
No reason.
Because
Anyways.
Slipknot is one of the other few bands that I do feel like, and Linkin Park, that does turntables great. So, but those are like the only three.
Yeah.
So, Austin, who do you choose?
So my first band, I'm just gonna go ahead and get Dope out of the way.
Who? Dope?
Yeah.
Oh, F.
Yeah. I put them in D. Like, I didn't think they were good. Like, the vocals to me were very slurry. But like the instrumentals, kind of gave me like. I mentioned earlier that I used to skateboard a bit, like, and I'm actually just getting back into it. And one thing I can judge, like, from new metal, because good new metal is actually really fucking good to listen to during skateboarding. Like it actually kind of gets you in the mood for it, but or for me at least. So the instrumentals definitely gave me, that feeling that like, damn, I want to go skateboard right now. I'll listen to this. But like the vocals, I could care less about. So D on for that.
Yeah, no, I put them in F. They're one of the other electronic, new metal style of bands. And they made some really bad covers. Like their cover of "Fuck the Police" was bad. Their cover of "Spin Me Right Round Like a Record" is also bad. "Die Motherfucker Die" is also just overrated and just kind of a cringe, edgy song, and I just don't like it at all. And outside of that, they're just a really bland and forgettable band that just exemplifies everything that just new metal kind of is, just bland and forgettable music. So,
Yeah.
but because of those specific covers, that's why I put them in F.
Yeah, I also put them in F just for pretty much the same reasons. Although I will say, "Die Motherfucker Die" is kind of a guilty pleasure song for me.
It's a cringe
Like-
edge song, though.
It is a cringe edge song, but I like cringe edge music. You should know that by now.
But like, don't be an edgy boy. I'm the only one who's allowed to be edgy. All right, Austin, who's up next?
Up next, I am gonna talk about. You know what? Let's go ahead and talk about Kill to This.
F as well. God, no. Also, wait, hold on. What's going on with the... Hold on, before we move on, the stream is having some bit problems right now.
Oh no.
I think we're good. All right, anyways.
Okay.
F tier, like, another band that's just bad. Like, surprisingly, they're a British band. What? But, like, outside of that, just really, really forgettable and just annoying songs. And just really, really, really just... In terms of vocal delivery, the vocal delivery is really bad. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. I mean, me personally, I put them in C. I'm like, cool. Like, I didn't mind. Like, I know you don't like the vocal delivery. I'm not saying I like it. I don't mind it, but that's why I put them in C, though. Just like, okay, cool if you like them, cool if you don't. But that's really all I gotta say on Kill to this.
Yeah, I honestly, I agree with Austin on this one. I also put them in C for pretty much the same reason. So not really much else to say there.
They're like Element 80, but like way worse.
You're like Element 80, but way worse. Ooh.
Izzy.
Oh!
You just roasted yourself. Because I said your name, therefore you just called yourself that.
And then the next band my last band here I want to talk about, because I absolutely fucking love my notes for this, is H Block. So.
Oh no, this is another German band. Damn.
Oh shit, are they German?
Yes, they're German.
Damn. H, where's the fucking H's? Okay, there we go. So, I had to put them in. Sorry. For me, I had put them in B. Now, I want to read my notes from word to word. H blocks,
God.
B tier, and you'll be able to tell who I listened to right before I listened to them as well. So, my notes from word to word are: why do all new metal songs with rap have the same instrumentals? LOL. Guy sounds like he's got less of a cold than PLD's dude. Vocals are clear. He's got a pretty decent flow going. The instruments are very consistent. Fuck PLD. So I was still very upset by my previous listening experience before that. But no, I put them in B because I thought they had good flow and instruments consistent. But I feel the reason I put them in B again as well is I feel they fall under the trap of like they sound good, but they still sound the same as anyone in that genre. So that's why I had to give them B on that one.
Yeah.
And plus, I was just viscerally angry about the band I listened to before them.
Yeah, I also put them in D. Just
B or D?
coincidentally enough,
B or D?
I didn't D.
Oh, I put them in B.
Excuse me. I put them in D just because, like, I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I really tried. Like, I wanted to like them. I really did, but just I don't know. It was really just something about the instrumentals just really put me off for some reason. I can't really put my finger on it. I don't know. It really kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
I think I know what you mean. Because it sounds like something that you hear out of like a kid's show.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Because I'm gonna put these guys in D as well. So okay, I'm about to expose you and Austin though from the last take.
Oh,
because you guys said that these guys were a better version of Limp Bizkit, even though these guys were basically before Limp Bizkit.
I mean, Dave, let's be honest here. Anything's fucking better than Limp Bizkit. Well, to be fair, no, bands we shall not name that I still viciously rage about, and not the good kind, but
for
the
honestly,
most part,
in terms of just how I feel about H blocks, it's the same thing with Izzy. It's just like it's just dumb. Who cares? Like who genuinely cares about H blocks? Like that's just a dumb name.
Yeah,
So-
they're slightly better than Limp Bizkit, but I mean the bar there wasn't really all that high, so that's not really saying.
yeah.
And these guys have some weird fucking vocals because it's like, what's the song that I put on there? Oh, yeah, I'm a sitting in the top of these breast, busy dressed, dressed up in the cup. It's like, it sounds like they're trying too hard. That's
Yeah.
why I don't like it. So,
Okay, that's fair.
but whatever. I think that was your last. That was your
Yeah,
last.
that's my last.
Izzy.
Alrighty. Let me get my handy dandy little list here.
Let's speed it up just a little bit because it's getting late. So.
No, no wait. You know what? Let's go ahead and get another one of the worst bands on this list out of the way. Stain. F.
F. Fuck this
Like-
band.
But no, you just god awful band. They are way overhyped, and the vocalist is also kind of a douchebag. So,
Austin.
Yeah. I mean, I put them in C mainly because I don't care either way. Like, I don't mind the vocals as much as because I mean, I like them a little more than you guys dislike them, but that's not saying much though for my opinion here, because it's just like if you like them, cool. If you don't like them, cool. Again, just like I'm indifferent about them.
Dude, I am fucking mad that they actually count for this list, because their debut, Dysfunction, their most recent album from 2011, and parts of their album Break the Cycle, that's enough to count, and that makes me depressed, because this is literally one of the worst bands I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Because the instrumental sounds like they didn't even fucking try. And the drumming, just awful. And
right, like people say Lars Ulrich is a terrible drummer. Have you listened to Staind? Oh my god.
well, it's not even that, but it's also the lead singer piece of shit that is fucking, I can't think of his name. Aaron Lewis? Fuck him. Like, he's honestly one of the most crybaby, bitchy, moody pieces of shit that I've ever seen, like, ever. And the fact that, like, he's up there with Kid Rock in terms of just absolute pieces of shit.
Douchery, yeah.
And not only that, but also, he said some racist shit. Like...
Yeah. And System, or not System, Stains, you said Ivan Moody, right?
Aaron Lewis.
Oh, Aaron Lewis.
Aaron Lewis. Ivan Moody is Five Finger Death Punch.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, no, he's a racist piece of shit. I showed Austin the fucking video. He can fucking testify to that shit if you don't fucking believe me. And you know what's actually just kind of sad and what makes me even hate this band even more than, like, you know, most other people is the fact that, like, even their fucking fans are absolute pieces of fucking shit. Cause did I ever tell you about this story about my comments about Aaron Lewis, Izzy?
I don't think you did.
Okay, so long story short, I had a TikTok account. I know that was the first mistake ever, but that's besides the point. Where I made a Carson Daly joke, because Carson Daly, for those who don't know, he was a host for MTV's TRL back in the 2000s, and he was the one who helped get bands like Limp Bizkit and Staind popular, because TRL was a big thing back in the day. And I made a joke basically talking about his music taste, and it was nothing but a bunch of motherfuckers, talking, like, saying all the fucking terrible names you can ever think about telling a human being. All because I talked shit about Aaron Lewis. And to those pieces of fucking shit, you can fucking just go fuck yourselves. Because
if you're so fragile that somebody talking trash about your favorite band is enough to set you off like that, I think you might need to take a deeper look at yourself, my guy.
I'm sorry, but that whole fucking week, there's a reason why I barely streamed last summer. It's because I was fucking, like, nearly bawling my fucking eyes off. Because I've been a victim of fucking bullying. And the fact that there were motherfuckers saying that, oh, this guy wasn't bullied enough. Fuck you. Actually, fuck you.
Like, I'm just gonna say this now. Y'all ain't shit. I've been around enough people. I've met enough kinds of people in my life to know y'all ain't shit. I know someone like that in my real life to know that y'all ain't shit. So
yeah, I'm sorry that I had to fucking spill that shit, but that shit drives me out the fucking wall.
No.
Because
that's
not fucking funny.
Oh, yeah,
and the fact that, like, people, like, literal fucking, like, they're, like, Aaron Lewis basically created a breed of crybabies is absolutely pathetic. So, and you're the type of people who fucking says that we're the fucking snowflakes.
Like, yeah, because I'm going to say this, when we get mad at each other for our tier list, It's because we're joking around for the most
Yeah,
part.
like at
We're
the end
not
of the
taking
day,
it seriously.
yes, me and Izzy
Fun.
and Austin might fight each other, but at the end of the day, we're still friends because music opinions don't matter because it
Yeah.
doesn't affect me. If you're you're out of your fucking way to attack someone just because they don't like the bands that you like, then I'm sorry, but like, I hate to use this fucking word, but you're kind of a pussy.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. You just are. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Austin, have you given your opinions on Stained yet?
he did.
I did, yeah. I'm
Pussy.
indifferent about them. I'm just
So
like,
can we move on? Because I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to fucking start crying.
Yeah.
you're good, you're good.
Yes. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's get another D tier band out of the way. Godsmack.
Yeah, they're D.
So yeah, Godsmack. Sully Erna. I don't really like Sully Erna as a vocalist. Like, his vocals just never really clicked with me. That being said, again, the only reason they're not an F for me is again just because there are a few songs from them that I do actually like. Like I like Love, Hate, Sex, Pain. I like I Fucking Hate You. That one's good. I like what's that one where it's like I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel you stay right into my
Voodoo.
veins. Yeah, that was pretty
Wait,
good.
did
too.
you know that they made a Voodoo too?
Really?
Yes, on their 4th album, they made a Voodoo. They made a sequel to that song, which was funny.
Yeah, but yeah. Overall, just not a great band. D tier.
I agree, they're D tier. They were one of the bands that I actually regret actually listening to back in the day, because like, I will say this: their instrumentals aren't bad, but they're basically just Alice in Chains ripoffs. Like, are we wrong about that?
Yeah, like especially if you listen to some of Sully Erna's vocal performances, it definitely does kind of sound like he's trying to emulate Lane Staley's.
And their
Really-
instrumentals, especially on I Stand Alone and Whatever, it sounds like it's trying to mix Alice in Chains with Korn, and it just doesn't work. So,
I will
and
say, I Stand Alone is another song of theirs that I actually kind of like.
whatever. At the end of the day, though, they're not the worst band in the world, because at least unlike Stained, at least they still care. At least they're willing to go up on stage. So that's why I put them in D, because at least they still care.
I put them in low B. I actually don't mind Godsmack music that much. I actually did I didn't like I wasn't like, oh man, I can't wait to go listen to Godsmack. Like I think they sound good enough for me to put them in low B. That's the highest. Like I actually do like some of Godsmack stuff quite a bit. But like it's a band that while I think they're good, I'm not going out of my way to just listen to them and be like yippee skippy excited about it.
Yeah.
So
All
You
right.
have one more.
For my third and my final pick, let's see. Ooh, sorry, I'm trying to speed things up here. I'm just like looking to trying to piece together which ones you talked about and which ones we haven't, so I can.
I will say this: once we get down to like 3 horizontal rows, I think I'll start skipping some. So, like,
Alrighty.
I'll just kind of speak things from there. Make sure to pick more well-known bands, though. That's what I recommend.
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's end things off on a positive note with Soulfly.
Hell yeah.
I put them in A.
Same A.
The reason they're not an S is because there are some bands that I have in S tier, like Korn and Evanescence, Bring Me the Horizon, not Bring Me the Horizon, friggin' Deftones, that I think are much better. But they're still an absolutely amazing band. They're one of the bands that definitely kind of carried the genre a little bit in the late 2000s when it was kind of starting to fall off a bit, and I respect them for that.
Mhm.
And even some of their music from like after this genre had kind of passed its prime is still pretty fire. So props to them for managing to maintain relevance even after the genre kind of died out.
Yeah. Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Well, I was about to say is that honestly, their self-titled, The Primitive, and their third album and Prophecy, those albums are pretty good. You might be shocked about this, Izzy, but there's actually a group of people who actually doesn't like Soulfly. So, which I'm kind of shocked about because it's like, dude, they're not bad. They're actually pretty damn good, especially for new metal. Granted, some of their features can be kind of hit or miss, but back to the primitive pain.
Fuck up. That's like the quintessential new metal.
Wait, what?
I said jump the fuck up. That's like the quintessential new metal anthem.
Yeah, because it has Corey Taylor in it, and it's like that's where the meme "jump the fuck up" riffs came from. So, because it's a great song, even if like this name of it is kind of whatever, but whatever.
Kind of cringe.
Whatever, but whatever.
Whatever, but whatever.
But whatever. Austin,
I put Soulfly in S tier.
Oh.
Yep, I actually do like it. So, of course, Back to Primitive was the sample song in the playlist. And I mean, they know how to make some good music, and just their mix of instrument, like Back to Primitive. Like if you listen closely, you can definitely hear the bongos. Which, when you think new metal, one of the an instrument that you don't think of is bongos. You don't fucking think of that when you think of new metal.
No, I don't.
So which is why I put them in S tier, because I can appreciate anyone that can bring original stuff to the genre, or any genre in general.
Mm-hmm.
So, and make it sound fucking fantastic. So S tier, right off the bat for Soulfly.
Primitive is amazing. Go listen to it. All right, my turn, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back to the negative.
Oh boy.
And Izzy, I want to see your camera for this, because I already know you're gonna rant about this band.
Oh boy. I'm scared.
So I'm gonna wait until you pull up the camera.
Okay.
Right, there we go. I gotta change around the position of the actual cameras on my end because it messed up. All right. So, how do you feel about this particular band, Coal Chamber?
Bad. It's a bad band. Okay. Again, same thing with Godsmack. Put them in D just because they have.
I thought you were going to put them in F.
Very, very small handful of songs that I think are okay. But yeah, most of their music is just borderline unlistenable for me. Like, especially the debut, which, oh my god, it's like one of the only albums that was like physically painful for me to listen to. Oh god, it felt like my ears were just being sonically assaulted.
How do you feel about them being a Korn ripoff?
I hate it. I hate everything about it. If I wanted to listen to a band that sounded like Korn, I would just listen to Korn. They literally have no reason for existing because they only serve the purpose of being a cheap Korn ripoff. I hate them for that. I hate this band so much.
Why are they not an F?
You know what? Okay, yeah, you know what? A few, like 2 or 3 good songs isn't really enough to save the band, I guess. So yeah, I'll move. You know what? I guess for that same reason, I'll move Godsmack down to F as well.
Man, so angry he got 2 birds with 1 stone.
If you like, okay, obviously I'm being hyperbolic when I say this, but if you like this band, then like, seek help, seek therapy. Who hurt you? Were you a pained child? Did you have a dark and brooding past?
Honestly, that was way better than the original take, and for that reason, I'm still going to save this. So, they are F tier though. Like, let's just be real here. I don't get why they have Defenders, because they are easily one of the bands that just does not deserve to have the recognition that they do. Even though that their freaking, big song Loco, dude, Loco is just a below average song. And that feature with Ozzy Osbourne with Shock the Monkey, like, really?
Oh my god. Like, I love Ozzy, but not even Ozzy Osbourne was enough to save that song, dude.
So yeah, no, I will make sure you every time I mention Cold Chamber, I mention that song because that song literally made me physically ill. So don't listen to Cold Chamber. Just don't. They're bad. I don't care who you are. You know they're bad too. So
Yeah, I don't care about Cold Chamber that much. The only thing that I understood from the song Loco was the word loco. That's it. I did not understand a single fucking thing dude was saying. Instrumentals I thought were good at first. Like I still don't think instrumentals are bad, but they're not like amazing.
is
Like,
it
they're
kind of upsetting though
average.
that like isn't it kind of upsetting though that this guy's trying to sound Hispanic?
Is he not Hispanic?
I don't think he is. I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know. What point being is that like don't listen to Cold Chamber. There's way better band. Just go listen to Korn. Like
Right? Honestly, just listen to Korn.
so you don't
feel like-
need this band. So whatever. Bad band. Bad. Anyways, who's up next?
I should have jokingly said S tier just to see the reaction to it.
I would have immediately kicked you out of the call. Anyways, actually, let's talk about Code Orange because me and Izzy also got to see them kind of barely while we were at the concert, and
Yeah, they were one of the bands that
Oh.
were performing with Korn.
Oh, did they open for Korn?
yeah, they opened for Korn.
Yeah,
nice.
Them and Chevelle. Chevelle didn't count, so but Code Orange. I gained more respect for them like over the past like year and a half after listening to their stuff. Like they're pretty good at what they do now.
Yeah.
Obviously combining that electronic sort of sound and just sort of the metalcore as well, I think works really well in their favor. Especially off of their album Forever and their most recent album. Go check them out. They're a solid band and they seem like they're pretty cool people as well. So and decent live.
Yeah. So, Izzy, I'll let you go next.
Alrighty. My brain just completely blanked out. I am so sorry. Which band are we talking about?
Code Orange, we
Code
saw them
Orange.
live.
Okay. I know we were literally just talking about, but God, I have the attention span of a goldfish. I'm sorry. But yeah, Code Orange, I fucking love this band. Easy S tier. Like, overall, not only are they a great band overall, but like they're more like new metal, like industrial type stuff. Like especially on Below, which I personally think is their best album. No cap, don't at me. It's amazing to listen to. They just the way that they blend the kind of new metal with the electronic and like the more industrial type stuff. It's just so seamlessly blended together. And the vocalist I love like his growls. He's such an amazing growler, especially with some of the lower type growls and stuff. It's so aggressive. Oh, I love it. It's so pleasing to listen to. Yeah, it's S tier.
Yep. I put them in high A, low S. I mean, you know what? No, I'm gonna put them in S tier because I
Actually,
do
yeah, I'll
agree
put
with
them in S tier
everything
now, too.
you all say. That's because I agree with everything that was said. I think Code Orange is an amazing band. Actually, my first listen to Code Orange. If anyone is if any of your viewers here are WWE watchers, the Fiend Bray Wyatt's theme was by Code Orange had something to do with that theme, and it was one of the most badass themes I had ever heard. Got me hooked on listening to more Code Orange, and I was hooked. I was definitely hooked. So easy S on that.
I will just kind of say one thing that was kind of annoying. We almost missed being able to see them because, oh my god, it was so stupid. Like, just a bit of a side story. Like, yes, obviously, I went over to where Izzy was, and we, saw like the concert or whatever. I almost missed Code Orange because they didn't allow me to wear the chain wallets for whatever fucking reason. So
Yeah,
That was
I guess
really
it's because
fucking.
they're worried about you potentially using the chain to kill someone or something. I don't know. They're really particular about what they.
Yeah, no, that was fucking annoying because we missed half of their opening show because of that, which annoyed the hell out of me. But at least we were able to see "Swallow the Rabbit Hole," which was the last song that they did, and I love that song.
Excuse me.
So,
Mhm.
so that was good. Go listen to Code Orange. I think I
Yeah,
changed my
do it.
mind and I put them in S tier because they deserve recognition.
Yeah.
And I think. Wait, was that my? No, it's not. Okay, one more band.
No. Yeah. One more.
All right. Let's talk about Disturbed.
All right.
So, yes, I know I put them in C tier, in the original tier list, mainly like in the original modern bands tier list that we did. But that again, similar to Linkin Park, was me ranking the band overall. However, if we're talking about their early stuff, i.e., The Sickness, Believe, and 10,000 Fists, I would put them in A tier. That was their golden age for damn sure. And it just sucks that they kind of went downhill after that, in my opinion. But 10,000 Fists alone is an album that I recommend to anyone who is interested in sort of that sort of later nu metal era. It's definitely an awesome record. That's the one that has Stricken in it. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That song's great in its own right, and even just a lot of the deep cuts. And I will just say this: if you are kind of iffy about getting into Disturbed's back catalog, because of like some of the singles that they have come out being sort of meh, don't worry. Their deep cuts, in my opinion, are way better than most of their singles. So, and I don't care what you fucking say, Izzy, because I like Dropping Plates ironically.
I put them in B tier. They overall, yeah, I think they're a solid band. They do have some mediocre albums, like The Lost Children. I'm not a huge fan of The Lost Children, and I thought their most recent album, Evolution, was kind of mediocre.
Well, we're working them off of their new metal stuff, so you don't have to worry about their like.
That's true. As much as I do like The Sickness overall, but just there are a couple of songs on there that I do think are just a little bit too corny, like Dropping Plates, for example.
I like Dropping Plates, though.
But still, overall, yeah, great album. And yeah, great band overall.
Yeah. I mean, I put them in S tier myself. They get great, they're fucking good at what they do, personally. Sickness is a good album. And Stricken is actually one of my, when it comes to any of the rock genre, whether it be new metal or just in general, Stricken's one of my favorite songs of all time.
Yeah.
Hell,
honestly, I think 10,000 Fists is their best.
Oh, 10,000 Fists is such a good
That's
song.
the based opinion, because it is the best. Also, it's the best art, in my opinion.
Yeah. As fucking much as I meme Down with the Sickness, I actually do like Down with the Sickness as well.
The one thing that sucks is the domestic abuse solo. Because that is kind of cringe, but...
Yeah. But S tier. Easily.
Alright.
Same way that the way that Dave is with Dropping Plates, that's kind of how I am with Stupefy. Like, that song is corny as hell, especially some of the vocal deliveries, like, I've waited my whole life for just one.
Look at my face, look at my soul, I begin to stupefy. Wah! Look at my face, look at my soul, I begin to stupefy. Wah!
It's corny, but it's endearing.
Yeah. It's the type of cheese you want to consume.
Yeah, it's like a fine Gouda.
Fine gula, you say.
Alright, Austin, who do you want to talk about?
First one I want to talk about is Mudvayne. Like, I put Mudvayne in C. For me, I thought at first the vocals sounded pretty good, but there was something later on. Like, later on the song, as the song progressed, that the vocals just didn't stick with me. None of it actually stuck with me. Like, I didn't mind the first part of the song, but for the rest of it, I just didn't care. I'm just like, nah, you lost me. Yeah. So, like, just like, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
And I'm disappointed, too, because honestly, I put these guys in F.
I mean, I could see why.
Yeah.
I can understand why.
Yeah,
Chad Gray can't sing for shit. And that alone ruins the music for me. Like, I'm not even mad about their getup, because again, they're another one of those WWE wrestler new metal type of groups, similar to Slipknot. But it's like, it doesn't work well if your lead singer can't sing for shit. And also just the bass. I usually don't really mind slappy bass all that much, but in this particular case, it got really annoying. So, and it just annoyed the hell out of me. And it doesn't help that their mid-career stuff is so boring and just so dead. Like Happy. That song is just ugh. So no.
Yeah. I also put them in C. They would have been lower just because most of their work, especially their mid career stuff, is just exceedingly mediocre. I think LD40 is a decent album, definitely not the worst new metal album by any means. This thing, obviously you got Dig, which that song also slaps. And it's just like, again, it's like a 6 out of 10 album, but like for a band like Mudvayne, I think that's probably as good as you're gonna get. So yeah, like mid to low C.
I will say this: the one song that I did like from them was "Death Blooms," but other than that, no.
Now my next choice is this is going to be a short one too for me. It's Unloco. So
F.
I put them.
F.
I put the
F.
I put them in F, and I'm just gonna read what I put in my notes. So Unloco. No, I just pulled them up. Where the fuck? Oh, there we go. So I put Unloco F tier. Nah, I'm good. That's it. That's all I put.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. So I must have really hated them when I listened to them.
Izzy, you go next, because I've got a story to share about this band.
I also put them in F tier. It's just the instrumentals are bad, the vocals are bad. There's virtually nothing to be enjoyed here with this band. It makes me sad.
You know what's kind of sad about Unloco that I didn't know about until recently?
What's up?
Apparently, they're associated with John Feldman's old, punk band, Goldfinger.
Huh.
I do not know who John Feldman is.
He's the one who did the... How do you not know who John Feldman is? He's like a big producer.
I probably know the person. I just don't. The name doesn't sound familiar.
He was the creator of... He had a big giant studio. He's a big... He produced so many bands like Paramore and The Used and some of the Green Day stuff and Blink-182.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. I'm a lot better with faces than I am with names, so
yeah.
Sometimes
But yeah, no, the fact that this band is associated with, I think it's like the bassist or drummer or something that is between the bands, is kind of insulting, because this band is so goddamn just boring and just uninspired, and it's just, ugh. The song that I showed these two guys really exemplifies what I mean when it comes to uncreative bullshit. Because, really? They tried to do what MCR would eventually do with Black Parade or Hoobastank with The Reason, where they try to surround their song around, a riff or, a note. And it just falls apart on its fucking face, and it's so bad. Because it goes I've got... nothing left for you. It's so bad. Oh my god. Don't listen to Unloco. I'm sorry. And here's the thing. I hate to throw shade at Texas because this is a Texas band, but
why? Fuck Texas.
Well, okay, fair enough. Texas is dumb, and unfortunately, this is not helping their case. The only thing good that came out of Texas was id Software. Fuck Unloco.
Yeah.
All right, and then my last band, right?
Yes.
Yep. I'll go ahead and talk about. I'll talk about Since October.
F.
Yeah.
Oh my god, why? Why? Speak, man. Speak.
Well, hang on. I'm trying to. Okay, there they are. They have the unique symbol. I mean, here's the thing. I actually did not mind them that much. I put them in a low B. But here's my reasoning for the low B, though. Because
Look at me, Austin. Look at me.
someone get this as a meme format.
See me?
I am. I'm looking.
How the fuck are these guys any higher than a fucking D?
I actually did not mind their music. The reason I don't like
What
them
the
higher
fuck?
than that, though, is because I like their sound, but to be honest, while I did think I personally thought they were pretty decent, pretty good, it just falls under the usual new metal trap of, like, good, but, like, I've heard it before. Like, because my C tier is reserved for, like, my high mid is, like, reserved for people that I just think, like, I've heard it before. Where my low B is more for the people who are, like, good, but I've heard it before. And that's where Since October falls for that on me.
I'm about to ruin you when it comes to Since October.
Okay.
They're basically Christian 7 does.
You know, maybe the sound of Seven sound like the Seven does might be why I like them. I don't know.
But yeah, no.
'Cause I mean-
Guess what? Guess what, though? We've talked about these guys before, and I have not changed my mind. Again, you know my bias has been against Christian bands, but even then, they just don't do anything with their sound. They're just so just generic, and their lead singer just can't sing for shit because he's like, what? Okay, what was the song? Yeah, what? There's a part of me that's coming undone. Like, really? That vocal style you like, Austin?
I thought he sounded a little better than that, honestly.
Like freaking, like...
You know what? While you and Izzy talk about it, I am willing to give the song another listen and see if it can change my mind.
Like, it's bad. And here's the thing as well that just kind of ruins this band. And this will be the last thing I will mention. They basically tried doing new metal in the late 2000s, i.e. 2008, 9, and I guess 2010 for those weirdos who think that that's part of the late 2000s. You know, an era where if you did new metal, you got a lot of shit. So, and as a result, they paid the price for it. I said that exact format before, but it's true with this band, and I am not taking that. I'm not letting that go.
Yeah.
This band is bad.
Yeah, I put them in like a really low C. Just I didn't really mind the vocals. I do thought that they were just a little bit whiny, and it kind of annoyed me. But I thought it was serviceable. It's certainly not the worst vocal performance I've heard. But yeah, just going kind of elaborating just on what Dave was saying. Yeah, they're so just boring and mediocre, just bland. They don't. They have some interesting ideas, just like a little bit, but again, they don't really do anything. They just wasted potential. That's what it is. A lot of wasted potential.
I'm about to ruin this even more for you.
I did just listen to it before you start. I did just listen to a little bit of the song again, which I was guilty. I still like the song, but listening to it again, I'm willing to give it a high C. And that's the lowest I'll go.
I'm about to ruin this for you even more.
Okay.
Also, you're dropping frames really bad.
Oh boy, I look fine on mine, but oh well.
What if I told you that not only are they Christian 7 Dust, but they're also Christian Hoobastank at the same time?
Oh no.
No. I don't have as much of a bias against Christian bands, is my thing.
A reason the start of review.
Okay, to be fair, Hoobastank's not that bad, but I think my point was... I think I proved my point. Since
I
October
fucking like
7th.
Hoobastank.
Alright, Izzy. You choose.
People should... Fuck anyone who shits on the reason.
And the reason is our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Austin, I have someone who you might want to meet who hates the reason. His name is Crash Thompson.
Okay.
Anyways, Izzy, what were you saying? Like, not the Christian thing. What's your band's?
No, yeah. Let's talk about Ultra Spank.
D.
Yeah, I put them in D. Honestly, it's largely because of the name. Ultra Spank is such a fucking stupid name.
Such
for
a dumb
band.
name.
Like, it's such a dumb name. And just like, I don't want to really talk about this too much because of TOS, but the implications
Yeah.
of that name, just like, if you know, you know.
Yeah, I know.
But just D tier, D, easy D.
Yeah, no. Dumb name. I don't even really need to say anything. Like, just dumb name. Trying so hard to ironically kind of sound like Spine Shank. Maybe they're a ripoff of Spine Shank. I don't fucking know. But, like, they're also the lead singer has a really weird look. Have you guys seen the cover of their second album?
I have
not.
Like, the guy...
I have not. I'm quite interested.
I don't know why. It's the guy, like, one of the guys just looks like he looks like a fucking nerd. He looks like a gent fan.
He's a real
He looks like a fucking, I hate to roast him, but like he literally looks like a stereotypical fucking, like, if he was a YouTuber from the early 2000s. If
Okay.
YouTube existed in the early 2000s.
What's the name of the album?
No, it should be the picture of the album that I have.
Oh,
He just looks like a generic white guy. It's
Okay.
kind of funny.
I'm trying to find them on here.
Just scroll at the just do it by alphabetical and then just scroll to the bottom.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Whatever. Point is, don't listen to this band. They're not very good. They're not the worst thing in the world, but like there's way better.
Yeah.
Also, it's just a dumb name. Like, again, I hate bands that have dumb names. So there's a reason why I fucking roast 1,000 Foot Crutch all the time.
Honestly, I think I'd have to give, if I had to give a title to the band, like an award to the band on this list with the dumbest name, it would probably be Ultra Spank.
Oh, 100%. Like, I put them in D tier because, like, for one, yeah, what the fuck kind of name is Ultra? It's unique. I'll give them that. It's very unique. I mean, hey, whatever you're into, I guess. I mean, hey, I ain't fucking judging. But I mean, when I heard the music, I don't care about their music personally. I mean, it's just like the most interesting part of them is their name. And that's kind of bad, in my opinion. Like, if the best redeeming quality about your music is your band name, ooh, oh. Especially with the
I want to
name
move
like
on because
Ultra
I can't stop laughing.
You're good.
Izzy, choose a band.
Yeah. Band number 2. Blah, 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 blah.
My favorite band. But who?
Nothing Face.
Nothing Face. Okay.
C.
I put them in B. I think like they're just slightly under some of my other A tier picks, like with Breaking Benjamin and Machine Head and all that. But still a really good band in my opinion. Especially, honestly, I particularly really like the vocalist for this one as well. I think he has a very very pretty sounding voice. And the instrumentals as well. I really like the way that some of the guitars are mixed with some of their albums. It's really pleasant, at least to me. So yeah, A tier.
I think I would put them in C because
I'm gonna go grab.
Because the thing about Nothing Face is that they're another like Korn sort of style of band. So like obviously what that means they kind of have a more creepy style. And I will admit, in terms of like atmosphere, they actually do really well, but the lyrics, Jesus, the fucking lyrics, that's where there's a problem. Because it's, ever heard of the song Defaced? That song's kind of creepy, but like...
I heard what other fucking song you put in the sample list, and I was like, nope. Nope.
What
no,
song
no,
is
no,
it
no.
called?
Let me look at it here because I got it pulled up here. The one you put in here, it was defaced. It was.
Yeah. Because
it's
that
like,
one is about like some sort of low key kind of PEDO shit. And it's like, So yeah.
Yeah.
Because of that, I have to put them at a C. Because it's like think of like Daddy by Korn times 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of actually now I think about it, I think I would put but their instrument I don't know. They're not terrible, but it's got
I don't know. I'd give them benefit of that like low C because the instrumentals were not that bad. The vocals, I think, for the most part, weren't that bad to me. Just the lyrics, I'm just like, nope, bad touch, nope.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they do it on purpose, not like in the sense that they are trying to be creepy. And in that sense, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'll keep them in C. But God, the lyrics. Oh my God.
It's right to be creepy. But goddamn, that's no. I need therapy immediately.
Yeah. All right, Izzy. Who's the last group?
All right. Sorry, I'm chewing on an apple.
You're good.
Let's see here.
Gotta keep them doctors away.
Let's talk about Orgy.
Orgy, yeah, my favorite band. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I put them under.
I put them at C just because, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but just mediocre.
I mean, they had like a few good songs off their like debut, but like outside of that, just another like
I will say their
based
debut, I think,
metal band.
but their debut, I'd probably give it like maybe a 7 out of 10. Like a very light 7.
Shut the fuck up! I was talking.
Sorry.
Honestly, I just didn't care for this band overall. Like even like, you know, the debut, like there were some okay songs. I think their cover of Blue Monkey was fine, but I don't know. They just didn't do anything for me. So just another example of electronic new metal band that just meh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, C for me. I mean, generic sounding to me. We all know what I say about that. That's all I need to say.
Yeah. All right. My turn, I think. Yeah, it's my turn. So, You think that Ultra Spank is a dumb name?
Oh no, I don't like where this is going.
What about Darwin's Waiting Room?
Is it time? Is it finally time?
Darwin's waiting room.
So, how do we feel about this band?
I fucking hate this band. Like, Darwin's waiting. Like, what thought process went through these people's heads whenever they were coming up with this name? Like, it's
Pull up your camera.
something kind of funny.
I need to see this now.
It's such a silly sounding name. Like, admittedly, not as silly as Ultra Spank, which is excuse me. It is so just pretentious sounding. At least to me, I hate it. Also, just funny story. As we were talking before the stream started, and Austin he pointed out anytime. Obviously, like they were talking about Charles Darwin, the evolution guy, but like. Every time I hear it, I always think of Darwin from The Amazing World of Gumball. It's really funny.
Gosh, have you ever heard the Darwin Waiting Room song, the internet song, guys? Come on.
But how do you feel about this Darwin?
Who, me or Izzy?
Izzy.
I put them in F.
Are you gonna elaborate even more?
No.
But it's Darwin's Waiting Room. It's everyone's favorite band.
In what universe, Dave? In what universe does anyone call Darwin's Waiting Room their favorite? If Darwin's Waiting Room is your favorite band, either you haven't listened to very much music, or your ears must be broken. Like, go see whatever the fucking ear doctor is called. Go see one of them. Get your ear canals checked. Maybe get some. Shit, I dropped my phone. I should probably stop yelling as much because my dad is trying to sleep. But yeah, it's awful, man.
Austin.
Me personally, I don't mind Darwin's Waiting Room as much, but again, they fall into the trap. They fall into that new metal trap for me. I thought they sounded decent enough, though, that I put them in the low B. It's in that range of the mid C to low B, where it's just like, cool, I've heard it before.
Oh.
I'm going to find your address. I'm going to track you down and come to your house, and I'm going to wait until you're gone, and I'm going to leave a huge turd right in your pillowcase.
No, don't do that. I mean, if you
Oh
wanted
my
to track
God.
me
Stop
down,
changing the camera. I have to keep fucking moving this shit. But
yeah,
anyways, I'm gonna put Darwin's Waiting Room in S. I'm kidding. It's fucking. It's.
I think we found Izzy's least favorite band for sure. Oh
Okay,
god!
okay, that was a good meme. That was a good meme.
I haven't seen that much rage since Dylan's Uncle Grandpa rant. And that's still
Okay. Okay. In seriousness, though, yeah, no, these guys are F. Although I will say this though, I only like I ironically like them. Objectively speaking, they're F tier. But like, Live for the Moment and Feel So Stupid, I ironically like because they're so bad that they're amazing. So now I've got ammunition for Izzy now. I gotta troll him now for this band. So
okay.
thank you for letting me know that I have more ammunition against you now. God.
What was that? My second? Oh,
No, I'm still
That
cheating.
was your,
We're still on.
Dave.
Yeah, anyways, fuck. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about Super Heist.
Super what now?
Super Heist.
Oh, okay. That's on it.
Okay. Let me see where I put these guys.
You guys go first.
Okay, well, first I gotta find it on here. Because I am a dumbo and did not listen alphabetically.
Well, while Austin is looking for that, I guess I'll talk. I ended up putting them in like mid C, like between like mid to low C, somewhere in like that range. Because like, I think some of the songs off of their first couple albums I thought were kind of okay. I think the vocalists, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the vocalists. Like, there were some songs that I heard from them where like he sounds really good, and others where I just can't stand it, and I don't know why. It's just like a weird nitpick.
Blood and soul. Yeah, who's got the blood and soul?
Oh gosh, now I know I remember this band, but I can't.
Overall, yeah, they're okay, but there are other bands that I would much rather be listening to.
Who's got the blood and soul? Where the fuck
Honestly,
did I put them?
Honestly, I think I'm gonna put these guys in F. Dude, again, it's one of those bands where it's more ironic enjoyment because like their first album's bad, but I love it. What?
I put them in low C. I remember this band now very clearly. Like, when someone says, you got a whack flow, it means, like, your flow's kind of off, like, kind of bad. This is one of the wackest fucking flows I have ever heard in rap in general.
Maybe it's not his vocals that I don't like. Maybe it's his flow. That would make more sense.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind the vocals as much, but the flow is just, what? What are you doing? What? It says Michael Jordan with McDonald's once said, "Stop it. Get some help."
Otherwise, Mr. T is going to come and shake all that spare change right off you.
I'm so glad you got my reference. But no, seriously though, if you think it's a good flow, get some help. No, seriously. By all means.
I'm gonna put them in S. No, I'm just kidding.
They're so bad. They're S tier. They're so bad. They're good.
Well, by that logic, I need to put Darwin's Waiting Room, ironic, like an S tier.
Ladies and gentlemen, we finally found the first so bad it's good band.
No, we found two. Darwin's Waiting Room is another one.
That's true.
That's Darwin's Waiting Room. That's Super Heist. Got one more.
Oh shit, yeah. Okay, actually unironic enjoyment. Okay. Plemo.
Okay.
I'm gonna put these guys in B tier. So before I do tell just about that stuff, I have a funny story. So, and I told Austin about this. So apparently the lead singer of this band, Plemo, he actually followed me on Instagram at one point.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, Mark Megaror. I don't remember his name. They're a French band. They're actually one of the many French bands. We just haven't reached to many of them yet. But yeah, no. He followed me for I don't even remember how. And it turns out that it was partially due to the fact that some of the people that I knew personally in high school turned out that they followed him because he does a lot of like art stuff now.
Oh, nice.
He moved to Arizona and he's basically just been doing like a paint shop. So
Yeah.
that's cool for him. I don't know if any of my friends know that he was a part of a new metal band or not. But that's kind of cool. And honestly, their first album has some cringe. They start off as like a Korn rip-off band, but then they kind of became more in line with like a Linkin Park Rage Against the Machine hybrid later down, and that stuff is fine. So I'll put them in a B as a result.
Yeah, I also put them in B. It's kind of a low B. Just kind of agreeing with Dave. The first album was just a little bit on the cringy side, but yeah, I really like the kind of Linkin Park Rage Against the Machine fusion that some of their later music. As a huge fan of both of those bands, I really appreciated it. So, yeah. Low.
Yeah.
Austin.
Me, I put them in a high B. Now, my reasoning, of course, is that, I thought, like, compared to most new metal rap, I thought this definitely sounded a lot more unique to me, like for sure. Which, of course, is a big plus for me. Like, if you can sound unique to me. The chorus was really fucking good. The song that was in the playlist. Like, I really loved the chorus. The instrumental was really fucking good. Because the song was New Wave. That was the song. Mm-hmm. So, honestly, at high B, I was genuinely impressed. I mean, you guys pretty much summed it up with Plemo.
Mm-hmm. All right, Austin, you choose. And this will probably be the last way for you guys to choose because it is getting like late, and I want to make sure that we get this done. We might slow down on some of the bands, but still.
Yeah, it's like almost 12:30. Holy shit.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get hit. You want me to go ahead? I'm gonna go ahead and get a D tier out of the way. Saliva. Is there really anything I need to say?
Yeah, they're like honestly C tier. So.
Yeah, like Click Click Boom is pretty much their only good song, and even then.
Click, boom.
Your Disease, though.
Eh.
Well, that one I find kind of funny. Not because it's good, because it's not.
Yeah.
I know Austin hates it, though.
Next one I want to talk about Let me find them in my
whatever.
notes. But it's gonna be Power Man 5000.
F.
F.
Because, like, honestly,
I try to just generally just kind of block that band from my mind, so I don't have to be remembered that I don't have to be reminded that they exist. It was a dark time in nu metal history. Although I know I told you about this, Dave, but I learned that the frontman of that band and Rob Zombie are stepbrothers, apparently.
yes.
Huh.
It's a neat little factoid, but yeah, garbage. And
Yeah, no,
They
they
were
really... Yeah, their production is really... Oh my god, Izzy, let me talk.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, their freaking, like, production is really bad. And again, just in terms of just their... electronic industrial style, it's just not very good. Although I will say it is kind of funny that that one song by My Chemical Romance on Danger Days sounds way too similar to When Worlds Collide, which I find really funny. Get Up and Go, I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. But honestly, though, they're not very good. Like, and just lead singer, he doesn't know how to sing for shit. And it sucks that he's related to Rob Zombie, because Rob Zombie is way better in terms of musical performance. I rest my case.
E.
You completely just blocked off. What did you say?
Yeah, your voice just died.
Low B.
Why?
That's probably why my mic blocked me up.
Okay, well, if your opinion is crappy, let's move on.
Yeah. Well, personally, I originally had them in an A. Then I listened to them a little more. I'm like,
No, they're not A. Not A.
yeah. Well, why do you think I moved them down? But yeah, I still don't mind some of their stuff. I personally don't, but they're definitely not A material. I will say that. We can all agree on that they're not A material.
I don't know. I think calling the B material is a bit of a stretch. Like, I can understand if you put them in like high C, but B, really?
It's a low B. It's my lowest B right now. So.
That's fair.
And then the last one. So should I go on the Lotto, or am I allowed to go Wicked with my last choice?
Let's go Wicked. Cause
All right,
we got to
Wicked
talk
Wisdom.
about some stuff.
Wicked Wisdom. So initially, I had put them, at an S. The last time we did this, I'll put them at an A still, but I do because this is one where I can separate art from artist. I'm not too big on Jada Smith.
Yeah, we have to address the elephant in the room
Yep,
that just happened
do.
last week. So
The slap heard around the world.
yeah,
Right.
if you guys have been living under a rock, Jada Smith is actually Will Smith's wife, and she was in this band. And we all know what happened last week, where freaking
Chris Rock made a joke.
Yeah, Chris
Will
Rock
Smith
made a
came
joke.
up
Will Smith, and
slapped
that caused a huge controversy.
Yeah.
So.
Now, here's the thing about that, too. Is you can tell, like, if you look at some of the clips, you can tell that Will Smith initially laughed at the joke.
Oh yeah, he was laughing, and then he looked over at Jada and
Jada
saw that she was getting angry, and then that's when he went up and slapped her.
Yeah.
Or him. Chris
Yeah.
Rock.
And let's not forget, but I think it was last year where the Crying Will meme came from, where
It
on
came from Jada Smith being
television.
a huge bitch on TV.
Yeah. And Jada pretty much said, if he actually loved me, he would have known I was cheating on him.
Yeah, which to me, this whole
Jada
situation
Smith.
just reeks of because if she's willing to publicly go and just defame him like that on TV for that, she absolutely would have gone on later and questioned his manhood for not being manly, quote unquote, enough to defend her from this awful joke at the expense of her alopecia. Come on, dude.
Yeah, plenty of people, say that was very uncharacteristic of Will, that new Will. And I think it's just because Jada's not good for him, personally. I can separate.
Wrap around her finger.
Yeah. Again, I can separate art from artist on this one, but I just don't care for Jada Smith at all.
Wow, you're really making more of a case for why I should put Wicked Wisdom at D.
Yeah.
I mean, I just even before what happened last week, I just didn't care anyways, because it just sounded like, kind of generic punky prog new metal, and I just didn't care. So yeah. And I know like it was kind of, I guess, nice for Willow Smith to be able to, like, the son or daughter of Will and Jada, sorry.
Willow.
Like they did a cover for their mom or whatever of the song. That's of their most popular song. That's cool, but like that doesn't really save the band for me, and I just don't particularly care. I'm sorry. That's just kind of how I feel.
Fine.
Yeah. I also put them in like mid D. Just like I originally didn't even really know about them until we first did this channel. I was like, oh, Jada Smith was in a new metal band. That's kind of interesting, I guess. And then I went and listened to them, and I was like, wow, this is kind of ass.
And here's the thing: 2006, 1 year too late to do new metal. So they paid the price for it as well, because barely anyone knows who the fuck Wicked Wisdom is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but no, yeah, mid D for me.
All right, Izzy, your last picks.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me check that handy dandy little list again.
Alrighty.
Let's talk about Taproot.
Taproot, okay.
Ooh. All right.
Taproot, me personally, I put them in like a very low B. Like honestly, they'd probably be my lowest B. Like they're a good band. Overall, I definitely think they have more good works than bad, but the stinkers are just stinky enough for it to really be kind of hard to wash that smell out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like, don't get me wrong, they're good stuff. The stuff that hits, it really hits, but the stuff that misses, it really misses by like a lot. And it's just it ends up kind of dragging the band down as a whole for me, because a lot of their more mediocre works really end up standing out to me for their mediocrity. For that reason, I put them in a very low.
Yeah, I actually made this comparison in the original cut of this stream, where I actually made a comparison to where they're kind of like either like a Weezer or All Time Low, where it's like they have some really, really good stuff, but they also have some really, really big lows. And I don't think like they're good enough, but I don't think anyone would say that they're like, you know, their favorite band or whatever. And that being said, I do respect them enough, so I will put them in a B. So that's all I got to really say, is that they're basically the all-time low of new metal. So
yeah, I mean, y'all summed it up perfectly. I mean, I'm not gonna really say anything because you pretty much said it. I put them in B for the exact same reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Number two.
Oh my god! Don't pull the chills. Not on this show.
Taproot Foot.
Vane.sm. Originally just called Vane. They were originally just Vane, but then they dropped a new album. I think it was either last year, maybe. I think it was.
No, it was this past month.
Oh, okay, yeah, but yeah, they changed their name to Vane.fm.
Had to make a new picture for it.
They're in C for me, but they're my highest C, just because, like, again, overall they're not really my thing, but some of their work I really vibe with, and I can definitely see the appeal. But overall, it's not really my cup of tea. But they do definitely have some good works, and I respect the musicians for the art that they're making.
I actually... Oh, sorry, what?
No, I was just saying they're in high C.
Okay. I'm actually also going to put this band in B, because I actually liked their first album. So, you know, it another kind of like, you know, Suicide Silence / you know, Bring Me the Horizon, Suicide Season sort of style. You know, like Iowa Slipknot sort of style in terms of like the sound, and that I actually do really liked. And I thought the second album was okay, that just dropped like a few months ago. That being like said, it did kind of feel a little bit samey, so hopefully they're able to change it up for a potential third album that will come out in the future. But I like at least where they're going. You know, I just hope that they don't stick with one sound. That's all I ask, please. Don't be a one-trick pony. Yeah. But That's all I say. That's all I'm gonna say
Yeah.
about Vane.fm.
Okay. Yeah, and like I put them in a high C because I like them for the most part. Like the song "Virus Vibrance," like wasted no time for me, setting itself apart from like other typical new metal songs.
Mhm.
I felt personally for me, I felt it definitely could. I felt like the mixing suffered a bit. Like, and this could be a difference of opinions too. Some people can think it's fine. I just felt it was a little more messy, and like, it's a song I wanted to like more than I actually did. But like, I like them enough that I'm gonna put them into high C because I definitely see myself listening. If I listen to more of their stuff, I probably would put them higher. So
Mhm.
give them the benefit of that with that one. So high C.
Whew.
McDonald's drink that ain't there anymore.
Damn.
Alrighty. And
Sad.
for my last trick, issues.
Ooh.
I put them in A. They're not quite as good as some of my S tier picks, especially, but they're the highest A for me. Actually, they're above Breaking Benjamin for me. As much as I love Breaking,
Ooh.
I have to rank them just slightly higher. Just it's mostly for the fact that their music is a lot more diverse than Breaking Benjamin's. Because, like I said, I will admit that Breaking Benjamin is a one-trick pony, and also, yeah, for as much praise as I gave Benjamin Burnley as a vocalist earlier, I do believe that the vocalist here is just slightly better. And yeah, he doesn't have that same kind of problem that Dave was having with him, where he's got that nasally, to quote Austin, the head cold type of vocals.
Mhm.
It's always nice when you have an artist in this genre that doesn't sound like their nose is all full of snot. But yeah, high A.
Oh, I forgot to mention this about Saliva. He sounds like a giant loogie.
He does.
Which I guess is fitting given the name.
Like freaking.
Crack, crack.
Oh, broken. It's literally what he sounds like.
Man, I can't believe the lead singer for Saliva just sang for us.
I forgot what his
I will
name
say,
was, but apparently he did a
as
collab
bad
with
as he sounds,
Nickelback.
it's still not as bad as he sounds. Still not quite as bad as Dave Mustaine. Like, I love Megadeth, but like, come on, dude.
You take a mortal man and put him in control.
That's literally what he sounds like. Anyways,
your me.
Just like the Pied Piper. Let's do the
Yeah, I'll put Issues in A tier. I've definitely grown on them. I like their first two albums; they're pretty good. Their just third album dropped it a little bit, but Tapping Out was fine. Even though they're going for a more pop rock route nowadays, it's like at least they're doing a little bit better than some of the other bands that went pop rock. So
Yeah.
and their old stuff is still holds up. So
Yeah. I mean, A
That's all I
tier.
gotta say.
You guys pretty much said everything.
The
Again,
soul voice though, like where it's like I'm so mad at myself for giving in to what I want never again. So
God,
I
glad
like
you
that.
mentioned
I
it.
like
Yeah,
that
I know what you're
combination of
talking about.
R&B.
hmm
So
So,
it's a really
Yeah.
interesting fusion. A new metal album mixed with R&B.
yeah. It's
Interesting.
very interesting. It's like, listen, like I said before with like Back Through Primitive with Soulfly, if you can mix something that you wouldn't think of with new metal, and it mixes really fucking well, easy high tier in my books.
All right, was that your last band, Izzy? Or
yes, it was.
Yep, it was.
all right. Yeah, no, let's just start going through some of these bands because like God, this is gonna be annoying. All right. Union Underground, F.
Same.
Scrape, F. Slaves of Dope, F.
D.
E Town Concrete, F. Twin Myth. Okay, let's discuss this. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Union Underground, another Texas band and really bad. Like literally just trying to be another like industrial style of group and they're bad. Don't listen to Union Underground. Bad. Do we agree?
Yeah.
I'm about to see if I agree. I think I might agree.
They did
What
South
did-
Texas Death Ride, you motherfucker.
Oh God, that song.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
bad.
I put them in D just because of that song, but otherwise, I don't care too much about them either.
Dude,
or
they are the most cookie cutter band in this entire fucking list. They're
They
bad.
really are.
What?
I said, yeah, they really are.
So don't listen to them. Same thing with Scrape. They're bad too. Trying too hard to be Corn, and they have
Badass name for a band, but yeah, the band itself is.
also what the fuck? Literally, the cover of their fucking album is a thumb. A fucking thumb. Why? And they sound really bad. Just another Coal Chamber like case where it's like they're trying so hard to be Corn.
I thought it was kind of funny that one of their album covers was just a thumb. Like,
With
it
fungus
definitely
on
kinda-
it, which is gross.
It definitely kind of caught me off guard whenever I was listening to them.
So yeah, no, don't listen to them. They're bad. Do you agree, Austin?
yeah, nah, don't listen to them. They're not worth it.
Slaves on Dope, F. They are a Canadian band, and unfortunately, they tried so hard to be Korn. Actually, no, they try too hard to be Slipknot, as you can see with the fucking masks. Like, yeah, in the super late 90s, like 1999 and 2000, they tried to basically be like Slipknot and failed miserably.
Yep.
Like, look at that art cover. What the fuck, man? I don't get it. Do you get it?
Which band did you just say again?
Slaves
Yes.
on Dope. Not to be
Slaves
confused
on
with Dope.
Okay.
They're bad. They're just bad.
They're not good.
They're the opposite of what. Yeah, no, I put them in D for sure.
Oh,
I also put them in F.
yeah, they're bad. E-Town Concrete, F. Like, literally the most annoying rap vocals I ever heard in my life, where he's trying so hard to sound also like hardcore, where he's like, "You're rubbing the mandibles, you've got raw up cannibals, we don't want the mandibles." It's like,
Somehow manages to be a worse rapper than Fred Durst, which is a genuine accomplishment.
it's so bad. Because here's the thing, he's trying so hard to sound like he's going fast, but he ends up just spewing nothing but bullshit out of his mouth. So, no. And then as for Twin Method, which not to be confused with Twisted Method, which is on this list, which by the way, those guys are D. We'll get to them in a few. Twin Method, again, just one year too late, and as a result, they literally only have 600 listeners on Spotify, and they sound like pretentious electronic crap. So, yeah, don't listen to Twin Method. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
Not sure.
Well, you better make your thing quick, because I need to do this list.
B. I put B.
B? What's wrong with you?
I didn't mind Twisted Method that much.
They're
And I'm trying to make mine quick.
All right, Eths.
I didn't listen.
Or, Eths or Fs, whatever the fuck. I don't care. They're F tier as well. Basically French corn. And, really bad at it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay,
Maybe. What? Maybe.
Fucking go. Did you not listen to the
I'm
list?
trying. Look. You want to
This
see
is
my
the
fucking?
end all be all list.
I'm trying. Y'all just fucker go ahead. I'll show mine at the end, just to show where I put everyone.
Fine.
Mine's not in alphabetical order because my dumbass listened to it by when added instead of alphabetical. Because for some reason I didn't know you could do that.
Oh my god. Anyways, 40 Below Summer, F. Basically tried to rip off Korn as well as Deftones somehow. I don't know fucking how, but they're dog shit anyways. And
There are a lot of four in this list.
there's a lot. Yeah, again, either you rip off Rage Against the Machine or you rip off Korn. There are rarely any that are in between.
Mhm.
And this one is no exception, including Invitation to the Dance Party. I don't know why people like that album. That album's dog shit. It's bad. Even the cover art is bad. Don't listen to it. It's bad.
Yeah. And then which band was
40
that?
Below Summer.
40 Below Summer. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I also put them in F.
Yeah, they're the band that goes like, it's gonna blow today. It's bad. Don't listen to them.
I put them in C. I didn't care either way. If you like them, you like them. If you don't like them, you don't like them. Just another one of those new metal bands for me.
Primer 55, F. Rest in peace, the lead singer. That kind of sucks because he died many years ago. I don't remember exactly how, but that does suck. That being said, Loose was the only okay song, but they're just another Rage Against the Machine knockoff band, and it really just becomes really bad after Loose. It's not worth listening to them. Basically think of them as if Linkin Park had no redeeming qualities ever. That's basically what they are. They tried basically being Linkin Park, Rage Against the Machine crap, and it's like, yeah. So
It's not good.
how do you feel about them, Izzy?
I said no. Yes, it's not good.
F.
I also ended up putting them in F. Yeah.
I mean, I put them in D, but you pretty much kind of summed it up in general right there.
It's bad. Who else? Stereo Mud. C. Just kind of whatever. It's weird that the guy in the cover kind of looks like Chris Cornell, which is just weird. It's not Chris Cornell, it's someone else, but they try. I don't know. They're like Element 80, but at least with low C, because they're just kind of a whatever band. They exist.
Yeah. I had them slightly higher in a mid C.
For me, I had them in B, but they're a B tier band for me that I can understand if they're not people's thing. But I can also understand if they are people's thing. So,
all right, American Head Charge, D, another electronic based band that just doesn't really do anything for me, and that's all I got to say.
Yeah. Same, honestly.
I put them in the high C. Oh, yo, this is the fucking guy that I thought sounded like Seuss from Gravity Falls.
Oh,
I forgot.
Oh my
Nice.
god, that's
I
funny.
forgot about that. Yeah, this dude sounded like Seuss. Yeah, legit. I'm like, what the fuck? When was he in a new metal band?
That's funny.
I wish I was joking too. No, that's literally in my notes.
Oh my god. All right. Downset. Low C. Rap isn't the worst, but the instrumentals are underwhelming. And just the vocals just should have been way better than they were on this band. And apparently they had some beef with Rage Against the Machine back in the day, which is like, what the fuck?
Really?
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't really care. Do you care?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. My notes literally say, cool, generic sounding, don't fucking care.
Yeah, they just whatever. Chaosium, one of the most recent bands on this list, but and they're from Europe. I think they're from Switzerland, and even despite the fact that they're from the other side of the pond, they still somehow managed to just completely just be another Korn clone. So D tier. Uninspired. That's what these guys are.
There we go.
Yeah, I also have D.
I put them in C. I didn't mind them either way.
D for
Like,
D's. Never mind.
Don't post cringe, Izzy.
I put them in C for Chaosium.
Rude. Dead. C.
Yeah, they're slightly above Dope for me, but yeah, I put them in C as well.
Apparently, they were backed by Fred Durst, but in terms of Fred Durst-backed bands, they're not the worst.
Yeah. Like,
They're not stained. I'll give them that.
yeah. Well, I put them in a low B, but they barely just scraped past the end of that line.
Scrape.
Like, barely. Shut the fuck up.
You knew I had to do that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would have taken the opportunity too.
Mass Hysteria. C. I mean, I gave them the benefit of the doubt in the original cut of this, but honestly, going back to it, they're just another just generic electronic style of new metal, and it just doesn't particularly work. So they're French as well, just for context. So.
Gross.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, are you racist against
sorry.
French?
I'm French, so I'm allowed to say that.
I didn't know you were part French.
Yeah, I'm like 60% French, I think. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm still technically a mutt, but like I'm over half French. So.
How do you feel about Mass Hysteria?
I also put them in mid C.
Dang. Austin?
I just like with Dead, barely scraping past that C line into B. Barely by the fucking tiptoes.
Dang.
But yeah, I know. I actually kind of like them.
All right. Siler.
What's up?
Siler.
What?
I said, "What's up?" I didn't hear you.
Siler.
Ah. I also put them in C. Just another one of those bands where like I don't really have very many strong opinions one way or the other. They exist.
I'm gonna
Good
put
for
them
them.
in D because simply I just don't care for this band. They do nothing for me. Like, and they're one of the newer bands too. Like, they're from like 2016, which I know that might sound like it's kind of old, but like in terms of just music, that's still kind of recent. And the fact that they leave no impression on me, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But
no.
me, I put again, like, back to back scraping to the B. This one, like, I definitely, like, put on, like, a workout, like, my workout playlist. Like, if I wanted something to get me pumped. Like, the song that was in the fucking list on Spotify. So, like, I definitely fuck with them a bit. But, like, again, back to back scraping the line to get there.
Carajo or Carajo. This is a Argentinian band.
Ooh.
High D, low C. Again, similar to Hamlet, they just didn't really do it for me, and they're just kind of whatever.
They were in high D.
Mm-hmm.
For you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I put them in mid B, honestly. I actually liked the guitar. The guitar I liked. I thought the flow was actually kind of solid when I listened to it. It does, but there's a little bit here and there that I'm like, oh man, so amazing, high B, low A. But like, there's definitely some things to it that's just like, yeah. But no, I liked it enough to get a mid B at the highest.
Mm-hmm. Sunk Lotto. Honestly, I would put these guys in D. Like, they're another Australian band similar to Super Heist, but like, man, I don't know if it's the vocals or if it's just the instrumentals or something, but man, this is just...
For me, it was the vocals. But yeah, I put them in low C.
Because they're trying so hard to sound like a hardcore punk band as well, and it just is really weird, you know? I don't know, it just doesn't really work in my opinion. How about you?
Yeah. No, yeah, I definitely, I felt that there was kind of a weird kind of juxtaposition with their music. It definitely brought me the wrong way.
Yeah, and like I put them in C. I didn't care about them either way. Again, it was generic to me.
Also,
Like it's like cool.
keep in mind, like before I continue, look at my list. I think this really showcases just how bad new metal bands got. Because I don't even have a second row for any of my B, A, or S yet.
Boy,
That's a problem.
I've got two. I got a second row for my A so far.
Whatever. Anyways, Nemec, D. This is the band that gave me a headache, and I'm not even joking, because
Wow.
they are so overproduced, and it literally, like, seriously, like, whenever I first heard the song that I put, like, for you guys, like, literally, it almost felt, I'm not even joking, it almost felt like I was getting physically sick. And if your music is making me almost physically sick, that's a huge fucking no. Actually, because of that, I might put them in F. If you make me physically sick, that's a problem.
Yeah,
So,
that's where I have them, mostly just because of how overproduced a lot of the instrumentals.
yeah, how do you feel about Nemec? Because I don't want to fucking touch this band. I don't care what people say.
Yeah, I'm trying to, because I know I just passed them not too long ago here. Because I think for the most part I didn't care too much for them. Like I'm not sure if I put them at D or C, or maybe even F as well. Because the first letter starts with E, right? Anemic.
No, it's M.
M. Okay, yeah.
Because the M is silent.
Okay, yeah, that should make this a lot easier then.
How do you feel, Izzy?
Yeah, I had them in F. F.
It's not even good thrash or new metal. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this is just bad. God, these bands are really, 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 really bad.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they were C for me. Like, it's just a band. Like, cool. Again. Yeah.
All right. Corporate Avenger. This is a band that the Amazing Atheist, memed about back in the day, with the Bible is bullshit, the Quran is a lie, the Bhagavad Gita did not fall from the sky.
Yeah. Wait, what band?
Corporate Avenger.
Corporate Avenger. Okay.
I mean, I can at least acknowledge the messaging, but man, I think similar to Clawfinger, they do it in a kind of cringy way, and because of that, I would have to put them in like a low C.
Yeah, they're basically just a bunch of cringe lord atheists.
So, yeah, and again, they're trying to basically be like an electronic Rage Against the Machine, or even like similar to like a Marilyn Manson, but they just don't work.
Yeah. Like, I put them in B personally. Like, low B, but... Because, like, I like it. Then again, I think I just like a bunch of the electronic new metal is my thing. Because I noticed, like, based on, like, electronic new metals you put low, or I put high. I think that just might be my thing.
It's just, some of them are just produced poorly. That's my big issue.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, I also put them in low C.
Mm-hmm. All right, Endo, D tier, almost F. Basically, just Korn meets Linkin Park meets dog shit. And also really weird, a couple of Rage Against the Machine knockoff moments. Where, yes, it does kind of sound like it's just a hodgepodge of literally everything you've heard up until this point. Like, they're not good. They're not the worst thing in the world, but like, they literally just made with that album, it's literally just half of it is half of it is just Korn shit, a fourth of it is just Linkin Park shit, and then the other fourth is Rage Against the Machine shit. Like, not shit as in those bands are shit, obviously, but just in the sense that it's literally just copy and paste. That's literally what this fucking band is, and what half these bands are, and it pisses me off. So, God, how do you feel, Izzy?
No, yeah, I also was not a fan. I put them in very, very low D.
Okay.
Austin?
I put them in C. Like, I didn't care. Actually, I ended up spacing out, when listening to the song "Leave Us Alone." Like, I just ended up spacing out in the middle of it.
Yeah,
and
it's literally just edgelord Linkin Park.
Whatever song is able to hold your attention long enough to finish it.
Yeah, it's bad. Deadlights. The guy that you claimed looked like Tape Face from America's Got Talent.
Oh yeah, that guy.
And not to be confused with the pop punk band that is more popular in more recent years. So I would put these guys in D tier. Another Korn clone. Literally, that's all they are.
Yeah.
And for some reason, yeah, no, the guy looks like Tape Face from America's Got Talent mixed with Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day, who surprisingly he hates nu metal. So,
What a surprise!
well, actually, it's not surprising because he's a punk kid, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Izzy, how do you feel?
Yeah, I had them in low C. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only person who thought that he was like that. It's really funny to me.
Wait, what?
He also thought he looked like Tape Face.
Oh god, yeah.
Well,
I
I'm not
saw
the-
that. Yeah. Oh, I saw that. I'm like, Tay-Face? Is that you?
Yeah.
Like, for me personally, I ended up putting them C-ish. Cool if you like them, cool if you don't. I mean, it's the new metal curse, as I call it.
Down the Sun.
Oh, I just scrolled up to them.
I'd say high C. They're another Korn clone, but at least they're a bit more unique. Well, actually, they're not even really like a Korn clone. They're kind of more like Slipknot in a way, but like, I don't know. Their first couple of songs off the album that they have aren't bad, so I'll give them that. But
Yeah.
not anything I would really want to replay over and over and over again, you know? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, same here, honestly. Like, you honestly took the words right out of my mouth. Same ranking.
And I put them in a B, actually. So, not like a high B, of course, but like I like them. Like, again, like I'm not like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, but I'm like, oh yeah, this is pretty good. I can see myself, if this came on the radio, I would listen to it. I wouldn't change it, so.
All right, Kells again, C tier. They're kind of more in like they kind of combine the Korn style, but at least make it a little bit different by adding in like thrash elements, or not thrash. Sorry, prog elements, which I can at least appreciate, but it's just not really enough to really put it higher than like a mid to high C for me at least.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I had them in mid C.
Same reasons. Austin.
Immediately
So, Kells. They're not. I don't like. So I think I passed them not too long ago here. Okay, here we go. So, Kells, I end up putting over in C. I'm just like, Again, I mean, I'm not going to repeat myself. It's not like a broken record. We all know. New metal curse. That's all. Really.
Speaking of curse, how dare you disrespect Linnea 77 again?
Linnea 77.
So, in the original take of this tier list, for those who don't know, there was an inside joke between me and Austin because he put them in like really, really low. Like he put them like really low, and Izzy did as well. And I made fun of them because they're the only Italian band on the list, and I made fun of them for that. But honestly, though, I will have to agree with you guys. Like these guys aren't very good. They're probably like a high D at best. So. They're kind of whatever.
Yeah, same here, honestly.
High C.
Not good. Not good at all.
I mean, I ended up because I think I liked them down lower, but I gave it more of a chance. I went high C. So the song I heard was Potato Music Machine, and I couldn't understand what the hell was going on half the time. It's not a matter of, different language at all, because, like, I know Italian.
How dare you disrespect the Italian language?
The damn Italians. But,
You just disrespect. You just got canceled. You just got canceled.
I'm just kidding. I love your food. Please don't
Okay, I'm
cancel me.
joking.
But it's just a sense of I didn't know where the fuck the music was going.
Yeah.
Half the time, it's just like, where am I?
Mhm.
So yeah, no, but I liked. I mean, for the most, I didn't think they were bad. Like second time around, so high C.
All right. All right. I do kind of want to slow down just a little bit since we're starting to be getting closer to like some of the bands we're familiar with. So. Anyways, Revile or Reviel or whatever the fuck.
Out of curiosity, I don't want to sound like I'm being rude, but how close are we to finishing? Because I'm about to fucking pass out already.
We're almost done.
Yeah, we're almost done.
We don't have too much left.
Revile. I'll put they're like I think the most middle of the road band. Ironically enough, they're kind of a Limp Bizkit clone, but surprisingly, they do Limp Bizkit better than Limp Bizkit does.
Oh god.
But again, some of their lyrics are kind of cringe. So at the end of the day, it counterbalances them so that they're at like a high C.
Yeah, I ended up putting them in like a high to mid to high D, just mostly because of the cringy lyrics. But otherwise, yeah, I definitely say A.
Yeah, I mean, I put mine in C because I mean, I was bopping to it. Like I thought it was kind of a nice breath of fresh air, compared to like most of the songs I was hearing. But it was, yeah, but it wasn't enough to like super impress me. So.
All right, so next up, Motograder. I made a critical error in our original tier list because I put them in S tier before, but now that I have taken the time to think about this, honestly, I was smoking because these guys, like Motograder, is honestly like a D tier band. Again, Ivan Moody, he was originally part of this band, and honestly, I don't want to get into the bullshit that he's done because you can look it up himself. Long story short, he's now become an actual piece of shit. I don't fucking care what his life was like. He shouldn't be doing some bullshit, and it kind of sucks that this music really just didn't really age well anyways because like man, I mean, I will say this, two of the songs, like the two singles on this, like that they made, I still think are fine, but everything else from that album just sucks. I don't know what I was thinking. So at least I own up to my mistakes, Izzy, unlike you.
I think originally I had them at like A or B, but yeah, after going back and listening to them a little bit more, I'd put them in like a mid C. They're okay.
Yeah, I mean, I put them in C as well. Like, decent enough, but like nothing gripped me really.
All right, OTEP. This is one of the bands we talked about in the original tier list. I'm still gonna put them in a B because I think that generally speaking, they do the whole Korn, style way better than most other bands. I know that the lead singer isn't really the best, but in terms of just the raw music from their early days, I think that they did fine, or at least with their first three albums. Their fourth album and onwards, I don't think I particularly like at all. But Sevas Trace, I still think is fine. So I know Izzy has some opinions about them now.
Honestly, putting aside my dislike of the vocalist, I think that sonically they're okay. You can put them in like a high C. I think I was definitely a little bit too harsh on them.
All right, Austin.
I put them in C. So, Blood Pigs was the song that was in our playlist, and for the first half of the song, I couldn't understand a fucking thing. But once it got to like the second half, I started, it was more understandable, and I was actually kind of jamming with it. I'm not gonna lie, but it just because of that first half being, in my opinion, not that good. I don't feel like I can give them any higher than a C.
All right, Apartment 26. Surprisingly, one of the few electronic bands that, honestly, I thought, instrumentally at least, kind of slapped. I'm going to put them in high B. Like, God, dude, regardless of just the vocals, which the vocals are kind of hit or miss, you can't deny that the instrumentals on that fucking album, Hallucination, fucking slap. And that's why I put them in like a high B, maybe even a low A, because they're another British band that is honestly kind of underrated. So
Yeah.
those fucking beats are
They're
fire.
British. No, I'm kidding.
What?
I said F because they're British. No, I'm joking.
Wow.
We're calling out everyone.
I put them in mid C. Just again, they're okay.
Mm.
You didn't think those instrumentals were fire?
Okay, I will say, you know what? Honestly, yeah, that's fair. Some of the instrumentals are pretty fire, so I'm willing to bump them up to like a low B.
All right.
Just say the instrumentals are the main reason I gave them an A. Actually, I mean, I like the vocals too. Like, I did like the vocals, but I thought that like the chorus of the song that was in the playlist, I thought could have been better. Like, the vocals could have been better, but nonstop the instrumental just had me. So easy A on that one.
All right. All right. Stray from the Path. I know Izzy and I have disagreements with this band, so
I'm actually gonna bump them up a little bit. From like originally, I think I had them in F, but again, I think I was a little. Perhaps I treated you too harshly. But no, I think I'm gonna bump them up to a low C, because like again, I don't hate their music as much as I initially did, especially after going back and listening to some of their other stuff. Because originally I wasn't super familiar with their work, but after actually like going and listening to their discography, yeah, they're alright. They've got.
it's
got
just
some
they got a
super-
lot of hate for their song "Goodbye Alt-Right," and that was because a bunch of those type of people went down on them. And yes, even though they might look like a band like King 810 or Imure or Tilla, they're actually not like them at all, which is surprising. But that being said, they're another kind of Rage Against the Machine style. Though, to be fair, I think I'll put them... Okay, actually, you know what? Fine, I'll put them in like a low B, high C. They're whatever now.
Yeah.
Okay. And which band again was
Straight
it?
from the Path.
Straight from the Path. Okay. I put them personally. I put them in B, like low B, barely scraped in the C, just based on the songs from the playlist. The energy. I like the energy and the tones of the vocals. I mean, like, the instruments weren't bad either, but it picked up like. There's still, a little bit of need picked up. I mean, which it did for me quite a bit later on. And it started changing tones in a way that I thought was super neat. So I can appreciate, having different tones in a song and making that transition pretty, seamless in some cases. If not seamless, then still good. So I feel comfortable giving them a B.
All right, Lifafora. Surprisingly enough, the best French band in this entire list. I give them a mid to high B. Honestly, I think the flows work. I like the instrumentals. And they kind of have a weird but interesting sort of sound in terms of just... Well, okay, no. Well, I think Playmo is slightly better because they're also French, but Lifafora, they have good flows as well. And just a lot of their more, experimental type of music with the new metal sound, I think works in their favor. So that's how I feel, at least. Izzy?
Yeah, I think they're pretty solid. I would also definitely put them in the mid B, I'd say.
I put them over in the A tier. Mainly, I thought the instruments and vocals were very consistent. The flow was very nice. I thought it kind of sounded different compared to most of the new metal rap songs. And again, I'm a sucker for that uniqueness, because it's a genre that, again, I feel is hard to be unique in. So when you can do it and you can do it right, take notes, you F tiers. It's super good. It's super nice. So A tier easily. I could see myself listening to them a little more.
All right, Bloody Wood. So this band was in our metalcore tier list last year. They didn't have an album yet. They just released their album a few months ago, and I'll give them a B. But like that's a very kind B because they're an Indian band, so they have a lot of that in sort of like influence. And I actually do think that it does work in their favor, but the new metal part still kind of sounds generic. But again, it's held up because of that, Indian flair.
Yeah, but also,
Mhm.
I also in like a low B for that reason. Yeah, I do dig some of the kind of more cultural aspects of the music. I kind of vibe with it hardcore actually.
Mhm.
But even the metal stuff I felt was just a little bit on the generic side. So yeah, low B.
Yeah, like personally for me, I put them in an A just because of what you mentioned earlier with that mix
Mhm.
of the new metal and the Bollywood type, like Indian music.
Mhm.
It was I was not expecting it. It was very interesting to hear, and I thought it worked very fucking well. Like, I was like, okay, it's something extremely fresh. I mean, I don't put them in S like I did with Soulfly and anyone else that that add like uniqueness because I felt like there could have been more to it. But honestly, I was genuinely impressed with it. So A tier for that nice, Bollywood music, new metal mix combo.
All right, Izzy, are you doing all right or?
Yeah, I've just been standing up, walking around my room to try to help myself stay awake.
Yeah,
You're
if
good.
you need to, just grab like a few cups of water. So, I just want to make sure that you're not gonna pass out. So,
No, yeah, I'm not.
but anyways, Duren Gray is another Japanese band, who got really popular because of their really fucked up music video, for their song Vulgar.
Mm.
I'll put them in a B because I think that in terms of just the actual sonic music that they made, actually, like a lot of their deep cuts are actually really fire, especially their debut album. Like that was surprisingly pretty decent. So, and just in terms of being, more ironically more on the prog side, even though they sound like they would be another Korn ripoff, they're actually more than just that. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right. I put them in a C tier. I mean, I really kind of wanted to like them, or like it just didn't stick with me. And plus, I was confused as to what was going on most of the time with what I heard. So C tier. I just couldn't get into it.
Fair.
Yeah, same here. Honestly, I put them in a mid C, just because like there were a couple of their songs that I really liked. Like overall, I just couldn't really get into them.
Fair enough. All right. Next up, Flaw. Now, some people give so much shit to Flaw, mainly just because they're another band that does kind of sound like a bit more on the generic side. That being said, I will defend them a little bit because I don't think they're that bad. Granted, the lead singer does seem like he is a little bit of a piece of shit, but like, taken aside from him, he hasn't said like anything like racist or anything. He just seemed like he's just a general like asshole. But like outside of that, they're not that bad. Like in terms of just their instrumental stuff and the vocal delivery, they're fine. Like they're basically just Diet Disturbed. Like not necessarily bad, but just serviceable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll put them in like a low B.
All right.
Yeah, I have them in. I had them in like a really just under B. Again, from a lot of the. I'm sorry, big yawn. Yeah, Dave pretty much summed it up. I think I can't. This high C.
High C. That's what he said. Okay.
I see. Yeah. I personally put them in a B. I thought the vocals were pretty nice. I was surprised by how light they were. Like, for me, like to hear in most new metal songs, this was like a lot lighter of a tone. I mean, of course, I can understand with the clarity, diction.
Yeah, because they're kind of post grunge as well, but.
But no, I thought like instead of going through that typical heavy sound new metal sound, just going with that light one. I'm like, okay, I could definitely get behind this a bit for the uniqueness. So B tier for me on that one.
All right. I think those. Okay. Let's talk about Head PE. This one is a bit of a tragic story for me because it's like, in terms of their lyrics, they've always had pretty cringe lyrics, like especially in their early days where they low-key kind of had some like misogynistic lyrics. But I will defend their instrumentals off their first 3 albums, because their first 3 albums had some really good, damn good instrumentals. Like their self-titled Broke and Blackout, especially Blackout, that has some of the best nu metal instrumentals I've ever heard. Unfortunately, though, after Blackout, the guy basically became a 9/11 truther conspiracy theorist. And it went downhill from there. So, and this might sound weird, but this is one of the few examples where, honestly, if they would have just stuck with their record label, they would have been way better off.
Yeah.
Because, again, it's like with Maroon 5, where it's like their early stuff is actually really good, but their later stuff is dog shit. So, which sucks, because it's like, yeah, like, so, and because of that, I'm going to put them in like a low C, high D. Because that's.
I put them on Big Beach because, like, yeah, they had some pretty good instrumentals, especially on Blackout. Yes, I didn't really like their earlier stuff very much either. But yeah, especially after Blackout, we just like the spewing.
Sorry, what'd you say? It's kind of hard to hear.
Here, let me move a bit closer. I was just saying, I put them in a high D just because, yeah, they had some pretty good instrumentals, especially on Blackout. Lyrically, yeah, they definitely just put on the sus side, especially with the flippant misogyny. But yeah, especially after Blackout, when he just started spewing a bunch of 9/11 conspiracies, it really just tanked.
And I don't care what people who are fans of this band will say, Renegades is still a bad song. Because that's their most popular song, and it's like, dude, it's literally just nothing but conspiracy bullshit.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about that, Austin?
I mean, I put them in C. I mean, instrumentals were, I mean, I can understand, and I thought the flow wasn't bad. The lyrics, I fuck misogynist, but it's just like, nah, I'll just give them a C. They're decent enough, but
yeah, fair enough. Unfortunately, though, they are not the worst out of the worst. Well, no, okay, let me phrase that. Unfortunately, we still got one F tier band, ladies and gentlemen, Mushroomhead, aka racist Slipknot.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, even, like, I'm not necessarily gonna judge them, the music, because of them being racists, because, like, none of that is necessarily reflected in their music, but it certainly is not giving them any benefit either. But no, just even outside of all that, the music is just bad. Like, they really are just a dollar store version of Slipknot.
But they came out 5 years before Slipknot. Yeah, no, people who defend Mushroomhead are lame. And you know what's kind of sad? I didn't tell you guys this story until like later, because I just forgot to tell you whenever we first did the original tier list. I actually had a barber who said that Mushroomhead was better than Slipknot.
Oh god.
I think you should find a new barber.
Wait, what?
I said I think you should find a new barber.
Well, I did, because I haven't seen him in like 4 years.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, no, don't listen to Mushroomhead. Like, especially, and it's again, as he said, it's not even just the fact that they're racist pieces of shit. It's also because their music is also just completely dog shit. Because it's just more industrialized crap. I've been dumping on industrial new metal basically all fucking like night. So, and also, again, they sell Confederate merch, but they're from Ohio.
Shake it. Shake the real good. Sorry, I'm talking to my brother. I'll shake your real good.
So, yeah, no, bad. How do you feel about them, Austin?
F. I don't fuck with them at all. There's parts of one of the songs. I swear to God, lead singer sounded like a donkey from Shrek. Yeah, I just couldn't get it out of my head. I'm like, no, how dare I disrespect
You're not
Shrek?
wrong.
How dare I disrespect donkey this way?
Damn, you really did summon that demon, didn't you?
Apparently, yep.
Unfortunately, I am gonna have to unleash the demon that is Izzy because I'm gonna talk trash about Static X again.
Okay.
Again, rest in peace, Wayne Static. That sucks that he did pass away, but unfortunately,
Dick, I'll cut you.
oh no, you messed up the cameras again. Turn that off.
He's got a fork.
But I'm sorry, I just don't like Wayne. I just don't like his vocals, man. It sounds so just off. And the repetitiveness of their music, I just never gave a shit about, especially off of Wisconsin Death Trip and the album that came after that. No.
Yeah.
And you're gonna hate me for me saying this, and this is not even me trying to be disrespectful to like Wayne, but I feel like the way that Static X became as popular as they were is the same exact reason how a band like Sublime became popular. It's because their lead singer passed away pretty early in their career. So, I don't know.
Okay.
That being said, I'm going to put them in a D because I don't hate them, but I just don't like their music all that much.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Wait,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Please, Izzy, don't be cringe, please.
Very interesting. I'm joking, obviously.
I know you're joking, but that scared me because it looked like something that would have gotten me kicked off of freaking Twitch.
I'm not actually threatening Dave with violence. Please don't.
No,
No, that's not what I was referencing. I was referencing something else.
But yeah, I am a big fan of Static X. I really like their kind of industrial electronic blend of new metal. I don't mind Wayne Static's vocals. I can understand why you wouldn't like them, Dave, just because they are just a little bit wacky. I don't mind them personally. I put them in A.
Austin.
Okay. I put them in B. I didn't think they were a bad band. Was thinking I was generally impressed because they didn't sound like a complete Korn ripoff to me.
Mm-hmm.
But so I was generally impressed that they had originality because I was scared about that because knowing the curse again. But
Yeah.
I didn't think they were a bad band. I'm willing to give them a B tier on this one.
Fair enough. All right. Thankfully, though, we're almost done. So, and quite frankly, the rest of these bands, I'm gonna be putting in. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Cane Hill. Yeah. A tier. Blood Simple. A tier. My Ticket Home. A tier. And then Non-Point. B tier. Spine Shank. B tier. Treyarch's sort of Treyarch as in like Call of Duty Zombies, Elena Sieg, and Kevin Sherwood. Their new metal stuff A tier, and then Skin Dread A tier. So I like Cane Hill. Like I defended them whenever we did our original tier list, and quite frankly, I'm really excited for their new album. Like because their first two albums were pretty solid. Yes, they kind of sounded like a Linkin Park clone, Korn clone at first, but they eventually, were able to differentiate themselves with their second album, and that's something I appreciate. So, watch our original tier list if you're interested in hearing more about this band.
Yeah, at Cane Hill, I put them over in the B tier because I thought the vocals were very badass in my opinion.
Mhm.
Like I thought they were super fucking cool vocals.
Kind of sounds like
And-
Jonathan Young.
Kind of does now that you mention it, actually, yeah. But no, it was just a nice refreshment from the typical generic stuff. So B tier for definitely being one of the more unique sounding new metal bands.
How do you feel about them, Izzy?
I also had them in B tiers because they managed to do what like 90% of the other bands in the genre don't, which is like having their own kind of unique, kind of original sound. Like honestly, any band that's able to kind of do that well in this genre is fine by me in my book. So yeah, I don't know. Split the
All right, how do you feel about non-point? Because I lowered them from the previous thing because honestly, they're another Rage Against the Machine sounding band. However, I think they do, generally speaking, I think they do more, like, are able to, like, make it more than just be another Rage Against the Machine clone, especially in terms of vocal delivery. That being said, I don't think I would put them in A like I did, before. Simply just because they have made some songs that aren't particularly great anyways. But in terms of singles, they actually make some really good singles. So,
Yeah.
I'm largely indifferent to non-point. I do agree that they do have some pretty banger singles, but their deep cuts is largely just, again, they are another band that exists. I put them in high C.
Okay. I put them in A tier. So of course, the first time I ever heard Non-Point, I heard Bullet with a Name on SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. Wrestling nerd coming out here again, and I instantly fell in love with it. I love the song. I listened to of course,
to the pain.
a little bit more, yeah. And I thought the vocals were pretty damn good. The instruments, and the one thing I loved is that they both blended so well. Like, that is a huge plus for me.
I got a bullet with the name on it. Bullet with a name.
Okay, I can't do that as well. But yeah, A tier easily for me on Non-Point.
And then Spine Shank. I know you guys didn't like Spine Shank at first. I think they are besides Rammstein, they're one of the better examples of an industrialized new metal band, especially instrumentally. The lead singer's vocals could be better, but that's why their second album exists, because their first album is a bit rough, but their second and third album are way better. And I have to give credit where credit is due for improving their sound. So, and
I'm still not a huge fan of the vocals with this band, but I do. I've warmed up to them a little bit since the last time we did this list, and so I'm willing to bump them up a little bit higher to a low.
Austin.
Just above.
Yep. So, what was it I put them at last? Was it a D?
It was a D.
Well, bad news for you.
Oh no.
Because I put them at a B.
Oh.
So, I
That is good news.
listened to them a little more, and they generally grew on me. I generally ended up liking Spine Shank, and I thought everything about it was pretty neat. I mean, not quite A material for me, just it missed the mark on the A for me, but definitely raised my appreciation for them. So
Another badass name for a band too, like
Yeah.
That's
It's
so
better than Ultra Spank. Let's just be real here.
I don't know what you're talking about. Ultra Spank's a beautiful
Oh my
name.
God. All right, we got four more bands on the list. So Blood Simple, I put them in A tier. I think in terms of the more metalcore style of bands, they did pretty good. Yeah, they were late to the party, but generally speaking, like, they have really good instrumentals. Their vocals work really well, surprisingly, and they somehow made Chad Gray of Mudvayne actually sound decent with that sort of collab song. So, and also their second album is badass as well. So go listen to the two albums they have. Sucks that they don't exist anymore, but whatever. They're kind of like the Chiodos of new metal.
Yeah.
In that respect.
Yeah.
I also let's put them in A. I'm a really big fan of this specific vocalist. I think he does a phenomenal job with the vocals, and yeah, props to them for making Chad Gray actually not sound like ass for once.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how they did it, but good for them, man.
Mhm.
Miracle.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, they're an A for me.
I put them personally. I put them in a C. Now, to be fair, the song was Path and Veil. I like the screams, like that they did in that. I thought they were good. Like I thought they were sort of going to be generic sounding. They sound a little bit generic to me, and I was about to put it in a B. Then let me see here. Oh wait, no, that's a different one.
Did you hear Dead
Okay,
Man
no.
Walking?
Yeah. No, I was reading a different thing. Never mind. But I thought, like, it was typical new metal for me. Like, I thought the screams were good, but it wasn't enough for me. Like, it almost hit the B mark for me, but it missed the mark quite a bit.
Listen to their
so.
second album. That's what I would recommend. Red Harvest.
Okay.
Phenomenal record, by the way. Like, highly underrated.
Alrighty.
It's another new metal album. Anyways, next up, My Ticket Home. I mean, these guys are another metalcore, new metal hybrid band. And while they're not necessarily the best group out there, I still put them in A tier simply just because their second album and their album Unreal, God, those are pretty solid albums. In my opinion, like especially like yes, they sound like basically heavy Linkin Park, but like that's fine at this point. Like especially since they were one of the first bands, along with Bring Me the Horizon, that was trying to bring back new metal to not be shit, or at least not to make it look like it was shit. So
yeah,
and I think they did way better than some of these other bands. So yeah,
they definitely did a pretty good job with kind of bringing back, kind of helping to fix some of the kind of tarnished reputation that new metal had up until this point. I put them in the solid A, like a high
A. For me personally, I put them at a C. Again, if you like them, you like them. If you don't like them, you don't like them. I've said it many times before. So that's all, really.
All right, next up, the Treyarch music. We played the song at the very beginning. Don't worry, it's not copyrighted, so it's fine. That song, Pareidolia, the song we played at the beginning, solid. Abracadabra, Beauty of Annihilation, and The One. Basically, just all their music from Black Ops 3, like in terms of the zombie mode back, I think is pretty good.
Yeah.
Except for 115.
I mean, I'm sure,
but whatever. That's a
I'm
thrash
sure
song
everybody.
anyways.
I was gonna say, I'm sure everybody in this fan base is familiar with 115.
So, but it is kind of weird though that people don't talk about the music genre when it comes to Treyarch, because it's literally just new metal. Like, like, come on, listen to freaking Abracadabra and tell me that it doesn't sound like something that, you know, like like Linkin Park would do, or what or what compare Pareidolia to Taproot, or Beauty of Annihilation to Iowa by Slipknot, or Bring Me the Horizon, Suicide Season. Like, it's literally new metal. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And that's why I put it on the list. And that sort of stuff is pretty good. It sucks that the BO4 and Cold War music isn't good, but thankfully, since we're just ranking their new metal stuff, you know, songs, that stuff is good. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, I had them like definitely like a solid, really, really high A for me. They're classic new metal studio. They make all of their new metal stuff all bangers, especially 115. Like, I know it's kind of a basic bitch take, but it's my favorite song.
well, that one's more thrashy, but whatever. Austin?
Yeah. Yep. So I put them in B. I thought, you know, the music is top notch. I mean, you all heard the beginning, like of the stream. You all heard that gorgeous fucking music. Shangri-La is Paragali, yeah. And then I know it's the same. Of course, Shangri-La, I think, had a new metal sound. Is that what
That's
it is?
where it's from, Shangri-La.
Yeah.
People talk shit about that map, and it's not that bad.
I loved Shangri-La, yeah. And the music is one of the things I loved about it. So, yeah, B tier for all you Strangle all haters. Fuck you.
And then Skin Dread. Final 8, well, yeah, A-tier band on the list. And honestly, they're another British band. Again, most of the British bands actually did pretty damn good. Except for freaking Kill to This, but that's only because I don't know what the fuck they were smoking. But yeah, another example of a good British nu metal band. You know, that whole mix with reggae, really good fusion, especially on their album Babylon. Such a good record. And even some of their later stuff, like their 2007, 2009, and 2011 records, really solid. Highly recommend them. Underrated band.
Yeah.
Like, and also their lead singer, he seems like he's actually pretty cool. So, and he kind of like, you know, goes along with the whole nu metal thing, unlike some of these other bands where, you know, he invented the thing called new reggae. So,
Reagan, my goodness.
so yeah, no. How do you guys feel about Skin Dread?
Well, A tier for me on Skin Dread. That reggae nu metal mix. God, it sounded so.
Actually, you know
good.
what? I'm gonna put them in S tier because I really love that mix.
Yeah.
So.
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, you got me convinced. Skin Dread's gonna be S tier for me as well. Like it mixes so well with the nu metal sound, and it's very surprising to me because that's definitely one of the last things I would have expected to mix with nu metal. Which I know I've said that for probably a couple of things, but like
said that like basically for an hour.
Yeah, that like it hits where Bollywood I felt miss with the mix, like the combination of
Bloodywood.
Like, I still thought Bloodywood was good, but Skin Dread just had something there that just easy S tier.
Izzy.
Oh yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Y'all pretty much summed it up perfectly. I love reggae. I love nu metal. Take the two of them, put it together for one glorious combination sent down to us from the heavens above. It's so good.
And there you go. That was every single band on the list. So
we have completed another tier list. The long-awaited redo.
That's every single band on the list.
Oh yeah.
So, Izzy, I got a surprise.
Oh, you got a surprise?
We've got one more band. And this might be controversial, especially between you and me. So, Austin already knows. Shino doesn't know, but let's see if I can spark a conversation. So,
all right, lay it on me.
All right, let's pull up the list and let's add the band.
It should update it in live, right?
Yay! Like basically refresh the page.
Okay.
I'll tell you when to refresh.
Okay.
So, because I want to start a conversation. Because Izzy, I have a confession to make.
Are you my fool?
No, but I did lie to you. Rage Against the Machine may have not been the first nu metal band.
Oh yeah, who was it, Dave?
You'll just have to refresh your page.
Now?
Hold on, I have to actually like open the page like that to do things.
Oh, the color's actually saved for once. All right, you can refresh now.
Okay. Yep.
Oh. Okay. Load faster, you bastard.
Well, that almost rhymed.
I already probably got a lot of shit for saying that Rage Against the Machine was a nu metal band.
Hold on, I'm sorry. My phone is taking its sweet time loading this page.
Oh my god.
You're good. Your phone's just preparing you for. Your phone just, prepping
Preparing you for a war.
Oh, I was gonna say a happy birthday surprise, but cool. Yeah, same thing.
Really? Really? Huh.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah, I do. Explain. It's Primus for those of you.
Primus,
can't.
ladies and gentlemen. So,
Explain. Sorry, that sounded really weird. Like weird.
it sounded condescending.
That sounded really aggressive. I'm sorry, but yeah.
So, I already said that Rage Against the Machine was amongst one of the first bands to basically combine rap, thrash, and punk with, those grooves and downtuned guitars, right? You know what?
Yeah.
You know what predated Rage Against the Machine in terms of that, though? The album known as... Let me pull it up. Shit, why can't I pull it up? Frizzle Fry. 1990. If you listen to a lot of what Primus made, it sounds even more straight up like what Korn would do back in 1994. Like, especially songs like To Defy the Laws of Tradition, Mr. Know-It-All, Too Many Puppies, John the Fisherman. By the way, these guys were kind of like a joke band, so if it sounds like these are weird names, just go with it. So, Pudding Time. Like, if you really think about it, is it really that different from a lot of the new metal bands?
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from.
So,
if Primus is going to be on this list, they're also going to get S tier.
well, you're not going to argue with me on this?
I mean, not really. Like with that specific album that you brought up, especially with like John the Fisherman and Too Many Puppies and songs like that, I can definitely see how they were kind of starting to kind of draw up that blueprint that the bands like Korn and Rage Against the Machine would elaborate on later. So even though it might not be like straight up new metal, it's like proto new metal kind of.
Yes, and it's not just that album. Their second album, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Again, we're talking about Primus here. They're fucking weird with their names. Pork Soda, and even their 1999 album Antipop, which many people do claim to be a new metal record, which is regardless. A lot of that just kind of sound like it. I don't know. I guess just sort of my thing is that does it really sound like, I don't know. That's just up, in my opinion, that's up to really a debate, because I don't even really know if you should count them or not, because a lot of their music, if you really go deep into it, it really, really does exemplify the hardcore drumming, the thrash style of like instrumentals, and even some low-key sort of rap vocals mixed with a groove-like sound. You know what that is? The definition of new metal. Now, that being said, I know that if Shino was on this stream, she would immediately pull the funk. What?
Yeah. I said, oh yeah, she'd probably be losing her mind right now.
Yeah, no. She immediately would pull up the funk metal card. But here's something this is probably the most controversial thing, even for you, Izzy. And this is gonna probably piss some people off. I think that funk metal is kind of a bullshit genre.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that, because yeah, I mean, with a lot of bands that are considered quote unquote funk metal, like they really have a lot of the same fundamental aspects of new metal.
Well, it's not even just that though. No. But here's the other thing though. A lot of bands that are considered funk rock or funk metal, literally to me, they don't sound similar at all. As a matter of fact, they sound like they're a part of other genres. Like Red Hot Chili Peppers, for example. Like, they sound more like... What?
I was just gonna say, I don't know if I'd call funk rock a bullshit genre, because there are bands that I would say genuinely fit into that category, like Jamiroquai or Red Hot Chili Peppers.
No, but I don't consider Red Hot Chili Peppers to be a part of like funk rock. They sound more like either like hard rock or rap rock to me. Cause like they have a lot of rap in their even like throughout their discography.
They really do, especially on Blood Sugar Sex Magic.
Like, and even their early stuff, like freaking Mofo Uplift Party Plan and whatever, Mother's Milk, and even Californication and Stadium Arcadium. Like, I don't know. And even bands like Faith No More, they're basically just a prog band, but with rap rock elements. And who else? Incubus, we already discussed. They've been called a new metal band plenty of times. I don't know. I guess just sort of my point is that honestly, and here's the thing as well. I'm not saying that like, oh, you're just replacing it with new metal, because like, no, that's like kind of dumb, because at the end of the day, like, new metal is just kind of an already just jumbled up mess of a genre anyways. However, here's the argument that I have to bring up when it comes to funk metal. It never really had a big age in rock history. Because back in like the late 60s or whatever, when it was made, that was the psychedelic age. And then after that was the prog age in the early to mid 70s, and then after that was the punk age of the late 70s, early 80s, and then it was the hair metal days of like the early to mid 80s, and then the thrash era of the late 80s, then grunge in the early to mid 90s, and then new metal in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then emo, and then subsequent genres, so forth.
Yeah, there was the whole new wave of American heavy metal.
So
yeah.
But I guess just sort of my point is that, like, and I've mentioned this before, there are just way too many genres. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, there are some genres that just don't make any fucking sense why they should be called. Because, like, Zool, really? And, like, power pop, really? So that's why I question the idea of funk metal. Because again, you can shit on fucking new metal all you want, but at least it sounds distinct enough compared to other genres that it sounds like it's its own thing.
Yeah.
I don't hear that with funk metal or funk rock. You may disagree with me on that. You may disagree with me calling Primus like at least a proto new metal band, but regardless, they at least have to at least be recognized, like with Rage Against the Machine, as at least inspiring it. So I'm gonna put them in S tier as a result, because it's Primus.
Oh, it's Primus. Like, what else is there to be said? Like, Les Claypool, phenomenal bassist. His technical ability is absolutely insane. I think he's a pretty good vocalist too, and they are definitely more of like a joke band, more of a comedic band, and some of their songs actually did make me genuinely giggle. I like that a lot, especially I think it's Winona's Big Brown Beaver. It's like, Winona's got a big brown beaver.
Yeah, that's the most well known. That's not a new metal song per se. That one's more kind of.
I know it's not a new metal. It's just one of my personal favorites just because it's funny. But yeah.
Yeah, that one's more like country, but country rock. But anyways, Austin, how do you feel about Primus?
I mean, you both pretty much said it right on the dot. S tier. Even if they aren't technically new metal, I could definitely see that if they aren't new metal, then they're at least a band that inspired a bunch of, of the bigger new metal artists.
Mm-hmm.
So, S tier for being, whether, intentionally for being proto new metal, the unintentional founding fathers of the genre.
Yeah, no, if Rage Against the Machine was the dad, then Primus is the granddad.
Mm-hmm.
So, but either way, we are finally done officially with the new metal tier list.
Holy
Thank
crap.
you for not fucking up. But before we do that, share your lists right now before I forget.
So, of course, we got my F tiers. You know what? No, hold on. No, I'm doing something real quick here. Add a row below.
Oh my god.
I'm labeling it hot garbage. Oh, there we go. Balance has been restored.
God, this was way too long. I'm so sorry that I dragged this on.
You're good. It's all good.
You are perfectly fine. I always like getting together with you guys, being able to record.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, it just kind of sucks though, because it's just this dragged on into like freaking too late. But either way though, do you guys? Okay, yeah. thank you guys. If you did watch as well, like in the chat, if you guys watch the very end, you guys are legends. Like, you guys deserve to have a treat. And that treat is for you guys to make sure to follow Sly13, which is on the side right there, and make sure to check out Shino as well. They will be sharing their
shameless self-plugs. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
And eventually follow Izzy once he makes a Twitch eventually.
Well, if he even does anything.
Yeah.
So, because he doesn't have any plug-in. But again, make sure to check out Shino.
Get my laptop up and running. I'm thinking about maybe starting a Twitch channel.
Well, heck yeah.
Oh, this is interesting news. But anyways, that being said, yeah, make sure to check out Sly13 and Shino DR. They are in the thing on the side.
Yeah, and then
make sure you do that. Otherwise, Fred Durst will come up to your house and start doing really bad impressions in front of you.
Yeah,
you'll wake up. You'll wake up in your bed, and he'll be standing right over you, like 2 inches.
Oh God, no! I don't want to imagine. I want to sleep tonight, Izzy. My goodness. Oh my goodness.
No. Make sure to check them out, and while you're at it, also make sure to hit that follow button on my end. If you guys enjoyed this, and turn on the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. In terms of just the general stream schedule right now, I don't know if we'll do another one of these this month. I think I will probably just have to skip until May, because this was already kind of a hassle to do. Because, again, this is our second take for this tier list. This is the first time we've ever done one. Which, again, thank you guys for joining in. I definitely do appreciate that. So,
thank you for having us on this historic moment.
Yeah, because we finally got this done. Now we can finally move on to grunge and post-grunge. So, but that's obviously for the future. But anyways, like I was saying, if you guys want to, you can also check out the description where you will find my Discord. That is where I typically have a lot of really cool stuff that happens there. These guys have also, have access to that, so you guys can hang out with them as well.
Yeah, come join the party.
One more plugin. I'm not gonna put it on the list, because whatever.
One more plug in here, folks.
Let me pull
up. It's a good plug-in too.
I have a music thing called Teenage Robots, and I'm actually thinking of potentially making music in the near future again. So if you guys are interested, make sure to check that out in the description as well on our Spotify. Shino also has a Spotify and a we have a SoundCloud. I have a SoundCloud. They have a Spotify and a SoundCloud.
Oh, nice.
SoundCloud, I'm pretty sure.
So make sure to check them out. Yes, this is the Teenage Robots card I made for the emo tier list, just for the memes.
Yeah.
So there you go. Again, people would be confused on why this is on the list, because I had people message me about that for the emo tier list, so I didn't add it here. So check me out, and hopefully we'll do some new stuff involving that. And then make sure to share the stream around as well, and continue to be awesome people.
Yeah.
Before I do that, before we end this, do you guys have anything else to say?
I don't know. I think you pretty much summed it up.
Yeah. I mean, because I know you plugged my stuff in. I mean, one announcement I will make, because I mentioned wanting to step into the nerdcore rap scene. I might have a few things coming myself, music-wise. Kind of a few works in progress. So I will say, if any of you are Persona 5 fans and your favorite character is catchy, you might want to stay tuned for my first song I'm working on now. So
I have one thing to say. Go listen to Shino's Spotify and her SoundCloud, or I will find you, I will come to your house, and I will fill your room with cheese.
Yep. Listen to Shino stuff and listen to the Teenage Robot stuff. Both are good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Either way, though, that's going to be it for us tonight. We got to fucking sleep. So, yeah. Hopefully I'll see you guys in the near future.
Yeah.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you guys for
Good night.
watching, and have a wonderful night.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace. Adios.
Bye.